The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The action is picking up at the Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. With half the field tied for first, every result proved crucial to the top of the standings. Out of 5 frontrunners, only one came out victorious, with Vincent Keymer defeating co-leader Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to claim clear first. The German superstars out front with a ferocious pack in hot pursuit. Can he be caught? Day 5 of fantastic chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 5 of the Super Classic Romania, held here in sunny Bucharest, Romania. Behind me is the playing hall, the National Bank of Romania. To my right, behind me as well, you can see the dome, which is a great landmark here in the city center. This is the day before the rest day, so the players will definitely want to leave everything over the chessboard going into the second half. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
We're at the halfway point in the first classical event of this year's Grand Chess Tour, Super Chess Classic in the sunny springtime Bucharest. With the rest day looming large, today promises to be another fantastic fighting day of top-level chess. Coverage of round 5 from Bucharest coming right up. Yesterday we finally had a player break away from the peloton. Will Vincent Keymer keep his lead going into the rest day? Coverage of round 5 starts right now from the St. Louis studio.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-host, Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, pleasure as always to be with you and Peter. Hello everyone, welcome to our show indeed. I have an official statement that I would like to read for you. After the third round, Alireza Firouzja suffered an ankle injury. Fortunately, the ankle wasn't broken or fractured. After consulting with his team and the organizers, he has decided to continue the tournament in a special room with the agreement of his opponents in the presence of an arbiter. We are thrilled that Alireza remains in the tournament and is willing to continue to play. Whew, that's a bit of a relief.
It is.
Nasi, please tell us the standings after 4 rounds of play.
Let's have a look. Yes, sir. We have a sole leader in the tournament, and that's a newcomer, Vincent Keymer. He has 3 out of 4 points. Then there's a pack, 3 players chasing him. 2 of them are Dutch players, Anish, Giri, and Jorden van Foreest, and 1 last year's winner, Praggnanandhaa.
As you can see that Fabi and Alireza have a makeup game that they're going to do. They're going to play that makeup game tomorrow. And tell us about the format for this Super Chess Classic.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, with classical time control and the regular scoring system, 1 point for a win.
Rumor on the street is tomorrow's a free day, but tell us the schedule.
I think those rumors are right, yes. Today players are playing round 5, tomorrow it's a rest day, then they'll be back for the last 4 rounds, and if there is no clear winner, we will see some exciting playoffs.
Wonderful. And Peter, for the first time, the tournament has a clear leader.
It is a very welcome sight for those of us who picked him as a winner. Has anyone picked him?
No,
I don't think
I'm
anyone
disappointed
has,
with all of you.
We should have put more trust in the young German player. He is a fantastic addition to the tour as we take a look at the current standings. There he is in clear first on 3 out of 4. Let's take a look at his road so far. And it's a very streamlined progression. 2 draws with the black pieces in rounds 1 and 3, and 2 wins with white, 1 against Bogdan-Daniel Deac in round 2. And a really, really nicely played game against MVL's favorite knight of yesterday, propelling him to +2 and a half a point lead over the field. And what to say about Vincent overall? He is only 21, but he has been the top German player for quite some time and one of the best players in the world, part of this fantastic new generation of players. Very strong in rapid and blitz, definitely one of the best players in the world in Fischer Random, and a very, very strong classical player as well, as he is demonstrating yet again now in Romania. Came very, very close to qualifying for the candidates last year. I'm sure he'll play many in his career over the years. So a fantastic addition to the tour and showing very, very good chess so far in Romania. And speaking of Romania, we welcome our Romanian crew, Grandmasters Cristian Chirila and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 5 here in Bucharest, Romania. I have to say it's been a volatile few days here in Romania with the Alireza situation, but the theme of the day, in my opinion, in terms of chess, is the battle of the generations. What's the game that you're looking forward to?
Absolutely agree with you, Cristian. I will keep my eyes on the game between Pragg and Wesley So. These two players represent two different generations, as you mentioned before. Pragg is only 20 years old, while Wesley is 32 right now. But it feels like Pragg was there for some time, right? Quite some time. But actually, it's only his second time as a full tour participant of Grand Chess Tour, while Wesley missed only one Grand Chess Tour season. Can you imagine, in 11 years? So we can see that their score is pretty level. It's 1 win, 1 loss for Pragg, and also 6 draws. But I must tell you something, Cristian, like last year, actually, Pragg managed to beat Wesley So in the same event in Romania, here in Bucharest. And I'm sure that Wesley is looking forward to revenge right now. And we'll see what will happen in this game, but I'm expecting a big fight.
Absolutely. Wesley is the epitome of consistency in this one. Another big clash in terms of generations is the battle between Anish and Giri, representing the older generation. That's a pretty funny thing to say, because we know Anish for so long, but we know him since he was just a kid, and right now he's representing the older generation, facing Vincent Keymer, the player that's leading the tournament, the player that Peter highlighted. 0 wins, 1 loss for Anish, so definitely in this one with the white pieces he will be looking to score an important victory, and with that one he would leapfrog the leader as well. Vincent so far has been so good. We have a lot of exciting games. Guys, for the moment, back to you in studio. We'll be here to give you all the insights from here in Bucharest, Romania.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. And indeed, let's take a look at all the pairings. Nasi, do the honors for round 5.
Let's see what we have today. Of course, our marquee matchup will be Anish Giri against Vincent Keymer. But so many good matchups today. We have MVL against Jorden van Foreest, Pragg against Wesley, Bogdan-Daniel against Fabi, and Alireza against Javokhir Sindarov.
Wonderful. And the players are fighting hard. Big prize fund. Tell us about it.
Indeed, total prize fund is $475,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third, $50,000. Just huge prize for everybody. And Yasser, tell us more about that bonus prize money.
It's an innovation of the Grand Chess Tour, and the idea is that as a pool of money, $125,000, and it will be divided by the total number of wins at the end of the tournament. And that will determine the bonus amount that each player who won receives. To the victor goes the spoils, as they say. So it's a good time to go on a tear and win a lot of games.
Wild openings and play for a win.
There you have it.
Thank you to all the sponsors.
Indeed, as you get an inside look at the staging of this very, very impressive building. The Romanian Central Bank is hosting the Super Tournament as the players on stage are taking their seats. One board will be empty, as we have stated. There will be a special room where Alireza will be playing the remainder of his tournament games.
But I believe we will be able to follow the game, just not watch the players.
Exactly. So we'll have 5 games this round instead of the 4.
Yes, how do you think Wesley's feeling after yesterday's game?
A little shock, a little disappointment, and now it's gone.
It's forgotten.
You got it. Just it never happened, and the most important thing is what's happening right now. The arbiters are giving some last-minute instructions over the.
There's our leader, Vincent Keymer, sitting with the black pieces against Anish.
Is he wearing a vest, or is that?
I was kind of shocked for a moment when Cristian said clash of generations. I just don't see Anish as the older generation.
Exactly. Bobby said something to that effect as well. Like, when did he become a member of the older generation?
Especially because he's younger than me.
Oh dear.
We have some special guests today making ceremonial first moves.
Wow.
All representing the Super Foundation. You understand the answer to the announcements?
No.
Trying to?
No, trying to follow. Yesterday we had some Olympic fencers.
I think we have more Olympic medalists today.
Wow. You never know who's going to show up, huh?
I think her name is Elisabetta Lipa, and she's 5-time Olympic gold medalist in rowing. 5 gold medals.
Wow, respect. That is impressive. I mean, just qualifying is tough enough, but winning 5 gold medals.
Incredible. Most decorated Olympic rower ever.
Welcome, welcome. My goodness.
And she made a move for Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
It looked like a real good move, too. One of those D2, D4 kinds of moves.
Mm-hmm.
As a good rower, squeeze in the middle. We want you on the anchor. Nice. Coxman. I don't know if that's her crew, but nice.
Nice. Games are about to begin.
And for me, obviously, the marquee matchup, Anish, Giri, Vincent Keymer. Anish, I feel he's playing some of the best chess of his career. I mean, he had a decent, I want to say, candidates tournament. If something goes
second
well.
place with +2 or
+3,
+3.
You know,
that's
that,
more than decent.
In previous editions of the candidates, that might have gotten you a share first.
That would have been enough to become the challenger, yes.
Exactly. And so far, in the 4 games he's played in the tournament, he's the one who's been having the sunny side of the positions.
Absolutely, yes. He's playing very good chess, and let's see. E4.
And I feel, Peter, like many of the really top grandmasters today, Anish is fully ambidextrous. He can play E4, D4. He can switch his openings. He can switch his defenses. Extraordinarily well prepared.
I think applies to pretty much this entire field.
Exactly.
But yeah, definitely applies to him.
Yeah, and Bishop B5. No Joko piano for you today. Bishop B5. Will we be seeing a Berlin or even some of the more recent offerings of A6 and Knight E7?
Yeah,
Knight of 6.
No.
Vincent has already
Berlin.
played 1 Knight of 6 in this tournament. That was in his round 1 game against Wesley, right? And Wesley played D3. Anish, on the other hand, does play castles. I feel kind of sad about this because, not about the Anish playing castles, but Vincent used to be very much a martial type of Spanish player. And these days he is incorporating the Berlin, which I feel is regrettable. We have enough Berlin play. We want more of the kind of a classical martial type.
No rookie one, and none of that Jorden, then Foreest, Bishop D3 stuff. But are we going to see it, the Berlin endgame proper?
Looks like it, yeah.
Knight to D6. And there was a time when the Berlin was so dominant, so fashionable, that it just seemed like...
Just like every game was Berlin.
I know.
It's tough to watch.
I know. As commentators, we were begging for Marshall.
Yeah, so let's go to Alireza's game against Sindarov. Since you mentioned Jaco piano, I thought I would show you that we do have one today.
My life would have been incomplete, at least my day, as we see these
We'll
two
just
players.
have pictures for these players today because they're playing in a hotel room and
Right.
cameras are not set up yet. Maybe we'll have them for tomorrow for Alireza and Fabi's game.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow actually.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Joy Bray had asked me, does anybody ever play chess on a bed due to injury? And I said yes. One, Tony Miles had famously played on a massage table because of his very serious back injury, and he could only play laying down. Guess who won the tournament?
He did?
He won the tournament. Tony Miles, playing on his backside, as we said. Ha 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 ha. That was a joke. You're supposed to.
He was actually playing on his front side, so it's just factually correct.
As we see a Joko piano there. And Peter, what has caught your eye in this round 5?
Well, it's very, very early to say, honestly, with just 10 minutes into the round, 5 minutes into the round. But a somewhat unusual Nimzo in the game between Bogdan Deac and Fabi. Kind of a quirky position I don't believe I've seen before. So that's always a welcome sign where people do something slightly out of the ordinary early on. Although both of them are playing very quickly, so they clearly know.
Knight e4 castles.
And early f5.
Right. I remember it was a match between Jan Timman and Garry Kasparov, where Garry had played this pawn sacrifice with castles, which I think was accepted by Jan. He just captured twice. But f7, f5, that had a bad reputation. Now I'm trying to remember if it was associated with d4, d5 or not. f7, f5, what is the theory on that move, Peter?
I actually noticed one game in the database played by our own Firouzja with black pieces.
Yeah, and how did that go?
I can't see that far. I just.
Let me check. Yeah, this is still somewhat well known, and that game was played in 2018. White was Alexander Indjic, very strong and a very tall player from.
So tall that it's worth mentioning.
It is. I mean, he is above. I mean, he's I guess 6'6" or 6'7". Yeah,
Wow,
he's
okay.
Properly tall. Yeah. Black did play bishop d6. And White, Deac instantly goes a to a3 today, so we have already deviated from that. But Indjic played knight d2 instead. But clearly, both of them have some idea. This is honestly kind of curious because I don't think Fabi has done this very much at all.
No.
This particular version of the Nimzo, and yet Bogdan appears to be very well prepared for it.
Conversant. How do these two players match up, Nasi?
They've played each other at the Grand Chess Tour many times. Let's see. 6 draws and only 1 win for Fabi. That's not a bad score to have against Fabi.
Not at all. Wow. Wow. Very impressive. A2, A3. That's a head scratcher for me, Peter. Is it?
Not a novelty, but the move exists. And shockingly, the position after bishop d6, there's a bunch of games. There's like 25 games that reached that position previously, including a very recent game between the candidate Matthias Bluebaum playing white against Dimitris Alexakis and some other reasonably high-profile games. A game between a very young Timur Rajabov and Rafael Leitao, a Brazilian player from 2002, way back. I'm not quite sure why A3 is so necessary, but it seems sort of logical to try and play A3 before C5. The assumption has to be Black will do something about it, either A5 or C5 right away, because allowing before seems suboptimal here, so you probably need to stop it. I guess the argument is if it's A5, we like the inclusion as white. I'm not quite sure why, but I guess we can then do whatever it is that we wanted to. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's that, but maybe. And if C5, then I guess we switch to B3, bishop B2, and kind of normal development, which we absolutely could have done straight away, but
yeah.
I guess provoking C5 also does something for white.
B3 and bishop B2.
And Fabi does go A5, which was absolutely one of the two more obvious options.
It's kind of curious to me. Obviously, the bishop on the long diagonal, I want to do my absolute best to exploit that. Is knight G5 completely ridiculous? I'm guessing
Just taken F3.
Taking F3 is good. Knight G2 is also pretty strong.
It's weird because I had this strange idea of parking my knight.
I think we can take, regrettably, right, and go knight G3.
G3 comes back.
We can just simply take. Oh my gosh.
And then, oh, there's queen h5 check coming too.
Oh, queen h5 I have overlooked. I mean, I'd gotten here and I thought, well, okay, after knight knight f3, the queen h5 is a refutation, most certainly. So no knight g5. a3, a5 on the board.
Even here, knight d2 appears to be playable, or you could go rook b1. In general, it's one of those positions where I think Fabi is very much trying to surprise his opponent here. I think he hasn't succeeded, frankly, but I think the idea originally was to play something fresh, but something which may not be, strictly speaking, correct, because every single line on my screen is about plus 0.5.
The problem, Black's game, I would actually prefer Black's position if the knight on b8 were on any decent square, e7, f7. Well, f6 is a dream, of course, but it's just that the knight on b8, knight c6 always kind of steps in the way of the bishop and invites d5. So yeah, rook b1 looks like a very decent move. Yeah. Maybe the knight ends up on a6, although
I would prefer not to, right? So maybe queen e7 for now. Try to fight against b2, b4 and with less drastic means.
But again, I'm just kind of at a loss as to say, how am I going to bring this guy on b8 into the game? Wonderful. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's check the game between Pragg and Wesley.
Pragg and Wesley.
Kind of a similar structure, but with a misplaced knight. Second board right there, yes.
Pragg and Wesley. All right. Okay, so this one is one of those Joko pianos where white castles. I always felt that this move in particular, knight d4, was an immediate equalizer, and many games played like this have proven that to be the case. I wonder what Pragg has in mind.
His very last move is a novelty, h2, h3. Instead of that, this is a very well-known position. It's an anti-Berlin, which people play quite a bit. And Alireza played it with both colors very recently. He beat Richard Rapport in 2022 by playing bishop b3, and in 2024 he drew against the same bishop b3 move with the black pieces against Deac. So plenty of really high-level chess. There's a Caruana So game on my screen, Carlsen Ironian, a bunch of games by very, very strong players. h3 appears to be entirely new, which is quite remarkable, frankly, in a position where pretty much every single legal move has been attempted, but apparently not this one. Yeah, I kind of agree with you in terms of general assessment. This has been tried, and white even wins a game every now and again, but it feels like it should never be anything, right? It's too symmetrical, too quiet, and why should black be worse?
And in a kind of a strange way, the trade of a pair of knights favors black in the sense that this knight on c6 oftentimes needs a tempi or two to redeploy, and this knight on f3 is oftentimes a useful attacker. Knight g5, knight f7, knight h2, knight g4. So the elimination of the pair of knights really takes a little bit of the punch out, and I don't see h3. And I just
also want to point out that Pragg is a +1 score. Wesley, we're not used to seeing this, but Wesley's at 50% only.
Yes, and yesterday was that last game, I mean, against Daniel, I mean, we were on the edge of our seats throughout. We didn't know what the result was going to be. I mean, and
it kept changing every minute.
I know, it was flipping around, but Wesley, in the end, let a victory slip. And as we were coming on air, you said to me, how do you get that out of your mind? I mean, you know, you just got to put it aside that you just let a big win.
You can be sad about it after the tournament, but during, you can't. You have to focus on your next game.
How do these two match up?
Oh, I'm sure they've played many, many games. Apparently not in classical.
They have
different generations, that's why.
Right.
6 draws, 1 win for each of them, very evenly matched.
But because of, like you say, a generational battle, I kind of thought that Wesley might have had something against Prague, but I guess not. I mean, Prague
Didn't
is
beat
more
him
than
while he
this.
was young.
Yeah, exactly. And H2, H3 novelty. I'm not quite sure what that move really accomplishes, other
Makes
than
your opponent think.
Yeah.
takes away the G4.
Takes away the
square.
bishop G4 ideas. You castled by sort of by hand, right? But it's, I guess not here. But every time white goes H2, H3, and the black king is not on G8 yet, my first reaction is, can I make Rook G8, G5, G4 work?
Right.
Probably not here, though.
Right.
Probably the center is not static enough for that to be any good.
If you had to guess, Peter, the ideas behind H3 associated with bishop G5, queen F3, maybe king H1?
King H1, F4 maybe, yeah, but black is just reasonably well equipped for all of this. Black can play D6, D4. Once you castle, D6, D5 becomes very much a thing you can, and once D5 lands on the board, your F4 plans are just never going to work, really.
Because I'm overlooking something. I could see that my chess thermometer.
Maybe knight G4 now.
Knight
Whoa,
G4.
that is a nice shot, yeah.
Didn't you get the memo? H3 was taking away the G4 square.
What's funny is that if pawn was on H2, knight G4 wouldn't be as good, maybe.
Knight G4. Okay.
At least visually,
Well, I guess it's
Apparently
Probably
not
not the
great
right
for
move.
some reason, but
Yeah.
I think it's something kind of. We can go EF4, by the way. I guess we can improve on Nazi's idea a little bit. Go EF4, E5, knight G4, maybe.
There you go.
There we go.
Although even that after D3, D4 seems playable, I guess, maybe to some degree. I'm picking black, but we've not lost yet with white at least.
Give ourselves some time.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. We need to work a little bit more on worsening our position just yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's probably not King H1 F4 because you're never going to have time for that. It's probably something
G5.
along the lines of Bishop G5 but yeah, I'm not a firm believer in this, frankly. Bishop G5, Bishop H4. Even if black ends up playing G7, G5 in these types of positions, I don't think they're doing that poorly.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's not like, okay, I've thrust my pawn shield up the board, but it's not like you can play H4 and exploit
But maybe
it.
an even bigger question is, if black says, okay, you're being very smart after H3, can't I just play H6 and take away Bishop G5 as well? And what's the difference? Like, if we add H3 and H6 to already well-established recipes, so to speak, we've added this pair of moves, who benefits and why?
I was going to say H6
Chia
looks
bono.
more useful than H3.
Very logical, yeah, and very useful, yeah.
All right, questions to be asked and answers. H2, H3, castles on the board. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I'm going
Let's
to
go to another leaders game, Jorden van Foreest against MVL.
This one I mean, Yasser is obviously the resident specialist in the English opening, but I do know a little bit about this line because this has been my suggestion. I've done a couple of Grunfeld courses in my life. And every time I do a Grunfeld course, I end up covering 1c4 because the immediate question of, but what if my opponent does not want me to play the Grunfeld?
Right.
Rears its ugly head somehow.
Yes.
And this is the line I've given for black as a way to respond to 1c4.
Right.
d4 that Maxime has now played is absolutely the critical move.
Exactly.
If you don't do this, I think you really don't have anything at all. And after d4, there's a number of things you can do. My recommended reaction always has been c takes d4, knight b5, d5. And after c takes d5, there is queen a5 check. It's maybe actually my board, so let's do it on my board. You do have the option of queen a5 check. And the last time I checked this, when I was preparing the second part of the course for Chessable, I came to the conclusion that this holds. But the kinds of really outlandish positions you're supposed to hold there with black were not attracting me very much, and I thought maybe the club players, who are probably my intended audience, will not enjoy looking at the position where the pawn is on c7 after, let's say, bishop d2, queen takes b5, d takes e6. The engine goes knight e7 and allows c7, and the pawn actually survives on c7 for quite a while. And I thought maybe people will not enjoy doing this all that much. So my proposed solution always has been e takes d5, simply castles, and we develop the knight on f6, if possible, and then go castles, rook e8, knight e4, bishop g4. we get a kind of a Tarrasch-like position, but compared to the Tarrasch, our bishop is on g7 already.
Right.
Which I think is a plus, frankly. I think it's where it's supposed to be in these types of structures. You do have to know a little bit of theory there. If you, like, white has some tries which require precise play. It's not all plain sailing, but I do believe this holds. And I've spent some time working it out, and I have a feeling this is okay. But there are other options available, of course. You're not obliged to do precisely this. Curious to see what Jorden will choose.
Peter, when was the last time you made the course about this line?
3 years ago, but there's not much movement.
It's so
This is
fresh,
not
yeah.
very fashionable, so I don't
Yeah.
think I'm missing some kind of a earth-shattering.
fresh.
I don't know. Sounds terribly dated to me, Peter.
Yeah, I
3
know,
days
yeah.
ago, did you say you finished your course?
No, not 3 days ago.
I remember I was playing a World Junior Championship, and basically Alexander Chernin was my opponent, and Alexander was on the white side, and we got a position that literally went like
You can
this.
pull up your board, yes, for 1 minute.
Oh,
Yeah, I can do this on mine as well. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's
And this is why. This is why.
and then D5. And basically, we ended up making a draw, and it was reported in the Soviet sports magazine that, unfortunately, our Soviet junior championship was unable to defeat, the American Seirawan, blah, 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 blah. The guy was white, and he went for the most drawing variation on earth, that he was unable to win with the white pieces. Yeah. Which is why the move d4, as you've been explaining, is the most challenging and the most combative. And we do have captures, and knight b5, I think, is absolutely required.
He will have to play knight b5 here, yeah.
And I think d5.
Yes, so have you played this from white side?
Yes, and also the black side. Actually, to be fair, though, whenever I have had this position as black, I've now come to the conclusion that e7, e5 is my preferred way. You're not getting a Grunfeld after e5, for sure, but e7, e6 is, I think, quite balanced. And again, d4 is the most challenging.
Knight b5 immediately played by Maxime.
Well, the delay was that he wasn't at the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one as the players are still in theory. I don't know how our tournament leader has been doing.
We are in the Berlin endgame. Anish and Vincent, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, absolutely. And so they have sped their way. Peter,
Actually, from this field, Maxime has very good results, right, in Berlin endgame.
Excellent. He's one of the biggest practitioners from the white side.
White side,
I
yeah.
think a lot of players, frankly, just gave up with white playing, and then they went to the rookie one variation. But Bishop
Or Giocopiano, or 1d4, or 1c4.
yeah, or even knight f3, b3, yes, to avoid the Giocopiano. But Bishop e6.
Already a slight discussion point on a previous move, even, because Bishop e7, people used to, at the top level, obviously, all kinds of moves after knight c3 exist, but at the top level, people used to just play king e8, h3, h5, and making draw after draw after draw in those long forcing variations.
Right.
Bishop e7 is, of course, a very well-established move, but it's much rarer than king e8.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to mention draw will be a good result for Vincent. As you can see in the standings, he's in clear first, and he's playing his closest rival, Anish Giri, with the black
Exactly.
pieces.
Oh, no, I mean, the how do you say it? The formula, draw with black, win with white, has been
Has worked for
practiced
generations,
for
yes.
generations. And no, anytime in this level where you get a draw with black, you're happy. Rook d1 check. Declare yourself. Are we going king c8? Are we going king e8? Peter, in terms of what practice
Both
is
are
dictated?
playable. This is extremely fresh. Actually, already in before Bishop b6 was already only 10 games in the database, and Rook fd1 is a novelty. So
Wow.
And Anish is in his prep, hour 34 minutes for him.
yeah, it's extremely difficult to surprise him with anything. Frankly, these days it's quite a marvel just how well he's prepared, and how well he and his team are at the guessing game of what your opponent will do on the day. Both, frankly, seem playable. King c8, b6, bishop, king b7 seems logical, but king e8 is never a mistake, I think, in the Berlins.
All right. Nasi, we've reached that time in our show where we like to look at our statistical models and see who's going to win the tournament. Pie charts.
Pre-tournament, we know Vincent was not the favorite. Sindarov was at 70.7.
Hold on, where is Vincent coming from?
That's what I'm looking at. He's
9%?
at 9%.
9.2%,
The
okay.
yellow piece of the pie.
Let's see his ascendancy.
After day one, it was all 5 draws. Nothing changed much.
Although Vincent went up 0.2%. He went
Probably
from
'cause he
9.2
started
to 9.4.
with the black.
Okay.
And then after day 2, Keymer became the favorite with 22.9.
Wow.
With Pragg and MVL not far behind.
Okay.
After day 3, it was Anish and Keymer in first and second, and Van Foreest in third. And now, after round 4, I'm sure it's looking good for Vincent.
43%.
That's pretty high, only after 4 rounds, but
Well, remarkably,
numbers don't lie.
yeah, the pie chart tells us statistically the champion of this event is going to be one of these 2 players. That's
Pretty
what
much.
you
That's what it
60%.
said, yeah.
Yeah, and there you see Vincent. Rook d1 check. I always thought I don't know how how principled this comment is. If White delays too long in playing the move Rook d1 check, I always thought that it was worthwhile going to c8 so that you could go b6. And I thought the king was actually well placed on the
like in a cocoon.
b7 square, because oftentimes you want to use your majority, and it's remarkable that if your king is on b7, that the king can go to c6. So but you're now telling me this is a novel position. Rook d1 check is a novelty, Peter.
Is Rook f to d1 specifically a novelty? Rook 8 to d1 maybe?
Let me check.
Because
Yeah, why
Rook
would-
a d1 has been played a couple of times. Yeah.
Right.
Rook f d1 is fresh. Yeah, figuring out why it has to be Rook f is not going to be very easy. It's clearly they've compared something to something and chose
This
the Rook on
something.
a1. Maybe White at some point wants to play a4, a5 or something, but
Okay,
it's mystifying to me, frankly, to begin with.
if we go back to this position and I give you this check and you go here, one of the reasons, if I can put it like that you might want to use your rook on f1 to go to d1 is this tempo. Bishop e6
that is a good point. Although, even with the Rook f going to d1 after king c8,
Yeah.
knight g5 does not appear to be the main idea. The engine actually likes black after takes and c5.
Just simply that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it says, and these types of positions are actually often very comfortable for black. Let's say we go, I don't know, somewhere, because bishop f4 I might even play g5. And then I want to play c5. I always have this knight d4 idea, b6, king b7. The rooks get connected. It's very comfortable for black. The engine, somewhat strangely, and once again, the usual preface, it's not a particularly strong engine, suggests bishop g5 might be playable. Even h6 is not that bad, but as black, I would be interested in the move bishop b4 because I would like to preserve the bishop pair. And here, a second shock in a row for me. Top line appears to be g4, knight e7, bishop takes e7. Honestly, I would think I'm already better here with black. Bishop pair, my king is safe, and I only just really need to prepare and play h7, h5. But I guess the point is h5 runs into knight d4.
By the way, bishop g5.
And we don't get to.
Good guess, Peter.
Well,
good
it's not a guess. I'm reading my screen, and so I mean, Anish is not reading my screen, but he's definitely reading a screen. So these things don't get produced any other way these days.
The bishop g5. So, okay, kind of a head scratcher, because you've played bishop c1 to f4, and now it's beginning to make more sense to me why they oftentimes play the move h3. h3 is a useful move, and if, for example, you played the move bishop e6 here, and I played rook d1 check, and you played king c8, I would transpose directly into the game position with a useful move h2, h3. I would consider that the advanced g4 makes more sense when I have a pawn on h3. None of this has been played because we saw the immediate bishop f4, bishop e6, check. By the way, king c8 was Vincent's choice, and bishop to g5. And why is this anything? Please help me, Peter.
Well, I guess if you play h6, I want to take on e7 and go knight d4,
Knight d4.
And claim that I have a little bit of a bite, even though after bishop d7, even this honestly does not look tremendously dangerous for black. Maybe some kind of concrete play can be shown to give white a bit of an edge, but
okay, and that
looks perfectly healthy. But bishop b4 even more so.
Sorry.
Bishop b4 does look very logical in the current position.
And kicking, or
yeah, if you go knight e4, you run into bishop d5. That is legitimately just straight up very good for black, unsurprisingly. Right. So you probably have to play g2, g4. Knight e2 doesn't look very threatening either. So you play g4. Knight probably needs to go to e7. And once again, bishop takes e7 by far the best, and maybe even you couldn't call the only move. Bishop takes e7, h3. And we get this very strange position, which should be pretty balanced. But I guess Anish has analyzed it, and it could get quite sharp, because if white gets knight d4, let's say king g2, f4, king g3, and so on, you could make a lot of progress on the king side. Black probably needs to be quite careful. But as is often the case, I suspect with precise play, this has to be still around equal.
Wow. Just to share that, we're going to have a very special guest joining us at the top of the hour, Grandmaster Liam Lee.
Yes, we're going to have an interview with a 2013 World Blitz champion, Liam Lee. It's going to be via Zoom, I assume?
Yeah, and he lives right down the street here in St. Louis, a longtime coach of the Webster University chess team, who we're sad to say has packed up their scholarship program, but Webster were pioneers and trailblazers in collegiate chess, and many times national champions.
Webster was completely dominating all the other teams for years.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, apparently we have some shots, some pictures of Alireza and Javokhir playing their game in their hotel room. Let's take a look. There's an arbiter present the whole time.
as well as our photographer.
This is such a funny setup.
Yeah.
Thanks to Kevin Duggan for these shots, making it look cinematic.
Alireza looking very chill, recovering. Again, it was an ankle injury that forced his postponement of his game yesterday against Fabiano, which will be played tomorrow on everybody's free day.
You can see clutches in the corner. He probably can't walk for a while.
Yeah. The
and
ankle looked a little bruised there. And there's the empty table where they would otherwise be playing.
The chessboard is missing and got moved to the hotel room.
I don't know. It's always awkward for the players, because I think whenever you're having a really beautiful stage, like especially this event, you really do want to play under the light, so to speak, and not secluded away in a special room at the hotel.
But how many players can say they've played a serious classical game from their bed?
Yeah, it's rare. Definitely rare. Bishop g5 on the board between Anish, Giri, and Vincent. We're going to closely watch this game, but we've got developments in the game between Pragg and Wesley. Let's switch over to that one, and because I see from your screen that there's a big outpost on the f5 square. That's after the move h2, h3, we have h7, h6.
Yes.
King h1.
g5. I like how Wesley
g5
responded to h3.
Well, Peter had mentioned whenever he sees the pawn on h3, he thinks, oh, I've got a hook. Let me play g5 and rook g8 and go checkmate you. Knight c4, bishop went back, and the knight dropped back to e3. Not only protecting the g5 square, but this is what I was suggesting, that we're really looking to occupy.
Appears to be quite good for black. I mean, I'm not shocked. I did suggest it, but and has not come as a surprise to Pragg, who is still playing very quickly. But
Right.
machine says, for instance, you can go king e8 f8, which is a kind of a useful halfway measure.
Okay.
We are unpinning the c6 pawn, which might be useful because we probably do want to play d6, d5 here. And if white recaptures, we would like the option of recapturing with the c6 pawn. That's one point. And the other one, it probably might end up on g7 later in the game. And we're asking white, okay, so what are you doing here? You probably don't particularly want to play knight f5. I might even take. You can't really support it very easily. You can try queen f3, but then black plays h6, h5, and it becomes quite concrete because black is trying to push on the king side.
So
and
after
the evaluations appear to even favor black, which is quite unusual because you feel like you haven't committed enough sins with white to be worse just yet. But maybe you have. Maybe h3 was enough of, or h3 combined with king h1 specifically, maybe those were provocative enough to already run some risks.
As you can see on our screens, Pragg's inaccuracy is 1 point less worse than Wesley's.
And then I asked myself the question,
It was the h3, right?
was h3 bad, really?
I think it's king h1 specifically. After h3, h6, if you don't play king h1, you could play something like bishop c2 or knight c4, knight e3 then, and he still would have been completely fine.
This
But king
is
h1,
still his
g5
prep,
he doesn't
right?
like.
It's hour 28. I don't think he's coming up with this move on the board.
Yeah, I think he assessed the risks here, and also I think you make an assessment first and foremost. Will Wesley know? If he doesn't, will he come up with this over the board? And if he does, how bad is it?
Right.
And the combination of your answers to those three determines whether you will play it or not. And I guess it came up as playable anyway. And Wesley, I don't know if he knew, because he's done it quite slow. I mean, if you really do know h6, g5, he probably played quite faster than, quite a lot faster than he has done. But he has played them, and is doing quite okay. Even more interestingly, instead of king f8, machine says even d5, e d5, knight d5 is fine, which is really goes against everything we're being taught as children. Because you play the h6, g5, and then you open up the center. But I guess the point is, maybe black just wants to castle queenside eventually. So fighting for the center, fighting for the center always makes sense. And black is not that worried about the weakened king side because maybe the eventual plan is just to play bishop e6, queen d7, and castle long.
But you're absolutely right. That just goes against the grain of what we've been taught. Flank attacks are fine. Flank attacks and center attacks.
It's your opponent who's supposed to open up the center.
Exactly. No, that combination's. But your king f8 and h5 as an answer to queen f3 was really kind of off-putting because I was thinking, I wanted to exploit the f5 square, and maybe, I'm not saying knight d5 is a threat, but sidestepping it at least, and it's a useful tempo that the king might belong. And then I was really stunned that I couldn't exploit this position. I kept looking, and the g5 pawn seems to be a target, but a target that very hard to exploit. I go queen, you defend it.
Could also try g4, yeah.
You know, you're about to go h4 and g4, maybe g4 right away. I don't want to occupy f5.
Well, Wesley just made a different move. It's rook g8 right away, no king f8.
Rook g8.
Yes.
Okay.
Also completely playable, yeah.
So he still, of course, intends to go king f8, I'm guessing? Unless he thinks maybe he'll castle long?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, if you do go queen e7 and castle long.
Gives that option at least, yeah.
Yeah, preserve some flexibility in terms of where the king goes, yeah. And also just, a very telegraphed, but still a pretty solid idea of just going g5, g4 and asking, so what you going to do about it?
Peter, I just saw on Yasser's screen that third suggested move is king g1 here for white.
Yeah.
Is
King
Engine trolling us
G1.
at this
Not in
point?
love with this, yeah, if this is your best option. But honestly, the first suggestion by the machine is even more outlandish. Machine says b2, b4 is a useful move. I guess with the idea of b4, b5, trying to create some direct counterplay on the queen side and distract black from the announced plan of delivering mate on the king side somehow.
I give you mate, sir.
What's more shocking to you, Yasser, b4 or king g1?
Yeah, I would say king g1 would be b4. I kind of say, I understand you want to kill me on the king side and put your king on the queen side. So I'm okay with b4. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing against a6, by the way, because it's sort of like b4 was kind of one-dimensional. I don't think I want to put my bishop on b2. But okay, b4, a6, what's next? But even more saliently, I would be asking myself, what if my opponent is some, like creature from
we go b5,
the 10th century? just decided that he's going to
Says the king attacks the king.
Yeah, go crazy against my king. I was like,
g3, I guess, is the point here. But we do achieve something because we will open the b file and we will force black to care about the c6 pawn, right? Which means that castling queenside is now completely out of the question.
So we do, now h8 is actually, h6, pardon me, is actually a little, my king is not going to be safe anymore. There's a bishop h6 sighting. Okay, so there was, all right. It does mean that I have to treat b5 with some respect.
With respect, yes. Yeah. Maybe c4 to still...
c4.
Well, I'm not actually threatening b5, so...
Can't imagine. And again, if I'm playing some barbarian who decides... But Peter, you're saying g4 doesn't come with...
it's not mate. Yeah, if you don't react, wait for black to take on h3 and play g3, you're still very far away from being in severe danger on the king side. You have, obviously, it's a compromise, but... and another thing that we should mention is that this exists both in the current position and also in the position after b4, a6. You do have a bit of a bailout with knight d5.
Taking some of the sting out of the position.
Let me switch to this. After rook g8, we can begin with knight d5 straight away, or we could arguably improve our situation a little bit by including before a6 and then taking some pieces off the board. This feels, frankly, quite wise, and maybe this was one of the reasons why king f8 was so strong, actually, because it completely took away this option off the table, and whichever way black decides to allow the trades, like if you go knight takes d5, he takes d5, bishop d7, d takes e6, let's say b takes e6, g3, d4, I think this is clearly an improvement in white's fortunes because there is now direct play in the center, which will be a massive distraction for black. So the engine suggests giving up the bishop on c7, playing something like bishop e6 and queen takes c7. But once again, I think you would welcome as white offloading some pieces and being able to offer some more trades. Although black is also quite healthy. You can play d6, d5, maybe rook g6, maybe long castles anyway, despite you will have to worry about some a4, b5 counterplay if you castle long, but it's a very sharp, very interesting position. But I do like having the option of knight d5, and I think that explains why king f8 was preferred by the machine.
Thank you, Peter. I'm anxious to return to our tournament leaders game, and that, of course, I'm talking about Anish, Giri, and Vincent. And we did see, by the way, bishop b4, g4, knight e7, giving up the two bishops. Well, we had already given up the two bishops with the Berlin itself. h2, h3, and we've caught up to the play. Even though we know that this is a novel position, the players are following their screens, as you would like to say.
Their accuracy is 99.3 for both of them.
Wow. And what is the conclusion? Who stands better and why?
I think it's about level, but for some reason, the engine very much prefers a5 to anything else. I mean, by very much, I mean there's a 0.2 difference, but it really does.
It's screaming,
it's screaming that you absolutely must play a5. But I think it's logical because you do want to include the a8 rook in the game, and you also probably want to create something for white to think about on the queen side. So the idea of a5, a4, a5, a4, rook a5, as they often do in these types of positions, is useful. Also asks white a question whether you want to stop it there by playing a2, a4, or if you want to allow a5, a4. Rook a6, b6, if you play a4, might become actually a topic of conversation, because now that there's a potential counterplay on the fourth rank, even maybe for this rook to exploit, it's a very good way to activate the rook without spending time on b6, king, b7. If you don't do that, the engine suggests maybe playing g7, g6. I guess the idea is to stop knight d4, f5. I think it looks a bit strange, but if you think about it, white often does want to play knight d4, f5 as fast as possible, and we've completely ruled that out by playing g6. But then white gets time to play something like king g2, king g3, and we get a very interesting endgame where, once again, I'm so biased in favor of bishops, it's very difficult for me to believe this could be anything for white. But maybe specifically here with white intending to play knight d4, f4, f5, and so on, kind of a typical Berlin types of plans. Maybe it is a bit of a bite for white.
In these Berlin endings, I know that sometimes white gets himself into trouble with an early g4, and he's not ready to combat h7, h5 when the pawn can't be defended on g4 easily. Why in the current position can't Vincent play h5?
H5, knight d4 only move, otherwise you basically kind of lose material or have to make some very compromising decisions. So knight d4, what do you want to play? Bishop d7?
We drop our bishop back.
Yeah, and this is where we go knight f5.
And we
But
go
f3 is not good?
f3 is playable, but knight f5 is
Better.
just sort of more direct, yeah.
Okay, so knight f5 hits my bishop. I want to preserve everything. Bishop drops back to...
Bishop d8 appears to be a bit stronger because it keeps your options. I don't think we care about the g7 pawn just yet because g4 is hanging.
Right.
Bishop d8 and now rook d3 appears to be the preference. I guess trying to double the rooks on the d file as fast as possible.
We open our rooks.
Yeah, we take, and now... honestly, the evaluation appears to be dropping for black. I thought, why not g6? We can show this to the viewers.
Yes.
If g6, rook a d1, I thought, why not bishop e6? But there is a reason.
We take on d8.
Mate in 3, 4.
Nice.
There is a reason.
Whoop.
Yeah, so as usual with these types of ideas which are clearly produced by engines, there's a very specific tactical, concrete reason why previous play is justified. Because I think if you didn't have this rook d3, rook a d1, I think black would be very, very healthy here.
Exactly. That was my impression as well, Peter, that it's just a timing.
I have this feeling that Vincent's uncomfortable given his time management. He's down to 55 minutes and reading his body language. Also, walking into the prep of your opponent is always unpleasant. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he is not particularly happy with how this is coming out because, he played, bishop e7, there's still hundreds of games with bishop e7, but as I said, king e8, h5 is by far the main move. And Anish, despite him playing something which maybe was not that expected, Anish comes with a fresh idea, still blitzing, basically still very much above his starting time. And, it's never going to be just him pretending. It's always going to have some substance to it. And we are now, I think, slowly discovering what that substance is. Yeah. And Vincent realizes that, the I'm in danger meme very much goes here.
He doesn't want to be victimized by his opponent's opening preparation. Once again, just to remind our viewers that we do have a very special guest coming up at the top of the hour.
Yes, Grandmaster Liam Lee will be joining us. He was a 2013 World Blitz champion, and he managed the Webster team for many years.
Absolutely. And a big player, contributor to their many championship titles.
He was a wild card last year at here.
Sinfield Cup.
At Rapid and Blitz, I believe.
Also the Rapid and Blitz. And I remember one particular, back a few years ago at the Sinfield Cup, he was a reserve player. He came to the closing ceremony, and he, Liam and Rex were talking economic theory, because that was his specialty. He was getting his degree in economics, and it was like two old buddies just talking about economic theory. H3. There was a moment ago, Peter, when you were explaining to us that after the move bishop to d5, you really liked Black's position a lot, and that was associated with Vincent had played the move bishop b4, that if the knight ever got kicked, bishop d5 and Black was regal.
Well, it just came from before.
Yeah.
And if you play bishop b4 again,
yes.
With the knight on the 5 gone, both knight e4 and knight e2 are now much more playable than they used to. I guess knight e2 is a bit more explicable, yeah, because knight e4, bishop d5 seems kind of risky, even though even there we have rook d4.
So, and then...
Or knight e2, as Yasser is suggesting, and if bishop d5, then we go knight fd4, and then eventually we will try to drive all of those pieces back. But we have a decision, by the way.
We do.
Vincent goes rook e8, just completely abandoning all of those ideas of playing with h5, and goes for some kind of central counterplay. I wonder if he's simply intending to go f7, f6 next move, and just fight against the center this way, which is often a very useful idea. Let's say king h2, f6. Which is often a decent idea, in particular when you already have both bishops against two knights. And rook e8, specifically against king h2, I think works really well, because after knight d4, you can even play bishop d7, and this is not a blunder of a piece, because we have bishop d6 check. I wonder if after king g2 the plan changes. Yeah, after king g2, f6 no longer works as well, and after king g2, you can try bishop b4, you can try a5, you can try all kinds of moves there. But rook e8 appears to be...
useful?
I mean, useful, but maybe not the most concrete and not the strongest. As I mentioned, my somewhat feeble engine does suggest a7, a5 as best.
a5. Something about rook e8, I find that move appealing. Whenever I see these rooks coming to doubling up, I'm a little bit worried about the d8 square, and I've got it nicely
Knight
covered.
e4, knight f5, and this is also, I'm pretty sure rook e8 was also aimed against this, but appears to be playable even here. Bishop f8, f4, and White has achieved something. Although with the rook on e8, you can probably just pretend you can ignore the knight on f5, play something like a5 here, king f2, a4, and play like this. But it feels kind of pleasant for White, frankly. You can once again try for your doubling on the g file, like rook d3 here, and rook a1. And the engine appears untroubled, but optically it feels very playable for White. Although, once again, you can sort of see just how useful it is to have the rook lifts available to Black, with maybe even f7, f6, using the x-ray on the 5th rank coming up. So much hinges, I think, in these types of positions on how and how quickly will you find a way to include the AA rook in the game.
Nice.
Thank you, Peter. The lines you were just showing with g4, f4, and all that. White gets all that space completely unchallenged on the king side without h5.
In many cases, yeah, Black just decides to allow all of that without really trying to do anything about it. I think one of the reasons Vincent may have played rook e8 is I think there's a decent chance this is not one of the best choices, while being completely playable and healthy from a purely positional standpoint. So he is asking Anish, will you please start thinking? You know,
stop playing
could you please start playing actually and stop
Yeah.
repeating what your file says?
This is the first time Anish is thinking. He spent 3 minutes so far on the entire game, so...
Wow, he's just blitzed out.
Such a crucial game. Keymer is currently a sole leader, and Anish is only half point behind. So if Anish wins this, he can be the sole leader
Leapfrog.
going into the rest day.
Yeah.
And also, look at the Valbers. It looks like equal.
Slightly better for
White.
Anish, yeah.
On a lot of boards, especially Bogdan.
Yeah, Bogdan has a very nice position against Fabi, because Fabi, once again, he keeps on trying to keep all the pieces on the board, allow all trades. And in that particular game, it resulted in him meeting knight d2 with the move knight e4, f6, which was not the suggested, the prescribed way to play. The engine was playing castles and meeting f3 with knight takes d2, bishop takes d2, and then, for instance, c7, c5. Also doesn't equalize, but at least we've not wasted a lot of time shuffling that knight to f4 and then to e4 and then back. He's gone knight f6. Bogdan very understandably played f2, f3, and now it's actually kind of unpleasant, because if you play castles, white can and absolutely, I think, will play e3, e4, takes. You have e6, e5. Maybe this is what he was intending, but c4, c5 is playable. Knight of 3 is also quite unpleasant, I think, because e takes d4, e4, e5 doesn't quite work out for black. It doesn't lose, but it's very dangerous, judging from what I see on my screen. And if you have to play something like knight c6, d5, knight e7, I mean, it's not really particularly pleasant to have this bishop on b7. How are you going to include it in the game is very unclear.
Exactly.
So, I mean, Fabi clearly is taking risks here. I'm sure he knows this is not the way to equalize, and I'm not sure if he minds, frankly. I think he just wants to play a sharp position, a non-standard position with a lot of pieces on the board.
Did the move knight f6, by the way, set up for the bishop sacrifice?
On g2?
h2.
h2?
Bishop h2.
Maybe.
So, I mean,
so
Very
let's make some
possibly,
move
yeah.
for white.
b3 was, whoop, yeah, you saw the bar go all the way down. Bishop takes h2, the famous sacrifice.
He wins on the spot. Yeah,
Yeah,
very
just
nice
wins
spot.
on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very nice spot by,
Yeah.
by Yaz, yeah.
yeah, there we go. So knight f6, f2, f3, stopping
Yeah.
the bishop sacrifice. No
Black
knight-
has this really strange idea of going knight f6, h5 here, trying to
H?
stop e3, e4 by introducing the idea of
Knight
h5.
h5.
Knight h5.
Knight h5. Oh, sorry.
Introducing the idea of queen h4, trying to stop e3, e4 from being that strong. But even after f3, f4 here, and then knight c3, b3, and so on, the engine very much prefers this for white. Let's say f3, f4, knight f6, knight c3. And then we want b3, bishop b2, queen e2, and eventually we will start expanding in the center. And for black, it's not that easy to find things to do. You have this kind of original, let's call them original positioning of pieces, right? You have you've been expressing yourself, but you still have to justify that self-expression somehow, and I'm not sure there is a good way to do it.
Exactly. Black's pieces are coiled in the position, ready to respond to any aggression. They're fighting chess. The knight on b8 and the rook on a8. I actually like white's position a lot. I think black has taken a lot of liberties with bishop b4 back to d6, and knight losing a lot of tempi. Knight h5, I wouldn't play knight.
I think it's a difficult move to make.
It is a
This knight
difficult
has
move,
suffered enough. Let it stay on f6.
It already
and
moved 4 times.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one, Peter. That after castles, e4 takes e5, knight f3, knight c6, and yeah, you can play d5 and bury my bishop forever. It's just that I don't like the alternatives that you've been suggesting for Fabi.
You probably do choose this, and you hope that eventually you can play, many moons later.
Yes.
You can go bishop c5, d6, bishop c8, and like get it back into play somehow. But it's not objectively, it's not fun.
Yeah, please do it. We're keeping an eye on this, and where would you like to guide us?
Let's check Alireza's game against Sindarov.
Actually, I don't think we've even.
Yeah, we mentioned it's a gioco piano and then kind of moved away. And let's not talk too much about the move orders, because there's too many of them to mention. Javokhir today goes with this idea of putting the bishop on b6, not a6, bishop a7, not a5, but the bishop on b6. And the current position is quite interesting because white has achieved d3, d4, and then had to recapture with the knight, because if we go back to a couple of moves earlier, d4, e d4, if you take with the pawn, it would have been very nice if not for the fact that bishop e6, g4 exists, putting immediate pressure on the white center. So this is why Javokhir took with the knight. Black played knight g5, by far the best move. And now, if white gets time to play something like h2, h3, and then perhaps b3 and bishop e3, stopping both knight c4 and knight g4 jumps, I think white will be quite significantly better. But for now, it's not that easy to stabilize. And yeah, once again, these are live pictures from the game. Yeah, and Alireza sporting a very, sporting is a good word, a very sporting outfit, but obviously, this is not that much fun for him having to play with it.
Is this like the FIDE dress code for the players?
Special circumstances.
For those of you joining us late, unfortunately, Alireza suffered an ankle injury. He didn't break his leg, didn't break his ankle or fracture it, but definitely injured it.
It looks quite bruised. There's a shot that.
And the organizers, Alireza's team, and Alireza's opponents all agreed to have a special condition that Alireza could play literally with his leg up in the special room with an arbiter. And
it's very nice of them to make all the accommodations and for Alireza to still want to continue to play the event.
And for us, we are thrilled that it's really awkward if a player steps out of a competition, especially before the halfway. The player's results don't count. And Alireza is a great competitor, obviously. He's won the Grand Chess Tour 2 occasions. And that's why we had this special situation yesterday. We couldn't call the game of Alireza.
Yeah, their game against Fabi will be rescheduled and played tomorrow.
Exactly. It was postponed.
The rest day.
E takes d4, knight takes d4, knight e5 on the board.
Peter, do we like Alireza's position right now?
Well, I would like it, yeah. And the line I wanted to show, it disappeared, but now it's back on my screen, so I very much want to show a line here.
Please.
H2, H3 seems very logical because we do want to play bishop e3 and taking away the g4 square.
Makes
it's useful. And black has the option of going knight takes d4, c takes d4, and queen h4, using the fact that knight on g3 is a bit soft, and if you take on e5, the pin on this diagonal is very useful. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is that one of the best moves here, even though it disappears if you reach this position, is the move we very much enjoyed yesterday. Knight h1. It's not great though, because black gets to play knight g6, and after, let's say, bishop e3, you get to play d6, d5 maybe. Or maybe even bishop takes h3 works out here, because if you take, stopping knight h4 is very, very difficult. But yeah, I like knight g3, h1 so much whenever it appears that I wanted to show it to our viewers. Best move appears to be rook e3, knight g6, and now perhaps b2, b3, intending bishop b2, intending to finish development. The engine gives white a small advantage, but black is quite okay here, I think, all things considered. If you don't want to take on d4, you can play something like bishop d7. But then after knight df5, or even the move I mentioned, b2, b3, trying to take away knight c4 as well, and then play bishop e3, the engine does prefer white, even though it's not really the end of the world for black.
I don't know. I think we're ruining a generation of American players there. This knight h1. You're not a Manchurian
This will be my lasting legacy.
Sorry.
Introducing generations and generations of people to the idea of playing knight h1 at the first opportunity.
Yeah, destroying.
Yes, I think we should go back to Fabi, because the move he made is quite unexpected.
I'm returning to the game between Bogdan and
you look at
Well,
Fabi?
it's logical, because you do want to stop e3, e4, but precisely because of the reply Bogdan showed, it's very risky, right? Because once again, your pieces are very locked out. You can't really take on d5, because after c takes d5,
bishop takes,
let's say bishop takes d5, even e3, e4 is pretty strong. Bishop takes f5 was also strong. So you probably have to leave the pawn on d5b and play something like bishop c7 here, but you're worse after pretty much anything, like e3, e4. Very simply, e3, e4 is very strong there.
Wow.
Significantly worse, right?
I mean,
you are suffering here.
Yeah.
I thought that these structures are simply bad for black, and I mean, I've been watching Polygaevsky making these gambits with white without the move c5.
Yeah.
And when you include the move c5s and f5s, I just shy away. I cringe looking at Fabi's position, because if you play a move like bishop c7 and allow simply e3, e4, I think it's just strategically, white's got a great hold over the central squares. Bishop on b7 is being suffocated.
And also, importantly, and Cristian was the one very much pushing this narrative that I think maybe they even talk between games. I don't know what their relationship is, but Cristian appears to be understandably very emotionally invested in the play of the local favorite. Bogdan is doing very well on the clock today.
It
It is Fabi
yes.
who is 12 minutes behind on the clock, and the position is not great either. So far this has been a very successful outcome of the opening. Fabi simply castles after d4, d5, and now white has a pleasant choice. e3, e4 is strong. You could also play f3, f4, interestingly, because if you play e4, black probably goes f4. I think the reason for that might be that if you go e4, Fabi probably wants to play f4 and then maybe bishop e5 and try to play d6 and so on, using the e5 square as a kind of a base of operations. And if you begin with f4, I think you create the idea of e3, e4 later. Mm-hmm. And if he takes d5, maybe we have some kind of an attack on the king side coming up. Bishop takes f5 here, and then try to maybe play knight g3, get the knight to f5. Although once you get here, the engine stops hating it all that much. Let's look at e4 for a second. How would you like to respond here with black? Do you play f4 immediately, or do you preserve this tension in the center and try to?
I hate
wait?
the tension in the center. I think that black needs to play f4 actually.
Yeah. If f4, one interesting plan here is to play rook f2, freeing up the f1 square for the knight. Black plays something. Let's say black plays king h8, knight f1, and I don't know, maybe e6, e5, and we immediately go g2, g3, and we start digging. The bishop will come out to the long diagonal via, let's say, the d2, c3 squares. It's not lost for black after knight h5, but it's obviously very, very pleasant for white.
I'm hating it because
Yeah,
I'm
it's
looking
kind of a
at
disastrous
the
king
bishops.
Indian, yeah.
queen side. Look at the queen
Yeah.
side pieces. Ask the gentleman on b8 how it's feeling.
I didn't even notice the knight.
That was the way the knight felt as well. Nobody's paying attention to me. Nobody.
And maybe the strongest is even not to do any of that at all and to play knight e2, c3 for now.
And just
Preserve all of our options. Yeah, maybe we play
Chill.
f4 later, maybe we play e4 later. Black is going to find it very difficult to develop that queen side.
Now that you mention it, Peter, that knight e2 to c3, with the idea of harassing the bishop, knight b5, that looks. I'm charmed.
I guess
That
bishop
looks
e5
great.
is the way to play, and now the choice is we can go knight b5, or we can go even the immediate f3, f4, which does ruin our structure. I mean, once again, I want to repeat what Yasser said a bit earlier because it's so true. With that knight on b8 on some kind of a normal square, this maybe would have been playable.
Right.
But the way things are, and also look at the inclusion of a3 and a5, creating this really horrible weakness on b6 for the rest of the game.
Exactly.
This is not enjoyable. Let's say black goes knight a6. I very much remind black that the weakness exists. Yeah.
There's a pawn on
Yeah,
b6.
and we want e3, e4. If e takes d5, we pretty much always take on f5. And if you take on c4, I will start running in the center. I think e3, e4 is very strong here, trying to play e5, knight g2, e4, and just give mate on the king side. No, Fabi is really pushing it today. I think he feels that he needs to play sharply for a win today. He needs to make it as complicated a game as possible. But so far, I would say, in particular, because Bogdan is not, going deep into the tank just yet, it appears to be backfiring a little bit.
I was going to say he might end up paying the price for taking such a huge risk.
I was mainly yesterday when we were talking about Wesley's game against Daniel. Daniel's being the wild card and Daniel having lost 2 of his 4 games, putting a lot of pressure on the Grand Chess Tour players to suddenly play for a win against him. The problem is Daniel's really good. And if you give him a position that...
If he doesn't end up in time trouble.
Yeah, he can easily punish you for taking too many risks. And maybe Fabi has done that. I was about to say, imagining, for example, we put the move e4 on the board, because I just love this wedge in the center for white, this pawn on d5. And if we go b3...
I was just looking at that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you're supposed to play bishop e5 and try to play d6.
Well, you can.
Yeah.
I
mean, Peter was mentioning rook f2 against e5, but it's just like, I'm looking at this position and I'm just saying, it looks very, very nice.
Very good. They've only played 12 moves, and we already dislike Fabi's position a lot.
A lot. One of those wonderful graphics telling
Yeah,
us?
also highlighting that Fabi has only played 3 games so far. Today is his 4th game, and tomorrow he'll catch up with the rest of the field, him and Alireza, and play all 5 games.
Exactly. They had postponed their game yesterday because of the injury to Alireza's ankle.
And speaking of Alireza, he's done something I don't think I can endorse in that game against Javokhir. He thought for a bit after knight d5 and played knight takes e6, allowing black to take on e6 with the pawn.
Right.
You can't really tolerate that bishop on b6 for much longer, so I think the intention is to play bishop b3. But now black can take and play, for instance, rook f8. And the dark square control is very, very solid for black. I like this for black, frankly. I don't know if black is already much better, but I am picking black here, I think, any day of the week, because I don't think white gets to play f2, f4 ever in this game, frankly. I'm even prepared to play g7, g5 in some positions, just to preserve that gorgeous knight on e5.
But I loved what you were saying there, Peter, as well, that, you know, with the rook coming to f8, controlling the f4 square, whether you have to play g5 or whether even you get to play rook f8 and queen h4, it feels like black is the one with the superior play.
I don't think this is great. I think I would have preserved the knight on d4, and you know, if we are making trades, I would much rather leave black with that bishop on e6. It wasn't such a great piece at all.
We do have, by the way, rook f8.
All of that played very quickly by Javokhir.
Yeah, and
it's not, once again, it's not the end of the world, but I feel like our position has become worse compared to 2 moves ago for white or 3 moves ago.
also, just to put it bluntly, what is white playing for at the moment, if not f2, f4? Like, where's the active play?
Precisely.
Are we going b4, b5, checkmate? Like, what is our aspirations? What are our goals here as white? Queen e2, rook f1.
Yeah.
I think f4 is still the aspiration.
Yeah,
right?
I think Queen e2, rook f1 is going to come in some order, but black, I think, has very decent ways of never allowing f2, f4 to appear on the board.
Including the
let's say
g7,
g5.
we
play queen g5 for now. We don't need to commit to any drastic measures. So we play queen g5. We want rook f6, rook a to f8, or rook f7, rook a to f8. And there are maybe some ways to immediately equalize here, like the engine goes bishop b3, waits for rook f6, and goes knight h5, which provokes knight f3 check. Kind of a nice tactic. Otherwise, f2, f4 will actually happen. You don't want that. So knight f3, rook takes f3, queen takes h5. Let's say bishop d1 back. And we're groveling a little bit with white, but I'm sure we're making a draw after everything comes off. Like now, we will absolutely finally play g7, g5, but f3 followed by g3, and this is not really such a big deal, but this line very much is sort of predicated on white realizing it's time to fight for equality.
Right.
And it's time to sort of fight for equality quite forcefully, not passing up any opportunities to trade pieces. And I don't know if Alireza, who is on -2 currently, is in that kind of mood. If you continue sort of playing for a win here with white for a few more moves, you might find yourself not enjoying what's going on very much.
Exactly. Again, we're looking at this knight takes e6 and double guessing. That wasn't a good idea.
And yes, sir, we have a special guest,
Wonderful.
Grandmaster Liam Lee, joining us in the show.
All right.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Liam. Thank you so much for joining our show. How are you?
Hi, yes, sir. Hi, Nazi. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you joining us from St. Louis?
No, I'm actually in Atlanta now. I just played the EWC qualifier this past weekend, so I'm coming back today to St. Louis.
Oh, nice.
to hear.
Have you been following our event? And if so, what's caught your eye, Liam?
Absolutely. I have always been following all the GCC events, very exciting chess. So far in this tournament, what stands out the most to me is that I see lots of players changing their styles, changing their openings. For example, Vincent Keymer, he's playing e4 now, and he played Berlin for black. Also, I remember previously he always plays Mershal for black and d4, c4 for white. And also MBL is now not playing E4, he's switching to D4 and C4. So lots of exciting changes, and I'm very, very excited to see what will bring to those players. Because I think to improve as a chess player, you need to make some changes at some points. Otherwise, you get very boring games sometimes.
You stagnate. And indeed, Liam, that's one of the things that really stands out for me about today's top players is their ability to change openings, change defenses, and basically play, E4, D4. My day, if you played E4, that was it. You were a specialized queen pawn player exclusively or king pawn player exclusively, and now the players just basically play everything.
Yeah, that's a unique thing for modern chess nowadays, that most players are very universal. And I think engines help a lot with that because people can learn things so quickly now. So let's say you're a D4 player like myself. If I put in a lot of work for maybe a week or two, a month, I can probably play E4 pretty well. Of course, the feeling for such different type of positions have to develop over time, but you will not get worst position out of the opening right away. And I think that makes it extremely difficult for everyone to prepare against their opponents nowadays.
And Liam, you've played in the Grand Chess Tour before yourself. What are some of your fondest memories?
Yeah, so I was in Bucharest actually 7 years ago, 2019. I played in the Rapid and Bliss at that time. And I think the year after that, they added the classical event. So I have very fun memories of the city, of the events, always very professionally organized. And I have played many times in St. Louis as well, the St. Louis Rapid and Bliss. So the tournaments are always competitive, always challenging, but the players are usually very kind, very friendly with each other. So I really enjoy the atmosphere, the high-level organization. And if you are a true chess fan, you cannot miss the Grand Chess Tour. And if you are a professional, it's your dream to play in the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely. And Liam, sadly, the Webster program is folding up. Does it mean that you're going to be more of a player these days yourself?
Yeah, so I will still be in St. Louis. I'm evaluating my options for the next journey. For now, I'm focusing on my chess tournaments. I have already 5 tournaments lined up so far until August. That includes the EWC, which I just qualified for. So I'm gonna be a little bit busy with that, and also I'm exploring some coaching opportunities. Hopefully that will be exciting as well. And let's see what the future will hold for me.
Funnily enough, sorry to interrupt. Wonder Liang, I think, finished his studies in Chicago, wanted to come to St. Louis specifically to train with you. Funny, strange timing. I think Wonder Liang is a huge talent, and I know you have worked with him. Will that continue?
Yeah, so I actually worked with him a bit in the past as well when he was much younger. And then last year when he finished in University of Chicago, he wanted to focus more on chess. So I told him, okay, we have a good team here at Webster. Why don't you come and work with us? So he came, he studied here for 1 year. Now the program ended, but we are still in touch with each other. We play a lot of training games sometimes. We discuss ideas here and there. Actually, we are going to be in the same team in Hong Kong. We're going to play the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship. It's there. And yeah, it's going to be, I don't think they published this information on the website, but the team has been registered. So it's me, I wonder, Carissa, Atimiev, and Sam Sivian. So it's a pretty young, young team and strong
super
team.
strong team.
Yeah, I'm the only person in the group.
Well, let's hear it for the veterans. Looking at round 5, has any particular game caught your interest? And if so, give us some insights as to which game ask me which game you'd like to look at, and share your insights.
Fabi's game, if you can.
Fabi?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll
we're
pull up.
thinking that Fabi has taken a big risk today. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I agree. I think Fabi feels that he needs to take advantage of the situation. Okay, Deac is a strong player, but he's not doing so well in the tournament, and everyone is trying to beat him. That's normal in a tournaments like this. So he's taking a huge risk, Fabi. So I mean, this can really go both ways. Right now, White is doing quite well. So if Deac manages his time better than in previous games, I think he'll do well in this game. But we'll see, because he has a tendency to think a lot, and if he gets into time trouble, then it can really go wrong for him. So the result is still, the game is still a 3-result fight, and I think lots of options right now. So Fabi just play castle, right?
Yeah, castles and E4 I think was the last moves. D5, castles,
E4 already
E4.
play. Okay.
Yeah, and we've been looking at F4 for Fabi. We've been looking at Bishop E5. But
We're
the
not in his position.
Black's queenside minors on B8 and B7 are offensive.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the queen side for Black. So if White just play a few good moves, then Black can really be in big trouble. So if White play E4, probably Black has to try to close the center with
position.
F4, trying to get some time to develop his queen side.
Yeah.
And Liam, one last question before we let you go. Given the games so far, who would you predict would win this event?
Oh, that's a tough question. Vincent is doing really well, and I'm very impressed with Vincent's game yesterday. Mm-hmm. He played so well in night off.
Yes.
Based on the forms,
you can see the current
probably
standings.
Go with him. But of course, it's still very close. Anish is only half a point behind, and so on. So if I have to pick one, I'll go with Vincent.
Good pick.
Good pick. Liam, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. And really, good luck with your career. We really enjoy watching you play. You're a really great player.
Hope to see you again on Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll see you guys in Tanglers, and keep doing the great job in commentating. I'm always following you guys.
Thank you so much.
Well, come and join us whenever you like, Liam, whenever you like.
And Yasser, I think it's time to go on our first break.
Alrighty, let's do it.
And we have an interview one-on-one with Wesley So. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Wesley, welcome to Romania, welcome to Bucharest. We're starting the tournament soon. How do you feel after Poland, and how would you assess your result there?
Well, very good. I think Poland went well. I think I was hoping for a top 2 finish, but it wasn't possible. So 3 is the best I could hope for after the last day. But it's a completely different tournament, a completely new one. So, because the time controls are very different, so I don't know what to expect. I mean, if the time controls the same, format's the same, then I could be very positive, but since everything is different, I'm a bit skeptical. So we'll see. The first day is always the most nerve-wracking.
Absolutely, and this year we have such a different field, few new players, different generations. How does it feel for you?
Yeah, completely different players, but the strength of the field remains the same. So I'm very glad to be part of the Grandchester, obviously. So I'm very grateful that they invited me this year as a full tour player. Yeah, we have a bunch of new players. I think I'm very excited to see how Vincent Keymer would do. Also, of course, Sindarov is very powerful. And then we have new guys like Jorden. But I think the strength of the field is very much the same as in previous years. I mean, because other than Magnus Carlsen, the rest of the players can really compete against each other. So nothing new, but we'll see. Like many of the players here haven't really played much. So you're right, it's interesting at the same time, but also for me it's the same.
You played all GCT events. What made you still stay here in such a competitive field? Like, which strengths do you have that keeps you in these very prestigious events?
Yeah, that's a good question. No one actually ever asked me that. Well, I'm very grateful to, I mean, of course, I have plenty of support. First of all, my family has been with me all these years. Also, the St. Louis Chess Club, Rex and Jeannie Singfield have helped me a lot all these years. Yeah, also my friends, people, people who are here in the chess world. Yeah, I like the fact that I see them every event and I have a routine, I have a plan. I have some goals. I mean, obviously, the main goal of every chess player is to try to become a world champion, but it's very difficult to qualify to the candidates, let alone win it. Obviously, I wish I could try to become a world champion. That's still a goal. I mean, I tried last year, but it didn't work. But playing on the Grand Chess Tour is the second highest privilege I think you could do in chess.
Yeah, but Wesley, you won so many events. You were also gold champion of Olympiad. And can I ask you, like, do you feel yourself as an accomplished player at this time, or it's something which is not possible to have in chess world?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been very consistent, been a chess professional for 12 years. But obviously, I would like to win some world titles because, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you're playing chess really for. I mean, of course, it's good to make a good living, all that, but I think you should aim higher. But at the same time, it's fun. I love playing chess. There's nothing else I would rather do. Yeah, as a bonus for me, I really enjoy doing my job. And there's room for improvement. I mean, there's a bunch of new young players who are up and coming, but it remains to be seen if they will last or if they will have the same level of consistency. But as for me, I just want to focus my own game and try to improve as a player, as a chess player, and hopefully do better. I think I still have some room to try to improve.
Yeah, I think every player feels it, and it's great that you can still play even better than now. But Wesley, what are your expectations this season, and like which result you would consider as a good one, especially after such a powerful start in Poland?
Yeah, actually, okay, thank you. It's not that powerful. As I say, I was hoping for top 2 would have been better, but I think everyone wants to finish in the top 4 of the Grandchester. I don't think it really matters whether you finish 1st or 4th. So. Yeah, obviously my goal is to finish top 4. I mean, that's what everyone is hoping for and play the finals. But yeah, this year has been a particularly busy season for me. I have 16 over-the-board tournaments this year. I would have been happy with a third of those, but I can't really say no to many of the events. I'm really looking forward to the Olympiad, for example, because we have a powerful team. I think all the old-timers are playing, Fabi and Levon. And also now we have a powerful new player in Hans Niemann. And I'm hoping that Hikaru will play. But I think if Hikaru plays, then we are pretty much the favorites. So I'm really looking forward to that because I enjoy playing in team events much more than individual. So I really love playing on a team. Yeah, at the same time, I think it's a very exciting time in the chess world compared to 10, 20 years ago, because now there's like abundance of choices, abundance of tournaments. But as I said in Poland, if you're part of the Grand Chess Tour, you don't really need to play anything else. But now you have so many choices to play online. Also, new tournaments are popping up. But also the time controls are getting shorter, but maybe it'll turn out to be my favor.
So many exciting events are coming. Wesley, 16 events for you. Crazy amount.
Yeah, all over the board.
Really looking forward to, and wish you all the best of luck and lots of energy to compete in all events. Thank you, Wesley.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everything.
Wesley So was born in the Philippines in 1993 and learned chess at a young age, quickly emerging as one of the country's brightest talents. Raised in a modest environment, So devoted himself to the game with remarkable focus and determination. By 16, he had become one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. As his career progressed, Wesley So gained international recognition for his calm style, positional mastery, and incredible consistency under pressure. In search of greater opportunities, he later transferred federations and began representing the United States, joining one of the strongest national chess teams in history. So's breakthrough on the world stage came from a series of elite tournament victories. In 2016, he won the prestigious Grand Chess Tour, outperforming many of the world's top players. Around the same period, he achieved the extraordinary unbeaten streak in classical chess, going more than 60 games without a loss against elite competition. Known for his disciplined and resilient play, Wesley So also became one of the strongest rapid and chess 960 players in the world. In 2019, he won the first official Fischer Random World Championship, defeating world champion Magnus Carlsen in the final. Beyond his achievements, Wesley So's journey reflects perseverance, humility, and dedication. From a young chess prodigy in the Philippines to one of the world's elite grandmasters, he has inspired countless players with his quiet confidence and relentless pursuit of excellence. Vincent Keymer was born in Germany in 2004 and quickly became one of the most promising young chess players of his generation. Introduced to the game at an early age, Keymer showed exceptional talent and a calm, mature understanding of chess far beyond his years. His international breakthrough came in 2018, when, at just 13 years old, he delivered a stunning performance at the Grenka Chess Open, finishing ahead of several elite grandmasters and gaining worldwide attention. The result marked him as a rising star in European chess. Trained by renowned grandmaster Peter Leko, Keymer developed a style built on deep preparation, positional precision, and remarkable composure under pressure. As he continued climbing the world rankings, he became known for his disciplined approach and ability to compete confidently against some of the strongest players in the world. In the years that followed, Keymer earned victories and strong performances in elite international tournaments, representing a new generation of German chess talent. His steady improvement and mature play style drew comparisons to many of the game's modern elite players. Beyond his tournament results, Vincent Keymer symbolizes the resurgence of German chess on the world stage. Quiet, focused, and highly analytical, he has gained respect for letting his performances speak louder than words. Still early in his career, Keymer is widely regarded as one of chess's brightest future contenders, a player capable of competing for the game's biggest titles in the years ahead.
And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 5. Let's take a look. Let's
take a look at you.
I guess so.
Yeah, well, we'll jump right into the games. Well, first of all, the standings.
Yes.
Yep. No results so far. Yeah, exactly. As we have them after the 4 rounds of play.
Yes, just to remind everyone, the sole leader is Vincent Keymer. He has 3 out of 4. Then half point behind him are three players, Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and Praggnanandhaa.
2 players at 50%.
Again, highlighting that Fabiano, Caruana, and Alireza Firouzja have only played 3 games. They'll play their
Makeup game
tomorrow.
Exactly, and then everybody. And just to explain what happened, Alireza injured his ankle. And fortunately, it wasn't broken, but severely sprained. And today he couldn't come to the stage. And with the help of the organizers, as well as his fellow players, they agreed that they would allow him to play his game literally at rest. As you can see, his ankle has to be at a higher,
elevated. Yeah, so the
Thank
plush
you.
pillows.
Couldn't figure out the word there. Elevated and he's playing against Javokhir Sindarov,
And yes, sir, apparently this is not the first time it's happened that player was injured and they had to make special accommodations for the game.
Absolutely, over the years. I can think of 3 big names, actually.
You mentioned Tony Miles.
Yeah, Tony had injured his back severely, and he could only play the game resting down, and he was on a massage table, and there was this very famous photo of him from Tilburg. The other player that came to mind was actually at the Phillips and Drew.
I also see his opponent is smoking. Good times. 1985.
It's dated.
There's more though.
Yeah, well, let's see
this one
some
I've heard
more.
from you, Yasser. The rest apparently injured his back swimming in the ocean. 30 minutes before a match against Hikaru Nakamura was Magnus Carlsen, and he ended up winning that match.
Really?
That was
And
2020.
And
another one, there's a Nijat Abbasov had knee injury just 1 month before the tournament began. Oh, in the candidates.
wow.
Yeah, I do
He played
remember
in a surgical boot, for the whole tournament.
Remember the Phillips, one more for me.
There's more. Kramnik battled with, wow, I can't pronounce that. Yasser.
Spondylitis. A severe rheumatic joint disease throughout his career. He had definitely issues. With this one, I knew.
And
Dingler
then Liren fractured his hip and played 1 round before he withdrew in Norway chess.
Yeah, he was bicycling essentially, and his bicycle fell down, and he.
See, I have not made the graphic, which is heartbreaking.
You and Jan Timman were the guys that I had in mind. Jan Timman at the Phillips and Drew played football just before the tournament began. Literally broke his ankle, was in cast, and kind of walked around on crutches the rest of the tournament. Won Peter Svidler.
Peter, do you want to share?
Yeah, I tore an ACL 3 days before the match between Russia and the rest of the world in 2002, and played on crutches for I think 3 months afterwards, and I played at least a couple of tournaments on crutches.
Exactly.
And went on a streak as well. I was the best player in the Russian team in that match, and then did really well in the European Club Cup. I think it's very annoying to play against somebody on crutches.
Well,
I think it's a distraction, and for you, like you've resigned yourself to your fate at that point. You're kind of you've made peace with it, but it creates this unusual dynamic, which I think is actually more distracting to your opponent than it is to you.
Well, wait a minute, Peter. Just a second. Go back, because you're one of those walkers. You make a move, you get up from the board, you
Also
walk
that.
around.
Maybe that should make me play better.
You couldn't do that. You were forced to sit at your table and become the all-star on the Russian team.
Maybe that's the takeaway. that you
Yeah,
walk as
it is
much.
possible that this actually refutes my entire career.
You should be injured and you should be tethered to the board, and your results go through the roof. By the way, what wasn't in that graphic is that Tony Miles won that tournament where he was the injured player.
I think he did say that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
He performed phenomenally.
I think Jan Timman actually performed pretty well in a cast boot there. Anyway, jumping back into the games, I want to go immediately to our game between Vincent and Anish Giri. Obviously, these two players are playing for first. Vincent's Incr first, and Anish is one of those players trailing him at +1. So huge for the outcome of the tournaments. This game. And Peter, while we were on break, I was suggesting the move Bishop E7 to F8 that was played by
Has
Vincent.
been played, yeah.
And the idea behind the move is simply you might want to undermine the position with G7, G5, but you're kind of waiting for white to move this knight so that you can play c5 and redirect the bishop to c6. Peter, you actually thought that the space that white has is good for white.
I like the space here, and as we were talking in the break, I thought knight f3 is pretty good here, and it is indeed one of the top choices of the machine. In the meantime, Anish made the move I did not expect, but knight f3 is playable. And also on the topic of g7, g5, if you play something like king g2, g3, g5 doesn't really quite work, because after knight e4, it turns out that black is not really the beneficiary of this opening up of the center, because the knight gets to the f6 square very quickly. Anish, though, goes rook d1, e1, which I think is very much a nod towards both the idea of g7, g5, and maybe even the idea of f7, f6 in some positions. Successfully deals with both of those while not committing. As Yasser mentioned, black probably wants to play c6, c5, and b5 is currently still hanging, so maybe he is trying to gain some time while black still has to prepare his advance on the queen side. As per usual, the suggestion from the machine here is you have to start playing a5, a4.
Exactly.
You can't really do without doing those things, and maybe it's finally time. Even though, let's say, a5, king g3, a4, rook a d1, unsurprisingly, with white being so dominant in the center, the engine does prefer white a little bit, but it's playable for black. It's not that bad.
Exactly. Knight e4, knight f5. It is space, and I very much like white's king on g3 here. It feels like white is the one doing the pressing. And who else is doing the pressing, Nasi?
I think Maxime is doing some pressing against Jorden van Foreest.
All right, let's switch over to that game. For those of you joining us late, it was the symmetrical English with the move d2, d4. And Peter, as he was explaining in his chess course, had prescribed this Tarish-like situation, but with the bishop on g7 as opposed to the bishop on e7, black has a much more active position than in a regular Tarish.
Yeah, and I think they followed a line I have a feeling I've seen before, and a critical moment came at around move 15, I think, because after all the logical things happened, development was completed, let's say bishop e3, rook e8, white did take on c6. You have to allow this hanging pawn structure, but you do have decent counterplay along the e file. You have active pieces. All of this is very logical. But the story of the next, I think, 3 moves is Jorden very much clearly dislikes the idea of trading the dark square bishops. And that, I think, led him into trouble. Because already here, you can absolutely play knight f6, e4, let's say bishop g7, king g7, and you are about to play c6, c5. It's very difficult to stop. If knight d2 here, black has queen f6, queen b6, all kinds of very decent moves. Queen b6 in particular, I think, is very, very safe for black. And you don't have to worry about queen d4 check, queen f6, queen takes a7, because after c6, c5, that queen might never return. But starting with queen d6, I think the way he played it makes it extremely obvious that Jorden just does not like the concept of trading the dark square bishops. He played queen d6. After queen c2, once again, knight e4 equalizes here. But he played bishop h6, e3, and now it was time to be a little bit more restrained. Black is still sort of okay after knight d7. This does make c6, c5 unavoidable, and even though you probably will end up playing bishop h6, g7 back, which is not that great for black, obviously you would have preferred not to waste a tempi, it's still playable. But knight e4, the move that Jorden chose, which seems like a much more logical move than knight g7, specifically because of knight d2, which MVL very quickly found in response. Now black is really not enjoying the proceedings all that much, because if you take on d2, now knight takes d2, bishop c4, maybe this is what he missed. This is an important bit, because if queen takes d2, c6, c5, black is instantly doing really, really well. But the inclusion of bishop c5, and then I will pick up the knight on g2 calmly on the next move, this is exactly the structure that we're trying to avoid with black in these types of Tarish setups. The pawns on c6 and d5 are now firmly fixed on the spot. White has a very nice blockade and a very good pressure in the center, and yeah, this is not great at all. The engine suggests playing knight g5, but this is already a kind of a very risky gambit. Bishop takes a7 might be playable, rook e d1 is pretty strong, bishop c3 with the idea of maybe swinging the queen over to d4 if black allows it. And Vale is just better now.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
like
think
this
much
knight.
better. I see the Valbers there, and Maxime's position looked like the best.
Nice.
Thank you, Peter, for those analysis. Let's go to Romania to hear from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, guys. We just want to give you an update on Alireza's position, and not the position in the bed, but the position on the chessboard. Let's take a look at what happened in this one. And to be honest, if I was Sindarov, I would be so distracted by what is happening right now, because he had no idea that this is going to happen last night. He woke up, he got the news, and that's where we are right now. So rook to f1, queen to g5. Take a look at this. It seems like Sindarov is squeezing Alireza right now. He's not letting him advance.
Yes,
with
this
rook
on c2 also. I don't know what is it doing.
he wants
right
to go
now.
f4, but
Okay.
you see, Sindarov is not letting him do that. h3, because you have to defend against knight to g4 ideas. And now a very strong move, a4. And I was looking at very natural moves for white. For example, just a3 to try to cement that pawn on a4 and maybe create a target for my pieces. The problem is that right now, and take a look at that, that is at the beginning of the round. Obviously, you can see Alireza is in pain. His ankle is obviously not doing great.
Yeah, and lots of attention, of course, in social media. We also published this video, and many people are wishing Alireza speedy recovery. Everybody understands that it's not easy to play with such an injury. Usually, you also have to take some pills against against pain, and it's not that easy to play. So hopefully, Alireza will be able to give a fight here in this game. So far, I don't know. Seems like Javokhir is doing really well.
Look,
with
kudos to him for managing to balance what's happening to him right now. Obviously, we're wishing him a speedy recovery. Now, just to go back for a second to this position, this is another problem that white needs to worry about. This move b5, you cannot touch that pawn because of knight to f3. And the idea is that my next move is going to be knight to c4, and I'm starting to pick at your pawns, at your pawn structure on the queen side. It just seems like white does not have a clear plan in the position. Black can go either way. Knight to c4 on the queen side, maybe even improve my position on the king side. Rook to f8, rook to f4 followed by rook to f8. It's not looking great for
I'm trying to find even the move for white, like what to play. Can we move the rook at least, or the bishop?
Yes,
so I'm
but
just trying to
you move it
figure
and
it out.
there's nothing happening. Like, you're not creating any active ideas in the position. This is what I'm struggling to find for Alireza. He is struggling. Any games interesting? You were in the playing hall as well a little bit. You were
Yes, of course.
feeling the players and the vibe in the playing hall as well.
Yeah, I was checking some game. Prague, whose game seemed like quite interesting. If we can also
Let's take a look at that.
have a look. And we mentioned this game before the start of the.
That was your favorite.
Yes,
Yeah.
this was my favorite. I kept my eyes on it, and actually Wesley is playing without castling. Obviously, I mean, king is still in the center, and I'm just trying to figure out like if this pawns. This kind of adventure with the pawn, see if it goes anywhere, like g5 pawn, will he move also h5, g4 at a certain point? Like, so I was trying to figure it out. At the same time, it feels a little bit dangerous situation. If you open up too much, your king can be also in danger. So.
I think he's going to leave the king in the center. He's not going to go on the queen side, because then he's going to
B4,
get broken
B5.
by ideas such as b5. He just leaves the king there, maybe even puts it on
E7.
E7 or D7, and then, as you were just pointing out, H5, G4.
It looks tempting, right? But still, how far can you go?
It's an interesting one. This one is developing a little bit slower and less pieces than the one that we just looked at, the one between Alireza and Sindarov. That was our mid-game update from Bucharest. We'll be back later on with more updates. For the moment, back to you.
Thank you so much to both of you. I liked Cristian's joke in the beginning. Talk about the position, not Alireza's, in the hotel room,
Exactly.
just on the board, yes.
I'm looking at Alireza's position. I don't like it for white, and I don't like this b5, knight, c4 ideas. I don't like that Alireza's bishop on c2 is restrained. I think it's time for a radical solution here. Play the move b2, b3, invite a takes b3, b takes b3. So I voluntarily split, damaged my pawn structure. I split my pawn structure. But in return, I at least get an active bishop. And I'm looking for some activity, very much so, as white here.
For sure.
Because I fear that if I just wait Black just builds up a very nice position on the king side.
That
Rook
knight on
f6.
e5 just looking so pretty.
Exactly. So I think it's time for Alireza to take some risk. b2, b3. And Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's take a look one more time at the standings. Just to remind everyone that what you see on the screen, the points, you have to remember that two players, Fabiano and Alireza, have not played all the games.
Exactly.
Their game was postponed. They will play tomorrow and will catch up with the rest of the field. But at the moment, Vincent Keymer is a clear leader, 3 out of 4.
Exactly. Alireza looking to try to improve his position in the standings, and is not looking that good today.
Peter, what caught your eye?
Well, there were some developments in the game between Bogdan-Daniel, Deac, and Fabi. We were expecting e4, f4 if we go back to that position on move 13, as there's a sound of thunder outside.
By the way, here in St. Louis, we've had our fair share of outings, and apparently we're on tornado watch. We have had electricity blackouts, we've had water pressure issues.
Excitement abounds. Yeah. And
exactly. Every day is an adventure.
Yeah, and if we had this position on screen at some point, and I mentioned that one plan that the engine liked was rook f2 with the idea of knight f1, because the knight on d2 is maybe the one poor light piece minor piece white has here, and Bogdan solved this problem in a different fashion. He went knight b1, knight h5, and now bishop d2, trying to get the bishop to the long diagonal. Fabi understandably decided to trade it as it appears there. And now Fabi goes e6, e5. And I think this is an improvement for Fabi. But because once again, we come back to the inclusion of a3 and a5 early on, I think it's extremely logical here to play g2, g4 with white. And regardless of whether you take or don't, let's say you take on g3 and you play something like d7, d6, white maybe throws in queen d2, black goes bishop c8. Finally, that bishop returns to the game. We have some rook a7, f7 ideas. But the problem is, it's very difficult for me to imagine black actually attacking on the king side. White will play king g2, put the rook on h1, bring the other one to f1, put the queen on e3. White is very solid on the king side, actually. And there is never going to be any life on the queen side for black. I don't know if there's any life on the queen side for white. Pushing b2, b4 is also maybe not very realistic. But black definitely never plays b6, b5 in this game. No. And for Fabi, who clearly chose this to play for a win, this kind of a game on one side, where white is extremely solid, is going to present a challenge of finding ways to make this into a sharp double-edged fight. Even though white, I think, gave away some of his advantage. I think Bogdan could have played in a more precise fashion and could have gotten more. But I think his position is still very nice and also, importantly, incredibly safe.
And Peter, I will also add to that the time. Fabi has 36 minutes, Bogdan 52. This just shows that Fabi is really struggling in this position.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he's doing all the right things, but if we consider that I think the choice was very much to play something risky for a win, this is not working out particularly well because, yeah, white will have a very, very rock-solid position.
Agreed. So this is a great chance for Bogdan to deliver an upset in the tournament.
Yes, especially if Fabi overplays his hand, like really pushes things too much. I'm going to go back, if you don't mind, to the game between Maxime and Jorden, because it's so weird to see this kind of a same-ish structure with an open diagonal for white. And I was thinking, if you've abandoned the king side somewhat, it's the idea of b3 and bishop back to a1 and queen b2. Can we introduce ourselves to this long diagonal? So imagining b2, b3 here, I'm supposing Jorden...
Knight d6 and c5, you're trying to have d5, d4 available if you actually do
if we just
land the battery.
Let me just put some moves on the board. So I'm dreaming, Peter, obviously, of landing...
You have to play d4 here.
d4.
Grit your teeth, play d4, knight e4, queen e7.
And
otherwise, you would be much better, just as you said, yeah. But this is maybe playable for black. I mean, white is still better, but maybe this is survivable, is what I mean.
Wow. Okay. I want to do something.
Yeah, before is strong, you're absolutely correct, but bishop g7, finally re-establishing some sort of a grip on the dark squares, and the engine appears to be probably surviving this. bc5, maybe even knight takes c5 is playable, I don't know.
Wow, okay.
But your queen will be the first one hanging, right?
And by the way, once again, we are getting thunder here in our studio.
Knight d3 or something.
If we black out for whatever reasons, prayers and donations can be sent to my personal address. Yes, we don't want that. We don't want that. Okay.
Yeah, in this current position, as I mentioned, a kind of a version of the idea you're talking about is very strong, which is the immediate move bishop d4, c3. Instead of b3, we can switch to this. With the ideas of queen a4, queen d4, and if c5,
That's
queen
nice.
a4 is very annoying. And then let's say if black with bishop b7, once again the move that Yasser was highlighting, rook c takes d1, reminding black that there's this horrible weakness in the center. The hanging pawns are not particularly well supported, especially when you constantly have to worry about the knight landing on f6 if you blunder something.
Right.
This is very, very tricky for black to play. Maybe knight e6 is a bit stronger, but here as well, both rook ed1 and rook cd1 are quite unpleasant. MVL is in with a very good shot today.
Yeah, it sure felt that way to me when we brought the position up. But I much prefer this bishop c3, queen a4 idea. I just like the long diagonal and getting on it and trying to include knight e4.
And I just want to mention something. There's going to be a FIDE Collegiate World Team Championship.
It's an inaugural event, and I understand our very own St. Louis University
will be sending
has qualified for this.
Qualified for the championship. Congratulations to the chess team.
And that means that you all get one-way tickets.
Yes, to Kazakhstan this August. And we wish them best luck. Hope they win the whole thing.
Right.
And Rex and Ginny Singfield are the huge supporters of this program.
I was at St. Louis for this photo. I wasn't involved, but what they were doing there, we were having a reception to the winning gold medal team for the ladies of the SLU. They won the first collegiate championship for St. Louis University. So shout out to VAR and the whole team for that. And good luck.
We'll be watching.
In Almaty. Exactly. So,
before we move on to other games, I think we missed on a very interesting detail, which I don't know if it's that obvious, but it is very beautiful, and I wanted to show it briefly. In the game between Bogdan-Daniel Deac and Fabiano Caruana, if we bring it up on the screen again, I mentioned the move g4, and I kind of automatically took en passant there. But knight f6 is a very big question. And the reason g4 is very strong here and will be much weaker on the next move is that knight f6, if you don't do anything on the king side, black gets to play d7, d6, and the position is basically completely equal because it's so very closed. Knight takes f4, specifically here, is the reason why you're supposed to play g4 straight away. Knight takes f4, e takes f4, e4, e5, a kind of a positional piece sacrifice, which probably the piece probably needs to be returned as immediately, because if you imagine the position, let's say after knight e8 and white goes, I don't know, queen c2, rook e1, how are you including those pieces on the queen side in the game is very unclear. Whenever you play d7, d6, I will play e5, e6 and lock both of them out of the game for the rest of the game.
Right.
I don't know how obvious that is, but that means that the current position and the choice Bogdan now has is very crucial, because if you add one move here, if you go like rook f2 here, which is a useful move, black goes d6 and you play g4 there, black absolutely never takes en passant anymore. You just go knight f6 and you're completely safe. It's just going to be pretty much impossible for white to open anything. So if you want to play g4 and force the capture, you need to do it now.
That's a beautiful point that you're making, Peter. Knight takes f4 is a nice piece sacrifice. It's hidden, but it's extraordinarily powerful in the sense that if it's a sham sacrifice and you get your piece back immediately, then you've opened up the position while your opponent's pieces are sitting on a8, b8, and b7, and that's a big advantage for white. So once again, we're looking at this current position, G4, F takes G3 en passant required immediately, H takes G3, and as you had been pointing out, King G2, Queen D2, a lot of easy and happy moves for Bogdan, whereas Fabi, who obviously is being very, very ambitious, could find himself into a spot of trouble. And again, 44 minutes for Bogdan, 36 minutes for Fabi, and
I was just thinking, if I had to play Fabi, I would love this position. to have this against him.
A wildcard player, he's played in many Bucharest
events, yes.
events.
He's 24 years old, current EURES rating is 26.72, and he's been #1 ranked Romanian player for a couple of years now.
Absolutely. Also very youthful, Peter. He's on the outside of this 2,700 bubble.
Yeah, I think he came very close to getting 2,700 a bunch of times, and he's a lot stronger than his rating suggests, I think, in particular on a good day, if he can keep the clock under. We've seen him play pretty much complete games of chess against the very top players in the world and holding his own, and then losing perhaps because of one mistake on move 39. I mean, this is very much part of chess. You can't just discount it. It is why maybe he is not 2,700, and it's fair, because it is part of his game. But still, in terms of pure chess talent, he's not very far below this field.
And we saw him yesterday defend that game against Wesley So for 90 moves and survive.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, especially all the way to the end. The topsy-turvy battle, and definitely dodged a bullet yesterday, did Daniel. Or has he or has he not played G4? Because I'm
not yet. I'm still thinking.
I mean, we've been focused almost exclusively on this move, and I can't imagine White now not playing it. When I think about the King's Indian defense, which this is not, but when I think about the King's Indian defense and I think about this move G2, G4, I think they called it the Mar del Plata variation, and you would. The white players. I
played in Mar del Plata. That's in Argentina, right?
Yes, it's a seaside resort of Argentina, the largest seaside resort in Latin America.
Actually played World Junior there with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
No way, small world. Oh my goodness.
That was 16 years ago.
Wow. How did you like Mar del Plata?
It was beautiful. Yeah. Oh, so lovely.
My impression as well. But anytime I see the move G2, G4, I'm reminded of the Mar del Plata variation. And the idea is, if you allow Black a completely free hand, Black is going to play D6, Knight D7, Knight F6, G5, and G4. And so G4 is kind of one of this preventive moves. But I really wanted to talk about this sacrifice Knight takes F4 because it's so beautiful and it's so hidden. But once you see it, I think you're immediately charmed by it, because the bishop on D3, we're talking about the passivity of the bishop on B7. The bishop on D3 is equally restrained. And when you play the move E5, and let's say Black is a materialist and he tries to keep his extra piece, it's sort of like how you've got these extra pieces, but they're never getting back
honestly,
into the game.
for the argument's sake, if you play Queen H4 here,
exactly in this moment.
Yeah, let's say here, doesn't matter where. I just want to make a kind of a more strategic argument.
Yep.
I wonder if White could just play Queen F2. I have a feeling I have enough compensation even to do this in the endgame.
So it's just like we've got a piece for a pawn, but again, strategically, the bishop on B7, you're going to have to play
I don't know if it's the best move. Probably isn't, actually. But my argument is, even if you do this, White is not worse. And actually, Machine says slightly better.
Amazing.
Which is such a great illustration of how passive the black pieces are. Because we're not even aiming to win any material back. We're just saying we're so dominant in the center that you will never have any squares for any of those. Yeah. And we are just completely fine.
Yeah, I forcibly reminded by my very, very first chess coach, Jeffrey Parsons, who said to me, Yasser, stop looking at the pieces that came off the board, because I was always counting, I'm a bishop ahead, I'm a pawn ahead. Pay attention to the pieces that are on the board. Here, white's a piece down, but the pieces on the board are not doing anything.
Yeah, they're not very impressive.
And by the way, the pawn on b6 might become a target as well. Knight b6, queen b3 ideas. Lovely idea, and it's all has to do with the current situation and this very forcing move, g2, g4, and literally forcing en passant, because the knight retreat allows the piece sacrifice that Peter's been speaking to. Wonderful. I want to go back to our tournament leaders game, if you don't mind. Anish, Giri,
just that, because
Vincent.
I think Anish is
a lot of
some progress.
A lot of progress, I was about to say. It's all about the
I
majority.
don't really understand the Berlin endgame, so
Who does?
who does? Well,
A long
Maxime
line,
does.
like join a long line. Now I'm looking at this knight g5, and it's kind of a disturbance in the force over there.
Yeah.
I think I'd reach for the h pawn, but we can see that from Anish's point of view, he would like to continue to expand with his kingside majority. Maybe put his king on f4, or maybe put his knight on e4. Vincent's rook lift isn't that impressive, and we're going to go back for a number of moves.
So I think Peter showed us some a5, rook a6 lift. That looked
Exactly.
better.
He found a different rook lift, which is also not that bad, actually. Yeah, it's quite pleasant for white, and now we have genuine developments, because once the structure changes, we have something to assess. And f7, f6 chosen by Vincent here.
Not even including...
Now g5 was being threatened, I think, but the engine, I think, on my screen mostly played h7, h6 in those spots, allowing a 4, f5, and pretending we can just ignore it forever. Vincent, though, is not a believer in ignoring such big strategic threats. Now e takes f6 has to be critical, right? ef6, gf6, we take on e8, and perhaps we try perhaps to play knight e4 here. c6, c5 appears to be needed, and now maybe we fix the pawn on f6 with a 4, f5, and we try to eventually make some progress against it. I mean, my dream scenario would be to play something like rook e1, h4, g5, and get some kind of a passer going on the king side. The two bishops still provide black with some hopes, but strategically this is quite dangerous, I think.
Is the rook on b6 ever going to a6?
Probably, yeah.
To try to restrain or keep some pressure on the queen side?
Or at least provoke something to play against. I think this is very much a topical idea. Let's say we play rook a6 immediately, maybe no, but we do maybe play b5 before. And the moment the rook departs from the a1 square, the idea of rook b6, a6 comes to the fore. Let's say king f4, we can maybe throw in h7, h6, because if white is to play g5, I think black would very much like to remove everything from the king side that you can. Right. And now bishop d7 or maybe c5, c4. You still pick white here, because I think white has made a lot more progress than black. But black is not defenseless, and I keep on coming back to the fact that once the position opens, and I don't think white can win this without actually giving the bishops some freedom. Once they do have diagonals to roam, maybe black survives. But yeah, you pick white every single day, any day of the week.
f7, f6, a very combative move by Anish Giri, who's seeking to leapfrog his opponent and take clear first.
His current leader to be in the first place and to fight for the first.
Let's not let the game between Pragga and Wesley slip away from us as well. This was another of the Joko pianos. This one featured a very early G5 by Wesley, and after b4, a6, this is the position that we had left it. And we were thinking about the move knight d5, and Pragga eventually played that move. But if he didn't play knight d5, king f8 was on Wesley's agenda. After knight d5, bishop b8, you almost have to stop and think to yourself, like, if this position's on your board, how did the bishop get to b8? You know?
It's actually not that easy to figure out, right?
Right. Came to c5, went to a7.
If you give this to your students, they will struggle.
Went to b8. And anyway, I thought that Wesley had actually gained an upper hand. in this?
The engine seems to disagree, but I'm with you. It seems like Wesley has more space.
And
Is the dark skill weaknesses on the white's king side?
he has an easier time playing either the moves F5 or D5 as breaks. I'm not sure that white ever really wants to reach for his D4
So Peter,
pawn.
why is the engine disagreeing with us?
I don't know if F5 is ever going to be much of a plan. D5 maybe. I think it's a pretty well balanced position. I think it's very difficult to imagine who does what. D3, D4 I think is playable. It's just that black does not need to react to it at any point.
So let's just
Rook E8 or Rook G6. Like there's a bunch of very logical moves here.
let's just put
If you
our
play King G7, I think we will play. Machine likes A5 followed by D4, and
A5
says
followed
it's
by
a bit
D4.
better for white.
and where
D4
should
followed by Rook A D1, and
D4.
we do get some pressure, like Rook D8, Rook D1.
I feel like I should actually be putting my queen.
Queen B3 is playable, but we can ignore it. White just goes Rook D2, and eventually, obviously, the hope is to play C3, C4 somewhere, maybe get it all the way to C5. I don't know if
Exactly. I
it's
was
realistic.
wondering if I should be blocking the diagonal, putting my rook on C8. It feels like, I don't know, I like Wesley's position, but maybe I'm misunderstanding the
Yeah,
situation.
the one we have currently on screen is actually quite nice for white, and even that honestly is not at all obvious to the naked eye. Pretty much all of these positions kind of look equalish to me, but if you make like 5 quote-unquote normal moves in a row here and look at the evaluation, I think very often white will have made more progress by that time. I think black needs to play sort of more concretely.
Okay, I've played G5. I must play for G4. You know, let's go.
If you play H5, but I think it's just ignorable. The problem with H5 is that we go, let's say, once again, A5, D4.
A5, D4, in for a penny, in for a
And if you
pound.
play G4, takes Rook F5, it's like there's just no attack.
Takes, Rook F5.
And after GH, G2, G4 appears.
By the way,
to be
Wesley just played King G7.
Yeah, Wesley is not a believer in
At least not yet.
H5,
Yeah.
G4, yeah.
So he did go for the King G7. No, he's stepping in front of the pawn, kind of suggesting he's not playing for G4 anymore. Maybe just F6, D5. But with all pawns on the board, 16 pawns on the board and 3 minor pieces off.
The knights
Fair
are
to say
missing,
it's
right? I want to put the
even?
knights on F5 and F4 or something like that. That would be a fun position.
Has Maxime gotten in his knight E4, knight F6
Actually,
business?
no.
No, and I really don't like what he's done, actually.
Oh.
He
The queens
chose
are
to get the
gone.
queens off, I think, in the position where he had absolutely no necessity to
Oh.
simplify.
That's a
And
bit
his advantage
disappointing.
is mostly gone, frankly. In the position we were discussing, he played Queen C2, C5, which I really dislike. Takes, knight E6, and you can't really take on A7 here because Rook A8 is okay, Bishop F8 is okay. The bishop kind of gets stuck on A7 a little bit. So he's gone Bishop A3, but now, for instance, after Bishop B5, intending maybe to play A5, A4, it's just not very much at all. If white goes knight B3, we can play even D5, D4 using the X-ray on the H6, C1 diagonal.
Nice. And thank you, Peter. And Nasi, how do these two players match up? How are they done against one another, you say?
Well, not too many games. 1 win for Maxime and 2 draws. That's actually surprising. I would expect more games.
Definitely. When I think about the Tata Steel and so many tournaments, only 3 games between them. Very, very surprising.
Well, about to be 4.
About to be 4. And we do have a Bishop B5 sighting.
And I also think that Fabi has completely equalized in his game against Bogdan.
Uh-oh.
And let's take a look. What happened there?
Let's see. So Daniel did not go for the G2, G4 idea. And as Peter was saying, the problem is if black ever plays D6 and manages Queen E7, Knight D7, maybe even chases away the knight with bishop a6, it's equal. Just
So just one move and
full
poof, gone.
and it's gone.
Yeah.
Advantage lost. Queen e1.
Peter, can Fabi start playing even for more than equality?
Yeah, if white continues not playing g4, eventually maybe there's some kind of a pawn storm coming. You can imagine black eventually getting the bishop to c8, perhaps. I mean, I think knight b5, the idea of knight b5 is d6 is playable, but now you have to contend with d6 pawn being kind of in the way. You can't really play knight d7 comfortably. But you can go bishop a6, or you can go bishop c8 and knight a6, c7. Let me switch to this board. So in this position, bishop a6 seems logical, or even bishop c8, and then perhaps I will play knight a6, knight c7, and ask the question whether white wants to allow this trade of minor pieces, or whether the knight needs to go back to c3. But also, in more general terms, without g4, what is your plan? Your bishop on d3 is extremely blunt. There is really nowhere for it to go. You can put it on a4, but it's not really doing very much on a4 either. b2, b4 breaks, they're not breaks. First of all, black can even take the 3 times, but even if you ignore it completely, I don't know what that does, frankly. It's just not going to achieve very much with the white really not having any pressure on the dark squares. So, I mean, it's still a pretty safe position. You can do something like knight ec3 and then maybe start running with the king towards c2. You chuckle, but it might not be a bad idea at all, because the king will be very safe on the queen side. And if we ask ourselves, sort of, how does white lose this game? I think the only way white loses this game is you keep the king on g1, do absolutely nothing on the king side for 15 moves, and black actually manages to create some kind of an attack. If you move the king away, that pretty much is off the table. So it's not such a poor idea at all.
No, King Walks, as a book I wrote with my friend Bruce Harper, King Walks. And
There's a collection of all
yeah,
the king walks.
And
Some was to win the game and other to survive, right? I'm sure.
and or to get a better ending. You make a king walk in the middle game.
Have you done it many times in your career?
Many times, yeah.
It's always fun when you get to do that.
Oh, it's great fun indeed. I'm thinking after queen e1, bishop a6, as somebody who's, don't ask me why, but I had the check Benoni in my opening repertoire. That's c5, d5, e5 in an move order, the check Benoni. As someone who's familiar with this pawn structure as black, a blockaded structure, getting rid of this knight by bishop a6, if I can take and put my knight on d7, yeah,
what if then a white knight, the other knight goes to c4, you're not worried?
No.
It's going to defend the pawns easily.
Yeah, but then I'll get in the checkmate that Peter was referring to. This is how you lose the game. You let me play rook a7, and away we go on the king side. So something's going on there that's now suddenly turned into a favorable position, I think, for, well, favorable is strong. Good game for Fabi. I wanted to go to the game of Anish for a moment, because I was thinking, Peter, this is, Boris Spassky was asked why he was world champion, and he explained that, yes, he was first amongst equals, or, you know, and he pinpointed what made him world champion was he understood critical moments better than his colleagues, and that he recognized critical. For me, this is a very critical moment right here, f7, f6. Speak to this moment and what it is that Anish is
Well, I think he's trying to figure out whether e takes f6 is good and whether it's urgent, because I think black is not really threatening to take on e5.
Right.
I don't think you want to take on e5 at all, because then after knight takes e5, you probably end up losing one of your bishop pair.
Bishops, yes.
And giving white a very comfortable, safe advantage.
Right.
But it's not that easy to find a useful move. Let's say rook a d1 looks extremely logical here, but then black probably plays before knight e4, c5. And as mentioned, the moment the rook departs from a1, rook b6, a6 does become a source of at least some irritation. So, yeah, Anish has plenty of time to think about things, and I think he's very correctly kind of assessing what options does he have apart from the very obvious e5 takes f6. I still imagine that he probably ends up doing it.
In view of your concept of b4 /c5/rook a6. a2, a3.
A3, I think we play c5 anyway, knight d5, rook maybe even goes all the way to e6 or to a6. Rook e6 is, I think, potentially a positional exchange sacrifice, which we don't really want to introduce into the conversation just yet. Let's go rook a6.
Rook to a6, and by the way,
rook a6 and try to play b5 before next move.
That thunder that you just heard, truly, I'm not joking when I say we are under a tornado watch here in St. Louis. So if we do, for any reasons, bug out, you'll know why. It's not the electricity.
I'm enjoying the views of the rain actually outside.
It's kind of getting spectacular.
Yeah.
It's very windy.
Somehow, yeah.
Sorry, we were saying knight d5, rook a d1. How did you feel about this position, Peter?
I think it's quite playable for black here. Rook a d1, I played b5 before.
b5,
Shockingly,
b4?
there is no threat in the center, so we can actually start developing our own counterplay. a4, c4, and play.
And we don't have any...
It's still playable. I mean, white is still doing quite comfortably, but it's also not that bad for black. We finally undoubled our structure on the queen side. We do have the bishops. Nothing is being, taken on the other flank. And Anish has played your move a2, a3 just a bit earlier than you anticipated.
Well, he did it
Curious
immediately
decision
or not?
by Anish.
So it was f7, f6, and now he has played a3?
Oh, no, it's actually exactly the position where you were suggesting it. Yeah, c6,
Yeah.
c5 appears to be logical, probably the most logical move here.
And this is where you played after my a3. This is where you played c5. Makes sense?
Yeah.
I went knight d3, but knight c3 to d5, sorry, because that also made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can begin with rook a d1, but I think it probably leads to the same position anyway. You can choose knight e4, but that really doesn't create any immediate threats either. Black can just basically ignore all of this now.
It's annoying. It's not annoying. I mean, excuse me. I mean, I'm threatening. Be respectful. Stop
ignoring it.
Stop ignoring my threats. I went knight d5, and you were about to suggest an exchange sacrifice, but you caught yourself at the last moment. And now that you did mention it.
Yeah, this exists and is apparently playable, but I think it's maybe
unnecessary.
I think bishop d6 is the point. No, I'm pretty sure bishop d6 is the point.
Of course.
And Yasser, since we mentioned it, let's show everyone what's happening outside a central West End.
I think this is unfair. We've been talking about beautiful Bucharest for so long. St. Louis is actually really beautiful.
We missed the thunders earlier that I was seeing, and rain comes and goes, but as you can see, it does look nice.
You're capturing
the
worst. You're capturing us at our worst moment, the tornado.
Depends who you ask, Yasser. I prefer this over sunny day.
Yeah. Is it the anniversary of this tornado that occurred a year ago?
I was here last year. My flight was that day when tornado happened here, the devastating tornado.
Wow. Did you make it out?
I did make it because, tornadoes don't last that long, but it was a 6-hour delay.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
Yes, but this is the season in St. Louis for tornadoes. So.
Oh, there you go. Sorry for that off the cuff. But you were explaining this exchange sacrifice, and this is what the two bishops can do for you.
Yeah, this is also
on a good day.
Something you could absolutely argue for, although probably not when the board is not on screen, because then our viewers will be a bit confused.
You're not arguing very convincingly.
In the meantime, there's been a bit of a shift, and this is what the game I wanted to bring up, the game between Deac and Caruana, because Bogdan-Daniel clearly is not prepared to commit to anything on the king side, and he is now significantly worse, apparently, because I guess you're really no longer in time with any kind of play on the king side, and black can play bishop c8 in the current position and just go g7, g5.
Exactly.
The one thing you're missing is rook a7, g7. This is another point for why the knight is on b5, I guess, because it prevents rook a7. I mean, maybe much worse is a bit of an overstatement, but knight b5, queen e1, queen f2 is slow. Mm-hmm. If black ever gets better, it is because of you playing in this kind of a manner, just giving black absolutely free rein to do whatever they choose. So yeah, Fabi is now comfortable, and I think it's very much time to start thinking about the king run.
Exactly.
Go like rook fd1 and start aiming it towards c2.
To Peter's point, if White's king were not castled at this moment, the king, you imagine the king on e1, a dreadful strategical mistake would be to castle short, because you're castling literally under the attack. Conversely, if your king was on e1, you would castle long, and you say, the queen side's closed. There's no way for black to assault the king on c1, and therefore that's why Peter's been advocating for a king walk. Move your rook, get your king out of the way, and just avoid what is coming. It's a long time, but it is coming, and that's the way you could lose the game by hanging on the king side. Now see, we do have a move, by the way. Rook f1 to d1 was played by Daniel. Maybe.
No, I think that's your analysis.
No, this is still analysis. No.
I apologize.
Let's check in with Alireza and Sindarov and see if black knights are still looking pretty.
I'm seeing a bishop on b3, so I'm thinking that Alireza did play the move b3.
He heard you, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, well, White had to compromise his pawn structure in order to get some life into the position. And he's played queen h5.
Queen h5, and now there's a choice, because I think there's even an argument for g7, g6 here, queen takes g5, h takes g5.
I love that argument, actually.
And
the double pawns are covering some very important squares.
White probably reroutes the knight from g3 to the d4 square. And the position is still playable for White. I guess king g7, rook f6 is a decent reply, but the problem for black will be making progress. White, yeah, but for the time being, let's check in with Romania and Cristian.
Well, just to get back to the game that you guys previously discussed, the one of Fabiano with the black pieces against Bogdan-Daniel Deac, he did play the move bishop to c8, and I just want to reiterate the fact that this was a crucial move. For example, you cannot start with g5, bishop c8 maybe later on, and then g4, because right now what you're allowing is g4 for White, and in fact, it is White who's going to be better. You really cannot, or you shouldn't, take on g3 like that, because after h takes g3, let's say something like g4, queen to e3, and the position opens up, but it opens up with White attacking on the king side. So this is why you need to be ready with the move bishop to c8. For example, now if you go g4 and try to do the same thing, I can take, and now I go bishop to h3. This is the crucial part of this. I'm going to force the rook away from the defense of the pawn on f3, and after bishop to g4, now you're having huge difficulties defending the king side as White. So bishop to c8, a great move by Fabiano found right now, and it does seem like Bogdan is in some danger. Bogdan did not play. Actually, he did play the move rook f to c1, so he understands the fact that maybe at some point he wants to go g4. He wants to get ready for g4, at least whenever black is going to go g5. Black, on the other hand, can just simply go knight to c7, eliminate the knight from b5, and as Peter was showcasing, perhaps get ready to swing this rook all the way to g7. It's an ideal King's Indian type of setup position, type of structure position for black. Let's not forget, Fabi is also a very skillful King's Indian player. He plays that very often whenever he needs to win a game. So he got the structure, he knows the way to attack this type of positions, and I think he has a great chance to score a victory with the black pieces, which would be huge, because then he's going to move on to the game against Alireza tomorrow, and I do believe he will be playing with the white pieces, although I'm not sure about that. So he does have a chance to try to catch up with the leaders. For the moment, he's falling behind Vincent, who is +2, Fabiano on 50%. So definitely he needs to string some victories. He feels the moment right now. A positive for Bogdan-Daniel Deac is that he's up on the clock. This is somewhat shocking. Obviously, we know that Bogdan generally is down on the clock. In fact, at this stage of the game, generally he just has a few minutes left on the clock. Right now he has 35 minutes and he's playing fast. So he made a conscious decision in the last couple of games to play faster and not get himself in too much of a time trouble situation. So we're seeing some changes from both players. We'll see which one comes out on top. Guys, for the moment, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, for sharing those insights.
Yeah.
And we have this graphic TPR of these Grandchess Tour players,
Tournament performance
whether
rating.
they perform better in the United States or in Europe.
Okay,
Let's
so
see.
the blue
is
in
Europe, red is USA. MVL does better here in the US, and so does Fabi, if I'm reading that correctly.
Right, and Firouzja plays poorly in Europe, or below his rating, as does Wesley, and the worst performer.
No, it's
Oh,
better.
it's better in
So
Europe.
Anish
I've got
is
it wrong.
Amazing in Europe.
So I'm seeing this negative 79. No, okay.
Yeah, Anish doesn't do well in the US. Last year, I think Sinfield Cup, not last year, 2 years ago, he had minus score. Wesley apparently does badly here as well. Huh, that's interesting.
When,
Is this just
jet
random
lag
coincidence, or who knows?
is
Something
definitely
is affecting them, yeah.
a key factor. Absolutely. Thank you.
You always
Ben.
have to wonder what the sample size is, but this is a very interesting graphic.
Well, if it
such a
is
large split between
All the Grandchess Tours, like 11,
yeah,
10
yes,
or
and
11
for Wesley in
editions.
particular, you wouldn't really
MBL.
expect him to be like there's an 80 point difference between his performances in the US and the Europe
That's
Yeah.
significant.
against basically the same field. So that's
Something's gone wrong.
very unusual. Yeah.
What went wrong? Bringing up the game of MVL and Jorden van Foreest, a few trades there by Maxime I'm really not happy about. Specifically, the queen trade in particular stands out for me. Another one actually stands out for me is this decision, Bishop F1. I kind of thought that Black was a little bit stuck, if you will, on the queen side, and that this
I think I can
Kind of-
explain it.
of help.
I think I can
Please.
explain it. If we look at the position after Bishop B5, we go all the way back.
Yeah.
I think the point is you would like to go knight b3,
Yes, I would.
but knight b3 does allow Black to play g5, g4 straight away.
Yeah.
And if you try to unpin or prepare for g5, g4, let's say, I think a logical, optically logical move in this position would be rook e to g1. And I think this is what he played later on. But here it allows bishop e2, and it's just a repetition. And I think specifically the existence of the move bishop e2, because he wanted to go rook e g1, made him trade the bishops off, because then you don't have to worry about that anymore. If we look at how he followed it up, I think it's the desire to have the rooks on d1 and c1, which I think you could very easily understand. This is where they belong against the hanging pawns. That prompted him to play bishop f1. But Black is okay. I think Jorden reacted in a very natural fashion. He took, played c6, c5, and rook e g8, preparing to make knight b3, meet knight b3 with c4. I think Black is okay.
Yeah, I just didn't like the fact that we made c6, c5
But there was
So-
no real way to push.
to stop it, huh? Well, that's a pity.
Rook c2 was just played by MVL. And yes, before we go on break, I want to check in with Pragg and Wesley.
All right, let's do it.
And I want to ask you, how much do you like Pragg's position? Just a little bit or a lot?
Whoa, I like it a lot, actually. Just a second. Something went swimmingly. King g7, d4, takes. The white's bishop suddenly has a perspective, let's say. d5, e5, f6, f4. Well, I always
Wesley just took on f4.
take a look at whose king is the most vulnerable, king position, and whose king is more vulnerable. And isn't Wesley's king in trouble? Rook takes f4. What am I missing? These are happy moves.
Very happy moves, right? White is much better.
It's great, and something has gone really foul here for Wesley.
And also the clock. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and you know, when I think about the tournament situation for Pragg, who's the defending champion, who's at +1, standing only a half a point short behind Vincent, this is a huge game.
Absolutely. If Pragg can pull this off.
Whoa,
Ooh, watch out, Vincent.
Whoa. Yeah, no. The rise.
It's still early to call, of course, but we just really like Pragg's position right now.
I love it. The bishop on b2 versus the bishop on b6 looks great.
But yes, sir, we're going to keep the eyes on all these games. Let's take a break, and we have our wonderful Irene Sukandar joining us. She's going to share some insights. So enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour 2026. I'm International Master Irene Sukandar and I am going to take you to some of the highlights or key moments of the games that we have so far. I'd like to touch on the game between Alireza versus Sindarov, and before we proceed to see the game, I'd like to also extend my well wishes for speedy recovery for Alireza. So I'd like to show a little bit of this game because I think we all agree with the current condition that Alireza has. The game showed some different characteristic to his play. So we see that he started with gioco piano, the classical Italian, but then towards later on in the game, he just went on to get some simplified approaches. So for example, after all of this knight f1, of course, this is very standard, bishop c2 and knight g3. As we see later on in this position, he took with the knight, offering some trading with the pieces, and then take one piece over there on e6, and then offering another trade over here. So I think this game is something that he'd like just to get out of it because, yeah, with simplified position like this, he might be able to play a shorter game or something like that. But the current position after all of these exchanges with the queens and so on, g6, knight g3, knight d7, and here he played f4. So I was analyzing this position a little bit. Turns out that one of the best moves that White could play in this position is to give up the pawn e5, because in this position, Black is slightly better. So White has to take some, like a reactive approaches, like playing e5 here. If the pawn is taken by the knight over here, you can play f4, and if the knight goes back, let's say to d7, and then you can take on e6. On the other hand, if the pawn on e5 was captured by the other pawn, you just have to play this type of endgame with one pawn down, but you have a centralized knight over here, and the bishop is pretty much free to attack on e6, and then you have an open file on d1. So this is some sort of compensation that Alireza could try to play, but instead he just played f4 here. So I'm expecting Black to play knight c5 in this position, which Sindarov just did as well. And the position remain slightly better for Black. On to the next game. I also would like to touch on the game between Deac and Fabiano Caruana here. So we saw a Nimzo, which this type of Nimzo is rarely happening in the elite chess these days, but Fabiano Caruana trying to resurrect it. So after b6, bishop d3 here. The reason why it is not currently popular with this f5 is because in most of the variations, White always stands better, and Deac actually proved the fact that he was better until some point. So after a3, a5, knight d2, so White has been playing almost perfect chess here because he knows what to do with his position. He didn't offer press, but he also played very solid chess. So d5, castle, e4, and then knight b1. This is such a nice maneuver because the knight on d2 doesn't do anything anymore. So you just like to maneuver to b1 and then to c3. And after knight h5, bishop d2, bishop e5, and then trade the bishop. And after e5 in this position, he played knight b5. So this is the moment, the very important moment for White to play g4. The reason is because, well, we saw the analysis by Yasser, and Peter Svidler here. Also, if you play knight here, there is a nice sacrifice knight takes f4. Then if you take this one, you play e5, and then these two pawns really control the whole game. And even though white is a piece down, it's nothing, it's nothing major, because white literally controls the center of the game. And then with after queen c2, rook d1, rook e1, it is only white who is playing for an advantage. On the other hand, if you don't like to sacrifice your knight in this position, there is also another positional approach that will maintain white's advantage. You just play king f2. I think Petrosian would be happy to see this type of move, because the idea of king f2 is you just want to move it to d2, and then once the king is on the center, again, this is violating the chess rule or the chess law, because usually you would like the king to be in one of the sides, either the queen side or king sides. But in this position, since everything is very close, with all the pawns are still intact on the board, you can actually afford to play king f2. The idea is simple, like what I mentioned, just king d2, and once your king is on d2 on the central square, you can try to attack either both sides. So for example, d6, you just play king e1, knight d7, king d2. Let's say queen e8, trying to go over here. In this position, you can actually play g5. And after knight here, in this position, you can play bishop c2. Again, we are trying to play some close chess here, where you are trying to maneuver your pieces, where it is no longer beneficial to have the bishop on d3. You put it on an open diagonal. And the idea is you play bishop a4, and in this position, you have also rook g1. And again, look, the king on d2 is being very, very safe. So this is actually a very nice touch into the game after g4, because you have two options after knight f6, whether you want to play a tactical chess by playing knight f4, or you just want to play a positional chess by playing king f2, king e1, king d2, and white either way will be happy. And of course, like after g4, the most practical approach is to play fg here, but after hg, after king g2 later on, and then you put the rook on h1, white is the one who stands better, because, well, without the pawn on f4, black doesn't have any tooth anymore into the white's position. So this is the current, the thing of this position that's looking really nice. But after knight b5, d6, now everything comes to black's favor, because now with the pawn on f4, knight on h5, we kind of see some sort of like a King's Indian attack out of the Nimzo. So things are looking, I think, very smoothly for Fabiano right now. Black is slightly better, and then sooner or later, all the pieces will somehow go to the queen side, sorry, to the king side to attack the king. And after rook fc1, queen e7, king f1, and yes, so this is current position right now. And we have 3 other games to be analyzed, but I would like to throw it to Nazi, Yasser, and Peter, because all the games are getting very exciting right now. So thank you once again, and stay tuned.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Irene, for those analysis. Yes,
welcome to beautiful St. Louis, obviously.
It has come down a little bit.
A lot has come down. I was expecting lightning and thunder to rock us out of our seats. But we have round 5 underway, and big developments. I'm looking at the game of Pragg versus Wesley, and I'm thinking that Wesley is in trouble, and
Big trouble
reminding ourselves of yesterday's miss against Daniel for Wesley, and he's clearly on the back foot as his king is under pressure. And I'm basically thinking that the best thing he could do is take the rook on f4, recapture, and because the rook is about to land on f6, you must defend against it with the move bishop to d8. And we do have rook f4, rook f4, and I think it's bishop
Bishop
d8.
d8 is the only move, which
only
is played
move,
in
everything
quickly.
else loses.
And it's like seizing the defensive. Prague has some very nice moves. You can play queen f3, rook f5, just slowly build your position. And
I'm actually surprised it's not more winning than the engine says.
I don't see counterplay for
No, I think
Wesley.
it's pure defense now for black, right, Peter?
Yeah, and there was a very beautiful moment there because it turns out that it's very important to have the rook on g8 and not f8. If we switch back to a moment ago, if you begin with bishop d8, you lose very specifically to rook takes f8, luring the rook to f8, and then playing rook f6 anyway, despite the square seemingly being protected. The difference being that if you do take and play king f7, protecting the queen on e6, you get mated to queen h5. And with the rook on g8, black would have had rook g8, g6 here. And in the current position, as you say, it looks completely crushing, but actually, I suspect it's defensible with absolutely perfect play if you continue playing really well for a while. But obviously, a very unenviable task in front of Wesley. Queen f2 or queen f3, as Yasser pointed out, keeping full control over the f-file seems logical. And then perhaps after king h7, you can try I saw on my screen the engine trying to play g2, g4, with the intention, I assume, of meeting bishop e7 with rook f7 check, rook g7, and queen f5 check. And if white gets to connect the g and e pawns after the trade on f5, maybe this just is very dangerous for black. You could also play slower. After bishop d8, you could play something like h3, h4, ruling out bishop g5. We've established that rook f8 is impossible because of rook f6. And that means that black really has no source of active counterplay. Black has to wait. But because the bishop on b2 is not that easy to include in the attack, you play something like bishop e7, a5, you play king h7, you put the rook on g7, and you grimly wait for something to happen. But your structure is quite solid. White does not have very many attackers, and I don't know if this is lost. It is very unpleasant, though.
It's one of those things.
You don't know if it's lost?
I don't know if it's lost. Yeah.
But it's one of those things where you're playing passively and you're simply defending. You're just trying to put as many barriers in front of your opponent.
It also makes you think that you are losing when you're doing that.
Yeah, it's not a dream position at all. Bishop d8 on the board, and Prague is also enjoying the position as well as a time advantage. To my eyes, the idea of queen f3 and rook f5 makes perfect sense. And what are we seeing?
Yes, look at that accuracy. Praggnanandhaa is at 99%. Impressive. However, Wesley dropped to below 97, and he's made that one questionable move, which I believe was f takes e5.
99%.
Good.
I mean, geez, how annoying for yourself when your opponent is playing that very well.
Should we go to the tournament leader?
Absolutely, let's do
Vincent
it.
has improved his position.
This is Anish Giri, who is half a point behind Vincent. And one of the things that Peter was mentioning was White's control of the center is so great that it may allow him to win back one of the two bishops, which is actually what has occurred. And we do have a trade, but this doesn't seem terrible.
No, it's fine. But interestingly, there was a big turning point early in the game. Let's take a look, because Vincent actually did go for that potential exchange sacrifice with rook b to e6. And Anish should have maybe played e takes f6 and then f4, f5 here. Or you could actually accept the exchange sack. And White still presses a little bit, even though you suspect black holds. But Anish chose a third way here, which was really not great at all. He played king f2, and now after f takes e5, knight takes e5, Vincent actually missed a chance to maybe play for a win.
Really?
Because shockingly, after bishop d6, if you take on d7 here, which I'm sure was intended from afar, black takes on e1 first, and then goes king takes d7, and you get the kind of an endgame where, you know, you're taught in your childhood that this is a kind of an exchange Spanish endgame where white is a pawn up, because black has a double pawn on the c-file and white has a majority. But actually the more important part here is bishop against knight on a completely open board. And the engine prefers this for black. I don't know if it's much better for black, but this kind of a position, you can sort of imagine it is black who's playing for a win, because you have a much more active minor piece. The king will soon be somewhere in the center, whereas the white king needs to be very passive, protecting
Definitely easier to lose it with white.
Yeah, I suspect it's a draw, but it's a kind of a draw white makes, not black. Instead, Vincent made a very logical positional move c5, c4, which is not bad at all. It's only an inaccuracy because there was a stronger option available. And in the current position, I think black should be just completely fine. King c6 is fine. I think you pretty much never make any other move really in this position. You play king c6 and you should be okay.
To your point of the knight versus bishop, if you went bishop c5 check, king f3, rook d6, and you were seeking to achieve the ending of knight versus bishop?
It's a slightly different version because the white king will be on e4. I think one of the reasons the engine disliked the one I was showing was that the king began on d1. And he was probably not getting to e4 anytime soon. Here, the engine suggests after knight c3, white is pushing. Probably still a draw, but it likes white. Because the king will be on e4 straight away, and with the king very nicely centralized, white is never worried about
difference
anything.
it makes what the king's on d1 or e4 in this endgame.
But it goes to show how difficult it is making judgments. The identical ending with a passive king, very bad for white. The identical ending with an active king, very bad for black. Wait. Where's the king? Why the big difference? And yeah, good judgment. We do have king c6 as you've prescribed on the board, and none of that. Bishop c5, king c6, and
a very unusual endgame could appear in the game between MVL and Jorden. I wanted to take your opinion on this.
Before we go, just this exact position now after king c6. I'm assuming king f3 for Anish, and how do we evaluate this specific?
King f3 is a bit of a draw offer because I have rook h6.
Oh.
Asking you to go back to g3 and then rook e6, asking you to go back to f3.
I see.
I think it's pretty much a draw. And instead, Anish has already played knight before check, which I suspect is, oh no, that's not a draw offer. Because apparently he is now worse after king b7. That's a bit shocking.
Is it because, wait, no, that's not.
Well, bishop c5, rook e3 is a threat. I think maybe he wants to offer a draw.
B4. It's not because of the bishop takes
no,
b4?
Bishop takes b4 is not a problem, no.
The bishop c5 check, and be
king
careful.
b7, and if you go knight d5 after c6, you have to, I think this is still what you do. The point is, if you play king f3 here, black has c5, c4, c3, which is very unpleasant because b takes a5, you've lost the a3 pawn, which you pretty much never want to do in these types of positions, of course. And also knight d3, rook c6 is very unpleasant. This is already, the one in my analysis board just straight up lost for white now suddenly. And if you go back to d5, after c7, c6, once again, if you play knight e3, you've allowed c4, c3. If you play knight c3, you've allowed bishop c5 check, and then the rook might come in. So your best option, maybe after king b7, is to play f5. But black is doing quite well once again with bishop c5, and rook e3 is quite playable. Knight b4 check is not great.
Whoa.
I think maybe Anish thought there's no way he is ever risking anything at all in this endgame.
That's what I would
and
think
he
too.
sort of is now. I'm pretty sure it's still a draw with best play, but suddenly Vincent could become a little bit curious about
Suddenly it's white who needs to make the best
if you
move?
take on b4, a takes b4, rook d6 makes, hang on, no. It was zeros on my screen a moment ago, but then rook takes e6 suddenly became lost, so maybe let's not offer that rook ending. I think this is what Anish was kind of counting on, that he I think, correctly assesses the rook ending after the trade as promising, but king b7 is just strong.
Well, I think in particular why king b7 is so strong is because of that nice tactic of c4, c3, b takes c3, a5. and give me your A3 pawn, and let's have a discussion about past pawns. That's a very nice point.
Yeah. And maybe he thought from afar that he will be able to play king b7, rook d7. But that just basically straight up loses to a5. Because you can't go knight d5, king c6 just disrupts all of your coordination.
We're being told that the MVL is racing to a draw, and it's
this
happening
probably will not last for much longer.
right now.
They're not repeating yet, but it's definitely going to be a draw.
And it's a kind of a position where even if you allow rook takes a7, you're not losing. So
He is on F1, yeah.
We're not allowing rook takes a7, I'm
We
sorry.
can switch to the game.
Absolutely. And something about this game is a bit dissatisfying because I thought
Maxime had a good
MVL
chance.
got something nice out of the opening with his pawn sacrifice d4. And then he frittered
I
it
blame
away.
myself, honestly.
You blame yourself.
After his nice win in round 3, I sent him a message. And he is not really
He's
playing,
never
but
recovered.
the moment I come in
Peter,
contact...
I did that too, so it's my fault.
It's our fault. It's our fault. Yeah, it's our fault.
What have you jointly done?
jinxed him.
You congratulated him on his
Yeah, because it was a
good
good
play
win,
prior to his great loss against Vincent. Is that
And
what
I
happened?
sent him some memes,
Oh no.
which is never a good idea, apparently.
Okay, so again, a 4 versus 4 rook and pawn endgame. Jorden is going to be very, very happy about the outcome.
And now
of
that
this
we're
one.
here, I do want your opinion on something.
Please.
Because there was a moment a bit earlier after, let's show the viewers how they got here. After rook e1, rook e8, we had that position on the board. MVL played rook c2. Jorden immediately began simplifying operations with d4, d takes e3, and rook d3. And here, you obviously want to play king e2.
Yes.
But then, and it would have been a very good move, but then there is this move rook takes a3, which I think is
Yes.
very missable. ba, knight d4 check, king d3. And now if you take on c2, you're actually worse because the white king is so active. But there is this move bishop takes e3.
Right.
Now the pawn ending is completely lost for white because the black king actually gets to d6 quickly enough.
Clear.
But
But
in this position after bishop takes e3,
Yes.
there is this move rook b2.
rook
And I
b2.
get to pick up the a pawn.
That's a big achievement.
Yeah, and despite it being a rook for
Two minor
two
pieces.
minor pieces, I think, I mean, I'm sure it's objectively a draw, but I think it's white who's playing for it.
I like the a pawn.
The a pawn is just so annoying against the two minor pieces, right?
Absolutely.
This would have been a fun endgame to commentate on, actually. But I'm sure MVL found all this, but did not believe he was better. So he ended up playing something much more contained. He took on
Didn't want to take a
c5,
risk,
and then
maybe.
there were these mass simplifications. And
Gotcha.
yeah, and Jorden actually did give up on a7. You were saying we're not giving up on a7, but
I
Jorden
wasn't.
did.
You would never.
Never.
So you would play rook b7 instead?
Yes.
You'd rather have a passive rook?
Well, I don't think it's that passive
agree.
because
It's
it's
not that
ready
bad,
to
yeah.
jump. I mean, it's
Yeah,
on
it's
an
not
open
on a8,
file.
right? It's on
Right,
b7.
Yeah.
But it's really a matter of taste, because this is also just so completely drawn.
Agreed.
It probably would have been quite an easy draw with the pawn on f2, but with the pawn on e3, there are so many targets on the king's side that...
I'm going to a flyby over the Bogdan-Daniel versus Fabi game before I revert back to.
Well, I don't think there's going to be repetition anytime soon, so we
No.
can, yeah.
Exactly, and things have happened. Bogdan went for this whole b4 break, but didn't really achieve anything, as far as I can tell. I mean, there's still the latent attack with g5, g4 brewing, and Fabi still wants to play his knight. Now he wants to exploit the fact that the c5 square is vacant, and he wants to play knight to c5.
Yes, or maybe we should jump to
Yeah.
Alireza's game. I think he is in trouble in his position and on the clock as well. Only 9 minutes against 24. We know Sindarov plays very fast, but it's all about the position at the moment. I think Sindarov made good progress in this endgame.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision by Sindarov to purposefully allow White to play the move f2, f4, and he judged that you get in f2, f4, but this knight on c5 is really a beastly. It beautifully protects the e6 pawn, reaches towards the bishop, and he's judged it pretty impressively, I want to say. And then when we saw the move f4, f5, I just noticed that on the border you see that the chess thermometer thinks that black is for choice, not that much, but the moment f5 came, then
this is liked. Yeah.
They did not like it at all.
This is wrong, but it's wrong for a very, very specific reason, which I do not know if it's that obvious.
And again, you see on the screen the current setup that they're playing in. And we believe
special room.
Alireza will be playing like this at least for a couple more days.
Yeah. He is injured his ankle, and the doctors have said you've got to keep it elevated. So, but you were about to say why move f5 is not good.
I think a natural move in this position would be something like knight c6, c5, but that throws away at least part of your advantage, because knight d4 is playable, knight g3 is playable, and even bishop takes c6 straight away is not that bad. The way to play here appears to be take on f5, and then voluntarily unspoil the structure on the queen side for Alireza, and then go rook a to e8, forcing this exchange. And then we want to put the king on f6 and kind of dominate. If you go knight g3, king f6, white has a passer on f5, which looks very beautiful, but the pieces don't make much sense, and eventually black manages to activate. I think more critical is to play f5, f6 check, king f7, knight g3, trying to get the knight to f5 and to attack the pawn on h6. But black is just in time with knight e5, knight f5, knight g4. And this position appears to be quite unpleasant for white. And Javokhir has already taken on f5 and on b3. He is, I think, back to finding, and quickly finding the non-standard, I want to say, difficult decisions. And he is very much in a driving seat now.
Actually, I think that's just fabulous play by Sindarov, recognizing that his king is going to be beautifully placed on f6, not paying attention to the pawn structure, but just the dynamics of the pieces. Wow, wonderful. Very, very impressive. And rook a, and we're expecting rook on a8 to e8, which has just been played. And king f6 is on black's agenda.
Yeah, since you mentioned king f6, maybe white has to trade rooks and play pawn f6?
Which is what Peter recommended, and after king f7...
So at least the knight can get to f5, right? Have some...
Yeah.
But check it out.
It's still very study-like, because if you continue move the line for a move longer, knight f5, knight g4, you have knight e7 here.
It's to stop rook
kind of trying to stymie the progress black is making. It appears that by far the best option in this position is the move rook e8, f8, which is going to be very, very difficult.
By the way, we have a result.
It's not
our
on the board we
leader.
expected. It's Anish, Giri, and Vincent Keymer. They have officially drawn.
So it went knight b4 check.
And then they found this repetition.
The knight popped back to d5, and Vincent played king c6, not believing that he actually stood better. And then we had the repetition. I didn't see that one coming. And
I mean, I think
those lines with c6, c3 were not that obvious.
let's go back to Maxime's game against Jorden. I think that game is also ending. They've traded everything.
They sure have.
It's going to be king versus king.
You know, it used to be a rarity that you would have the so-called naked kings with the no-draw rule offer. Like, people would have agreed to a draw, you know, the moment.
An hour ago, but there we go, we have a handshake. Yeah, I think Maxime definitely had some chances today, but didn't make the most of it.
Truly, I think he let his advantages slip. 2 draws, but the game of Prague looks like a big advantage, Prague versus Wesley, and a big advantage for Sindarov as well. Let's see how...
Sindarov's advantage is not as big as Prague's, but yeah, that endgame can go really badly for Alireza.
By the way, Prague did not play queen f3 or g4 or any of those moves. He played bishop to d4, bishop g5, rook f3. Sorry, Peter, you were about to say.
Yeah, I wanted to say the game between Bogdan Deac and Fabi also went in a direction we were not entirely expecting, because there has been a bunch of trades and also the structure changed on the queen side. Bogdan did play before, and Fabi chose to react to it. The interesting bit for me is that Fabi decided he cannot ignore the move b2 before allowing all of these trades. Black is, I think, always completely fine here because of how stupid the bishop on d3 is, frankly.
I do believe we have the game between Pragg and Wesley on our screen. So I'm going to go back to what they have been doing, Peter. We have b7, b5, rook f3, b5.
That seems like maybe an acceptance that Black's position is really bad and there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's sort of like you just killed your own majority by playing b5. I always want to keep the pawn on b7, so I at least some point might have a b6 and c5 in my future. After b5, there's no way I'll ever get to make
I think Wesley was trying to choose which pawn he wants to leave as a kind of a backward weakness, b7 or a6, and he chooses this. I think he would very much welcome the trade, but I think a4, a5 has to be the choice at some point. And then we once again have this position where Black has very little in the way of active counterplay, but the big question remains, Black goes king g7, king h7, rook g7, and asks White to provide a way in. And
I just want to make...
I currently don't know what that is.
Yeah, I just want to boldly point out this obvious. The rook incursion, it is met by, rook g6. But the moment after a5 that Wesley chooses to oppose the rooks, then it works marvelously well suddenly, and it takes, give me your queen, no, I can defend. No, you cannot. You can't interpose anymore with rook on g8 to g6, and you just lose the game. What are our graphics telling us there on the screen?
Just a reminder where these players stand in the standings. Pragg is currently sharing 4th, and Wesley still
half
at
a point
50%.
behind Vincent. But with Vincent's draw, it means that Pragg, the victory, could join him.
This is the current standings. We had 2 draws. Vincent Keymer is still in the lead with 3.5. Anish and Jorden half point behind. Maxime at 2.5. And Pragg can, if he wins, he will join Vincent in the lead. And
Firouzja, who's having a bad tournament, is a game behind along with Fabi. They have a makeup game to play tomorrow on the rest day, so that they'll join the players at 5 games, but at the moment they're behind there. And let us just see. Did he play a5? Has Pragg responded?
Thinking is 17 minutes, so
versus
doesn't need to rush.
Wesley's
11.
And
They're not far from the time control either, 32.
Move 32. Okay, so I like the move a4, a5 for reasons that have to do with something that could happen way advanced in the future. Rook and pawn endgames. I can go after the a6 pawn. King and pawn endgames. I can go king c5, king b6, and go after the a pawn. But if they're traded, then the only weakness in the position is c6. But a6 could be way, way, way down the line, a potential weakness. But how does Pragg go about increasing its advantage, Peter?
But before we get to that, Yasser, let's go to Cristian, who is with Anish Giri.
Okay.
Thank you, Nazi. Anish, obviously this was a big game for you. White pieces against the leader going into this one. You obviously had intentions to win this one. And you got quite a nice advantage out of the opening. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, Cristian, I was wondering why do they always call me here after I play a bad game? But then I realized maybe I always play a bad game.
We call you all the time.
No, I always play, and I always play a bad game. I mean, I just play, it's very, very bad. I mean, I had the position looked amazing.
It did.
And I completely lost the plot, like completely at some point.
But I don't think it was ever that good. Like,
maybe not, huh?
No.
But it looked amazing. I mean, okay, that's the thing. Like of course, this is sort of, it's a very shaky concept. I mean, the engine sort of says it's equal slash like, I mean, if you look at it with the engine, it looks like white is playing for advantage, frankly. But I mean, it's a very shaky concept to give up both the bishops. And I felt that it's not something I would think generally is maybe good, you know.
Things can go wrong.
Yeah, but I've analyzed this quite extensively, and okay, I thought I convinced myself to play this. I think I got like the computer usually goes for a5, a4, and also h5 somewhere. He went for rook e8 and b5, which is very odd. But yeah, I have now this. I mean, normally he's supposed to bother me with h5. I get a 4, but the thing is that yes, if let's say I have my dark square bishop as always, and I get this, I'm kind of winning. Yeah, like let's say I get like, I mean, okay, sorry. I think this position was the maximum.
Yes.
Like,
let's say this knight is not on
yeah.
let's say bishop on e3.
Yeah, well, okay. Let's say I go f5 and I have like a bishop on f4 or something. I mean, this then we sort of. But now that he has the bishop pair, it's a little bit different than usual. But I mean, I felt like this is sort of my dream, so I was really happy. I thought I'm playing extremely precise so far. I was very happy knight f3.
You also had double his time at this point.
Yeah,
so
no, I was
obviously a very pleasant
thrilled.
situation.
Then he went f6, and I planned to take and go knight e4, but then I wanted to go rook e1 first. But then I started to completely misevaluate this position. I thought like, okay, things are opened up. Knight e4, he has c5. He's got bishops. And somehow counterplay bishop coming to f7 hits my a pawn.
You have to go a3. He goes b4.
Yeah, and suddenly and then I later realized that okay, I always am gonna go for g5 push at some point, and I'm going to create a passed pawn simply. And the thing is that position opens up for his bishops, but I think that it's more relevant that I have the f passer. That I realized this whole thing much later in the game.
Yes.
When I wanted to get something like this, I realized that oh my god, I could have gotten this immediately. You know, like I could have actually gotten this because I didn't see this even f6. You know, I didn't even see it coming. Like I thought actually we're gonna play something like this, where he goes h6, I go f5, goes. And by the way, I was also not sure. Like I mean, this when you have the bishop, like, but this I was also not sure. I am pushing, of course, like mad, but at the same time. It was not so easy still to convert. I was not sure what's happening. He has some sort of slow counterplay, and I can't, you know, hit something in his position. Like I can go h4, g5 slowly. Okay, I'm then sort of coming, but then okay, I need to do something like I don't know f6 or like. But it will start to create a clear passed pawn, and if I even create one at some point, the bishops will activate as you open the position. So it was kind of not so simple, the whole thing.
Once you get g5, maybe you can go g6 and try to.
Yeah, or let's say even if I go g5, take, and then I go whatever f6, and then this bishop, like the more stuff I open, the more the bishops get. So I was, got a bit confused. I did think that this sort of is better than whatever I have prepared ever, so this looked good. But this move f6, yeah, it kind of confused me, and I decided. I completely lost the plot. I mean, I didn't see his next move, so okay, let me go a3, c5, knight d5. And now I planned, this is what I mean, I planned this. I planned something like this, and then I realized that fg knight g5, and then I realized that I could probably get this in a much better version. And then he went also rook e6, and okay, he wants to do this. And
this is basically the dream for him.
No, but actually not. I mean, we discussed actually I have this knight f4 and if g5 take rook e5, so he has to still be precise here. But I should have done this. Instead, I got this smart idea to go king f2 to unpin. I thought only about c4 when I have f5, bishop c5, and I thought I think some like king f1 or something like this. So it looked kind of good. And then I completely blundered that he goes fe because I was kind of happy that I get rid of the bishop of one bishop, but actually. I think I'm just worse. Like he has this move. Knight d7 leads to like a lost endgame. Luckily, I have knight f7, but he has bishop f4. And okay, suddenly I have to be accurate. I was calculating this. I think I'm kind of still holding thanks to, you know, my position was so good that even terrible play is still enough to make a draw. But he went c4. Yeah, and I again lost the plot. Yeah, as usual. Yeah, I thought that I just have to. I thought he's threading something, but he's not threading anything. Yeah, I don't know what I'm pushing, but okay, I thought I'm already like I thought I'm worse actually. Like I thought I should just make draw.
No, that makes sense.
Because I thought that this a pawn is stupid,
And there are some scenarios where like he goes a5, like bishop comes around to collect my pawns, and okay, he has bishop for two wings. I didn't think I was better. I thought I was worse actually, and I was actually very happy that he took the draw. I was worried that I'm worse here. C6, f5. Yeah, you know, I realized.
Now you're starting to get worse.
No, but this I realized that this endgame is terrible for me. It's also disgusting endgame. I can't do anything, so I realized I can get this. I think he could even prevent this in some lines. I was calculating he has even h6, and I was like, maybe I'm just lost. King comes around. Yeah. There's a Zugzwang. And okay, I was so relieved that the game was over. It's a terrible game. Just.
Now, while I have you here, and I know we have some other games going on, but one in particular, it does seem like Alireza, who we're missing in the playing hall, is in some sort of danger, and he only has less than 5 minutes on the clock right now. I need to gauge your reaction to this, and also the situation. He's playing from a hotel room, typical close to like Miles.
Tony
right?
Miles, yeah,
Tony
yeah.
Miles.
No, hysterical and historical stuff.
You can see the footage right
God,
there. I want to gauge your reaction to that.
Oh my God, wait, what's going on there? Wow, poor guy.
So
See, I guess he's on board with this whole thing, yeah? Like
both of the players.
Yeah. Wow. No,
you're not going to experience that because
you're
already.
Well, I mean, you never know. Like, knock on the wood.
No, but you already played him, is what I mean.
No, I thought you meant the leg thing.
Hopefully not.
No, you never know.
Hopefully not.
No, poor guy, and such a hero for continuing playing.
Yes.
I really thought it was a perfect opportunity for him to call it a day, you know, and just. But he's really a hero, you know, for the love for chess. You know,
of course, yeah.
The love for chess is, and it's particularly difficult because he's playing not very well as well. But I assume this is the old footage, not right now, yeah?
No, this is
because
something
he looks much more thrilled than
yes.
What his position.
We didn't want to disturb too much, and obviously once you get into time trouble situation, it's very difficult to also move the pieces from that position. So
yeah, I mean, just the whole thing is probably, I don't know, it's terrible. Like, just poor guy. Also, the position he has,
to save this one.
No, it's terrible position. Yeah, it's terrible chances. Everything's terrible. Yeah, also it was so unpleasant for him. He's got this dark square issue. There was one cute moment, you know, here. If white starts queen h5. I think there is rook takes f2. It's nice, nice little trick. And I think h3 prepares this because now he has king takes f2.
Anish, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in a couple of days. Enjoy your resting. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anish, for joining us. Just looking at the position of Alireza, and it really does look terrible.
Yes, they also brought up an interesting point that once you're in time trouble, can you actually blitz while you're lying down?
We may find out, because guess who's heading towards time trouble? Alireza's down on the clock. He's only got 4 minutes.
Okay, he has 4 moves, so hopefully he doesn't get into critical time trouble. But
he is objectively lost, though.
That's the point.
Straight up lost. Yeah.
Right. I mean, and Peter, I can see on my border that my chess thermometer says Javokhir has a huge advantage, and the last move, rook a4, did not assist.
It loses to something very specific, though. You begin by rook e1 check, which I think is very logical, and then after knight f1, the thing that wins, apparently, is knight e5. First of all, important to note that king f2 now doesn't unpin the knight because we have knight d3 check. But why not rook a7? And rook a7 apparently loses to g4, rook takes b7, g3, spending 2 tempi and 2 pawns just to set that in stone, the pin on the first rank. And then after rook c7, king f6, I guess there's just no defense against knight g4, knight h2, or knight g4, knight e3.
So you're not just winning a knight, you're checkmated.
No, I think white has a way to prevent getting checkmated by playing rook c8, rook g8, but you will lose this position. This is, I don't think this is a defensible position.
Black has enough pawns to win this, yeah, of course.
I think this is not going to get held.
But this is miserable.
It is very, very miserable, yeah.
I also have a breaking news in the other game. Pragg made a mistake, and Wesley's not that much worse anymore.
Whoa.
Yeah, but the way the engine wins this position is very, very non-intuitive. I clicked a little bit while listening to the interview, and yes, Pragg appears to have been on the verge of actually winning, but the way it does it, if we could bring it up, Machine goes Queen F2, C2 here, which I think, first of all, just thinking of that is not that easy. And the point is, let's say King H8, which I think is a very normal move. The engine lures the rook to C8 to put it on a passive square, and then goes Rook A3. And if it lands on A6 or A7, I suppose, both of those are very dangerous. The black position starts collapsing. But first of all, like you're giving up the pawn on B4,
right?
Which loses to Rook A7, Bishop B7, Rook takes E7. This is findable. This is not that difficult. But just the whole idea of basically beginning to play on the queen side when it feels like you should be playing on the king side, I think is quite difficult to visualize. And Pragg threw in Rook F7 check. Obviously, nobody's going to take because that immediately loses to E6 discovered check. And now after King H8, it looks beautiful, but there's no progress. And if you go back to F3, Wesley, of course, will not play King G7. So you've burnt a couple of tempi for pretty much nothing.
And just continuing the position with a move like G2, G4, Peter, with the idea...
G4 or G7?
Yeah, I was about to say, I want to play Queen F3 and try to recapture...
Yeah, Queen F5 would be very strong as well.
But Rook G7 immediately is the
antidote.
Rook
G7 kicks them away. And Black actually stabilizes. This is what I meant. If Wesley achieves some kind of a setup like this, Rook G7, King G8, it's going to be very difficult to attack anything.
Like a fortress.
A little bit, yeah. Black still doesn't really want anything. It's going to be very difficult for Wesley to ever create a single threat in this game, but...
We do have a draw between Bogdan and Fabi. We missed that
no,
somehow.
we
Where did they find the
missed
repetition?
I thought that was a game that... it was a repetition with the knight coming... After knight c5, Daniel said that knight on c5 is too strong, let's trade
just
it.
went back and forth, I see.
And then let me play knight b5, and that was the repetition.
Yeah, and actually, Fabi kind of escaped today. He was in big trouble earlier.
Yeah, but when Daniel didn't find g4, then I thought that the advantages had kind of like ping-pong back.
I don't think Fabi had that much of an advantage. At least he equalized, yes.
Yeah.
He took a risk, and it didn't work, but also it could have been worse.
Didn't pay off, but it almost paid off. Okay, what a stunning draw! Actually, I didn't see that, but now that I see it now, that looks very reasonable result.
It does look logical, and I guess Fabi just did not believe he was much better. In the meantime, Sindarov did not find 95, and he is still better, but no longer straight up winning.
Not as convincing.
Jump into that game.
We have. He did play Rook E1 check.
But he played Knight F6 instead. And now after Rook A7, you can no longer make sure the king stays put. If you play G4, of course, White will go King F2. He's already played Rook C1. And now after Rook C1, you have to play C3, C4. Rook B7, Rook C3, you will lose. But if you do play C3, C4, and then unpin the king eventually, I guess maybe Sindarov wants to play Knight G4 here. Rook takes B7, let's say King F6, Rook takes C7, Knight E3. But the difference is you will have to take on F1 with the knight, and that misplaces your pieces to such a degree that after G2, G4 here, which is the only move, but it will be the move you make, White has very strong counterplay connected with the idea of Rook H7, and Machine says this is a draw, which is a bit shocking, but maybe not that shocking.
Is it because we're losing the H6 pawn?
Yeah, we probably end up losing the pawn on H6, and not only White ends up picking up some material, you also have some pretty strong passers. And
wow,
many of these moves will be. Okay, he didn't play C4. Okay, then he is back in a lot of trouble. That was move 39. He had 3 minutes, and I guess he didn't really like the idea of giving up the knight, or perhaps giving up. Black had other ways to pick up some material. But now after Rook B7, Rook C3, this is back to being pretty bad for White because the knight on F1 is just so horrible.
Not only that, but we're just capturing material on the H5
knight
pawn.
H5, or in some cases, even Knight G4 followed by King F6 might be even cleaner, collecting F5 first.
I like it.
While keeping everything firmly under control.
When the H6 pawn is defended. So this is looking very, very good for our challenger, Sindarov.
And they're only a move away from time control. Alireza has 2.5 minutes to make his 40th move. At least he won't have to blitz
while lying down. Yeah. Let's see where else.
And we only have 2 games left. This and Prag's game against Wesley.
Right, because of the
3
draw
draws
so far.
already.
Right. Sorry.
They're still in the Prag's game. They're 4 moves away from the time control, but neither of them are in serious time trouble.
Now I have to find the game.
Yeah, what? Yeah, I think it disappeared from your screen, Yasser. I don't see it either.
Yeah, what happened? What happened?
I only see Alireza's game.
Remarkable. We'll figure that out.
that's right.
Peter
Peter
can
pull it up.
draw up the game between Wesley and Prague.
Yeah, he played Queen F4, which is, I guess this indicates that maybe he wants to meet Rook G7 with Rook F6, because he realizes that you can't really progress without some kind of sacrifices. But regrettably for White, this is a very, very sturdy setup. You have all kinds of checks, but I don't think you can make any real progress. You can play Queen G5 check or Queen G6 check. And the king, there's even a choice. You can go back into the corner, or you can run towards the center even. You're not that worried about Bishop C5 check, because if you give all of these checks, you just drive the king to the square it wants to occupy anyway. So after Rook G7, a kind of a turning point. You can, of course, this is move 37. Pragg doesn't have to pull the trigger just yet. You can go Rook F5. It doesn't spoil anything. But if Black gets time to play King G8, how are you going to make any progress whatsoever? And regrettably for Pragg, as I mentioned, Rook F6 looks very logical, but it does not appear to actually do very much.
We have Rook G5 on the board.
Rook G5 chosen.
On the board.
Also a decent move, actually, yeah. Stopping Rook F6 and preparing King G8. Maybe an even better choice simply from a practical viewpoint, because you don't even need to assess what that exchange sacrifice does or doesn't do.
Exactly. Does it mean, in view of King G8, does it mean I have to withdraw the queen to
probably
make room for the rook retreat? That doesn't.
You can choose any square though, because F7 isn't hanging, right? There's always E5, E6 discovered check. So top line on my screen is Queen F2, Queen F4, G2.
Queen F4, D2.
D2 or C1 even, you know.
Just defending the B4
It just puts
pawn.
it somewhere, yeah, because F7 isn't hanging. But we've given away a lot of advantage here, quite obviously, because Black has achieved pretty much the ideal setup. Bishop on E7, King on G8, Rook on G6.
Wow, and time trouble, not a factor.
Not really.
They're on move
We consider
30.
5-minute time trouble, but
Yeah,
these
exactly.
guys don't.
Move 36. They only have
Anything
a few.
above 30 seconds for them is not a time trouble.
Well, it really turned out that the rook invasion was just a bad move.
Yeah.
Just rook on F6 didn't achieve anything. In fact, Black coordinated his king. King went to H8, rook went to G5, the current position, and the king is coming to G8, chasing his away. A try? Can I try to, in case of G5, king over rook F5?
Rook F5, but obviously
I'm not doing anything.
We're not obliged to react here. Rook G7 or Rook G6.
Yeah, I'm just dreaming. Do me a favor and trade on F5 so I can play G takes F5.
So there's no way we can use the open A file to do anything? Bring the queen over from there? Let's say you go Rook G... No, I'm talking for White after Rook G7.
Oh, after Rook G7, yeah.
Yeah, let's say like Queen drops. D2, let's say.
D2, okay, fair.
And I'm going to A2, if you let
Even
me.
Rook F7 becomes at least a topic of discussion now to kind of tie you down to the...
But let's say you play King H7 and just
Okay.
wait. See if we can do something, or if it's still completely fine for Black.
And Pragg has played G2, G4, by the way. Yasser doing a very good job of mind reading.
I feel like that Alfred Hitchcock memory man, mind reading. Never mind, before your time, Alfred Hitchcock. King G8, I'm expecting, and Wesley played it quickly. Rook F5, and I like this idea of Rook G7, and eventually, if your queen goes astray.
Yeah, you have apparently just Rook F7.
Rook F7.
So What if after rook g7, Pragg tries bishop c5, trade the bishops, and then go h4?
Say that again. I
Rook
was
g7,
rook g7, yes.
bishop c5,
Bishop c5, yeah.
Yeah.
and if you take,
Okay.
Takes rook f7.
well, that you have to calculate and be sure it's safe. So let's say black stands. Okay, h4.
h4.
I have a feeling at some point you'll have to contend with b5, b4 here, right? Or g5, g4. Trying to disrupt your coordination.
I'm doing something, but really no threats at all still.
Yeah, black is incredibly solid, right?
Yeah.
Queen
It really
g6
is a
with
fortress.
b5, b4. I would never do it. Truly, I would never do it. I would never do this. Hold on. How do I never do this? I want to play bishop takes b4 and get a. What did we just do?
Played bishop c5 for white. And you took it.
No, just a second. Yeah, here. So this one. Okay, just a second. Hold on. It's bishop takes. What was I trying to do? I was trying to get.
Do you want to put the bishop on g5? No?
Yeah, I lost it.
It
was.
will come to you.
Yeah, it was a. I was looking at some bishop takes b4, rook f6 variation, and trying to get my pieces around and three connected pass pawns versus something that's a complete mess. And no, not anymore. Let me refresh my board.
And to update on the other game, Alireza has reached time control. Javokhir still hasn't. It's about to make move 40.
All right, I'm going to switch to. Do I call it the injury?
You can if you like.
And this is, for those of you joining us late, this has been a very bad game by Alireza, a wonderful game by Sindarov, as we're seeing, again, these kind of dominating pieces. I think it was Evgeny Bariev who had this, he was annotating a game in New in Chess where he said that he felt that his pieces didn't have the same power as Garry Kasparov's pieces. Like Gary's knight was imbued with greater power than his knight, and Gary's rooks were imbued with greater power than his rooks. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, is Alireza's...
Those are not the same knights.
Yeah, there's not the same knights, it's not the same rooks, and in fact, it's not the same kings. And Alireza's... Yeah, Alireza's position is actually being dominated. Peter talked about putting
Knight
the
g4
knight on
is stronger than
g4.
knight takes h5. Knight
Putting
takes
the
h5
king
probably
f6.
also wins, but knight g4 is actually much cleaner.
Yeah, knight g4, put your king, and the knight on f1 is stuck. The rook on b7 is good, but not as powerful as the rook on c3. And it's Sindarov who has every expectation of winning this game. Maybe.
Absolutely, yes.
Might be the only decisive game of the round, in fact.
Yeah, because we were expecting Pragg to win his game, but Wesley has a very solid setup now, and yeah, this might be the only decisive game, like you said, Yasser.
Exactly.
Also, the other two games kind of ended in a draw unexpectedly, especially Bogdan and Fabi.
Right, that one especially.
It was a shock.
And also a bit the MVL game. I thought that MVL versus Jorden, that MVL was going to push against the hanging pawns for a while. And that game went and swept away. The pieces were swept away.
We have 3 draws already. Currently, Vincent Keymer is still leading with 3.5. Anish and Jorden right behind him by half a point. Maxime full point behind Vincent. Fabi still has to play one more game, so he could possibly have 3 points as well. And yeah, Pragg is the only one who could catch the leader.
Anish Giri playing his game against Vincent Keymer today. He was very critical, but I thought incredibly objective as well. Anish, as he explained, he had a training camp. He did a great deal of work on his approach to this Berlin ending today. He thought he was playing it really brilliantly. And then he realized something had gone seriously wrong. And at the end of the game, the very end of the game, he expressed relief that Vincent
He thought he was maybe a little bit worse.
Thought he was worse.
And he was right.
And he was right. And that was impressive objectivity, I felt, by Anish.
Yeah, I thought that was actually, he was sharply critical of his play today, but
Exactly.
I thought his assessments were pretty much spot on. He spotted that bishop d6 idea, which we pointed out as a missed opportunity for Vincent. And also he was very much trying to end the game as quickly as possible towards the end there, because he thought the only player who could be worse was him, which was also probably just correct.
Right. And at the same time, he's sitting there saying, how could I do this to myself? I had this wonderful training camp. I got the ending that the engine enjoys. I did everything right. I was playing really well, and now I'm worse.
Yeah, he kept repeating, my position looked so good. It's so amazing. And, yeah.
And it was like, dang.
Well, that's Berlin endgame for you.
Yeah, but I think that this objectivity, that keeping this objectivity, is very, very impressive. I couldn't do that. I was always like, anytime I've equalized, I must be better. By definition. You know?
Until what age? And I'm not even kidding. It's a
yeah,
serious
exactly. It probably more or less maybe after I became a candidate, then I began to realize like these guys are really good. I shouldn't always be thinking I should win every game or something. Yeah.
Because I think it actually helps a great deal, but it kind of dissipates as you grow older, right?
Right.
You no longer really feel that
like
any playable position is yours, right?
Right.
As long as it's somehow playable, you are supposed to convert it into a full point somehow.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I vaguely remember that feeling. It's sometime in the past.
Yeah. Well, I was literally facing the situation where I was trying to make the Olympic team, and I was on the bubble. And literally, to make the Olympic team, I planned my schedule, and I have to go 18-0. But these are Swiss tournaments, where maybe in the last round I'm playing a high-rated opponent. And went 18-0.
You did.
I did.
Nice, nice.
We had a big celebration. I made the Olympic team, and the computer that the United States Chess Federation had to do the ratings broke down. And the company that they had bought the computer from had bankrupted themselves. So there was nobody to fix the computer, and the ratings were frozen for an entire year, and I didn't get my Olympic team invitation.
Oh, that is...
I've never heard of anything like that.
So
that's so discouraging for you. What did you do?
Well, I watched the Olympiad from afar, of course. But it's like one of those things where, you know, when you're used to, okay, I got to win my next 18 games, and you do it.
You did your job.
You think I'm supposed to win all the games that I'm ever supposed to play. But yeah, I mean, and now today that they're so objective.
A different world we have today.
Totally different world. How about you, Peter? At what point did you discover you don't have to win every game?
Compared to some people I've met or some people I played with or against, I was never really in the fully in the every single position I play is always better for me camp. But I was pretty optimistic until maybe the age of 27-ish, somewhere in that range where the...
I'm so glad you said 27-ish and not 14, 15.
No. I was still a pretty bubbly young man, I think, in my early 20s, and the results kind of backed it up. And I think those things are very interconnected. I don't know like which is the chicken and which is the egg there.
Right.
Because if you feel you're doing well, it actually kind of helps you do well.
Yeah.
Because you don't feel down, you don't feel kind of your positions don't depress you as much, and so. But yeah, it kind of dissipates, and then people against you, suddenly you realize that you're playing against somebody who you were a few years back, and yeah, it's an age thing, which it shouldn't be, but somehow I feel it very much is, like the innocence of youth and all that.
And then as you get older, you start realizing that these young folks are playing for the win against you. How rude!
How rude!
Yeah.
As you were describing, Peter, yourself, bubbly young man, he just reminded me of Sindarov. I see him that way. He's very positive, and I think that helps his results.
Absolutely, yeah. But still, there are like undisputed world champions in this. I think like Mark Taimanov was definitely. I mean, from way back, obviously nowhere near my generation, but he was always I
eternal optimist.
Yeah, extremely optimistic about his chances in every single game he played, and I think that helped him a great deal because he was playing against a generation of players which I think were objectively better players than he was, and he was very much holding his own.
Yeah.
In part, I think, because he was just like very firmly in favor of everything he was doing.
Eternal optimist. One of the great stories was I was playing in the Melody Amber tournaments. It was this is blindfold blitz rapid tournaments, and Vachier-Lagrave and Anatoly Karpov made a draw. And it was a clash of two heavyweights, and they're in the analysis room and they're analyzing. And it's one of those very, very typical isolated queen pawn positions. And Vichy says, geez, here I really had a tough time trying to figure out how to improve my advantage, how to increase my advantage. And Talia says, advantage? What are you talking about? I'm better. He's black. And no, says Vichy, I'm better. I just didn't know how to continue. No, says Anatoly, I stand better. And Vichy says, wait. This is your game against Tigran Petrosian in the Soviet Championship. You played this and you were better. And Anatoly kind of digests what Vichy has told him. He says, aha, yes, you're right. You do stand better. But after a few more moves, the eternal optimist. That game did end in a draw, just to emphasize. What do we have going on between Alireza and Sindarov? Because
he did not play knight g4 check, and now White has some chances, I think, maybe to escape.
To grovel and escape.
Even though it's still very, very unpleasant. Knight h5, knight e3 on the board. You should just put the knight back on f6.
Yeah.
And White has, I guess, two somewhat active plans. One is just, it seems slow, but it's useful. Just b3, b4, b5, b6. So trying to get things off the board.
Makes a lot of sense to me, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can do
or
that.
You could try to disrupt the black coordination by playing king e2, king d2. Seems completely pointless because it allows knight e4 check. But then after you play knight e4 check, you give me the d5 square for the knight.
A future knight d5, yeah.
So those two appear to be the best options. You have the move knight e3, c4 in the current position, against which the best appears to be knight e8.
Give me
Although maybe you can actually just give up the pawn on c7. You can play g5, rook c7, king f8. And this currently, the machine adjusted its opinion about this and now says this is basically winning.
Basically winning?
Yeah, because you have to play rook c8, knight b6 not to lose material.
Right.
King e7 probably is stronger. And then after rook takes b3, seems like move by move this is not holding for White. Even though you have rook c6.
So reduced, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
But somehow black, I guess, establishes control.
I'd much rather play black, no question about it. But I think the whole idea of what you were saying, get your pawn to b6 as White, trade as many things off the board, and that's your hope of trying to make a draw.
It's very specifically knight g4 check in that final position for some reason. It's not moved by, it's not static, it's very concrete.
Okay. Do we have a move? So the choices, to be clear, after knight f6 are king e2, b4, and knight c4. All right. Have they made time control?
Yes.
They have.
Yes.
They have.
Even knight f6 hasn't been played yet, but nothing else makes much sense. You can't allow knight d5.
But let's go over to Bucharest to check in with Cristian.
And it does seem like Alireza missed a chance, and it wasn't rook takes b7 allowing rook takes c3. It was actually at this point, I think this was move 39, so only 2 moves before the time control. He had to play c4, and it does seem like this one would have given him some serious chances to make a draw in this one, and in fact objectively equalize or at least get very close to it. Knight takes h5. Obviously right now you have to defend against knight to g3, that's a pin, so you need to get the king to f2 check. And now you have a couple of options, both king to e1 and king to g1 seem to be much better than the game's continuation, rook takes b7 allowing rook takes c3. King to g1 looks very scary, so it's understandable why he did not play this, because after knight to f4, g3, you see the king. The king is almost checkmated. Knight to h3, king to h1. It looks so weak, and you can imagine perhaps a king coming in and starting to threaten checkmates on the board. But the thing is, you cannot touch the pawn on f5. So for example, king to f6, I just simply take. Obviously, you cannot take on f5 because of knight to e3. So it does seem like white is just simply in time to equalize the position. Understandably, he took on b7, and after rook takes c3, it does seem like Sindarov is still in pole position to take the full point home. He does have an objectively winning advantage. So in this one, Sindarov is looking good. But once again, a missed opportunity by Alireza, close to the first time control with that move c4. Not an easy find, but a find that would have given him the chance to maybe make a draw in this one. Guys, for the moment, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you, Cristian.
Yeah, we're watching that moment, and Alireza definitely missed that chance. But now, as Peter explained, I think he still has decent chances to
Oh
save
my
this
goodness,
game.
I absolutely know Sindarov definitely in pole position here, and I would actually argue that he's the favorite to win this game as opposed to Alireza being a favorite to draw the game. An extra pawn and the potential of a weak pawn on f5 too. It's always king f6, and we've got issues defending the pawn. Now, mind you, that does I do mean to say that I loved the move knight g4. I just thought that that was absolutely a dominating move, and knight g4 and king f6, I think that would have been much better choice than what happened in the game. What happened in the game, winning a pawn and giving white some chances, whether it be with knight c4 or even king e2 or even b4, is giving white some chances of holding.
And Yasser, if Alireza doesn't survive this game, he's also playing Fabi tomorrow with the black pieces.
Exactly.
It's going to be pretty tough.
By the way, I mean, for Alireza, no, seriously, this tournament has been a bit of a nightmare, and I'm not joking about his ankle. He's, what, 1.5 points out of...
He's -2, right?
-2.
And he was winning in the first round that he didn't win.
Losing potentially this round, as you just said, big
missed opportunity in game 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Fabi tomorrow.
But hey, he's still here and fighting. As Anish mentioned, he could have stopped the tournament, especially after his medical injury, but it's a love of chess.
Yeah, and this is the 2 remaining games.
Yes, currently they're in the last place, but Alireza still has to play an extra game, and Sindarov is at -1.
Yep.
Yes.
Trying to... I was just thinking about people who had been injured. This wasn't a real injury. I think it happens all the time. Flus and colds and things like that. But we did have... Remember, there was one Paikidze where Peter Leko, actually the trainer for Vincent, he was very, very ill. He had gotten some penicillin shots before a match with Vladimir Kramnik. And he ended up, not in Paikidze.
Okay.
And Peter was on the verge of dropping out in that tournament, but continued and finished the event. Free day coming up and things like that. All right, what do you have for us, Peter?
Well, in Prague's game against Wesley, there is a bit of an interesting moment where Wesley clearly believes that
he can hold.
There's no way for white to make any progress, and there was a bit of an interesting brief intrigue there, because first of all, Wesley could have played rook g7 in this position. We were playing rook g7. Instead, he played rook g6, bishop f2, and here, for instance, the engine says you can make pretty much an immediate draw by playing d5, d4, trying to win the pawn on b4, which would create actual counterplay for black. And if queen takes d4, queen d5 check, all kinds of endgames are available to white here, but they all pretty much end up with everything on the queen side disappearing and black holding very, very comfortably. But instead, he basically is just now shuffling with rook g7, rook g6. He does not believe he is worse, and, or at least he does not believe there is a way in, let's put it like this. And we could have a second game today, potentially, with the king march. Because I think the only plan for white here involves, first and foremost, getting the king to somewhere over like b2 or somewhere there on the queen side. And once you've done that, maybe you can try some h4, h5s or h4, g5s or something on the king side. You can't really do it when the king is in front of the pawns. And Wesley clearly is content just keeping his shape the way it is now. A king on g8, rook just goes g7, g6, g7, g6, nothing else is being moved. For Pragg, though, as things stand right now, there is no way in. You have to improve. And what you can improve probably is actually a king position. So you get it, although honestly with the queen on e6, you get it to the center of the board and black plays d5, d4. How confident do you feel that your king is completely safe somewhere around, I don't know, the d2, d3 squares?
Right.
Feels like in a practical game, it's very difficult to imagine how white makes any progress.
So just to buttress the point that Peter is making, so you make these beautiful king marches, and goodness knows that you, oops, sorry, that's not the king march.
I think maybe the engine likes it on e2, but no further.
Yeah, you get it to, for example, here, and Peter says, what if I just hit you with a d4 shot? And how happy are you that you've marched your king to the middle of the board? Maybe you wanted to keep it on the king side. And in fact, Pragg kind of got the memo.
Yeah, it goes in the other direction.
And he says, I'm going to keep my king on the king. Actually, it is a funny moment in the sense that there is I think there is a threat in the position. If the white king stays on the g file, there is this kind of funny move b4, and I'm interfering. I want to take this pawn, and please don't take it with your queen. That would be a cold shower. Queen takes your rook. I mean, the rook was defended by the pawn and the queen.
Two pieces. Yeah,
and then suddenly the rook is hanging.
You can't forget about it. Yeah,
it's like,
happens.
what? How is the rook hanging? So d5, d4 is lurking, and that was why we saw king h2. And if Wesley is true to form, he's probably about to play rook g7 at the moment. And asking how you improve.
I think we should watch Alireza's endgame.
Sure,
There's
let's
more
do it.
happening there than in this position. King e2.
Yeah, he's played king e2, and now by far the best move appears to be h6, h5, which I think is quite logical, frankly, because you do want to at least hint at creating a passer on the king side. Also, king h6 might be a very useful thing to have, escaping the x-ray along the 7th rank.
Well, that's as the candidate.
h5, king e2, knight e4 check, king d2, knight e4 check, back to e2. And now this is why, another reason why we played king h5 is now we play king h6.
And allow knight d5?
Knight d5, rook c5, knight takes c7, and either rook takes f5 or h5, h4. And some kind of a race ensues, because white now has a passer. For the first time for quite some time, white actually has legitimate sources of counterplay. Difficult to assess without analyzing it quite deeply whether white saves this or not. But black, of course,
my instinct is that h-pawn is far more dangerous and being escorted actually by black's king. But yeah, but at least, as you say, Alireza's in there with a shout. He has his own passer. So king e2.
Yeah, amazingly not completely lost. Looking at what my engine tells me, it's probably bad, but you have to play very, very precisely.
Peter, in view of king d2, is there anything preventing me from playing d5?
d5 before appears to throw much of it away, actually. Before b5, b6 comes very quickly, yeah. And
don't I get out of dodge?
Why
I guess
does d5
not.
have such a big effect on the b pawn
It activates the rook. It's not even that we win something. You can play king h6, but then after b6, I will suddenly have a pretty active rook, which creates a lot of pressure against.
d4?
d4, knight d1 always, yeah. We have knight d1, which is very useful. King d3.
Looks like black is making progress.
Except after king
pawn,
d3.
yes.
After king d3, I probably pick up the pawn on c7 with check, and once again, I actually have my own trumps for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, that b pawn can run fast now.
Yeah, now I regret that my king does not have access to the h6 square. Okay, so that explains that. So king e2, that's why we're looking at h6, h5 for Javokhir. h5, g4, king h6, or h5, g4, h4, h3. And away we go.
Yeah, if he wants to play for a win, he has to try that, absolutely. And practically speaking, how big do you think chances of black winning this is?
It's gone down. Truly, I thought that knight e4 and king f6 was almost signed the score sheets. I thought that was really huge. This, I think it's 50-50 now. I think.
Do you agree with that, Peter?
No, I think.
Oh, by the way, our singular feature that really I did incredibly well at was stump the commentators.
All right, let's see what
and I'm ready for ego points. Let's go.
Name the 2 players who had the best starts to a classical event after 4 rounds in the history of the Grand Chess Tour.
Well, is the
that's too hard.
Is the 7 in a row
Well, we
by
know one is Fabi.
Fabi?
But that wasn't the Grand Chess Tour yet.
But that was the thing. I don't think the Grand Chess
That
Tour
wasn't the Grand Chess
existed.
Tour. That was just the Sinquefield Cup.
Cup,
The
okay.
tour
Yeah.
didn't exist yet.
Yeah. So name the 2 players who had the best start.
I wonder if the
Magnus.
shapes are a hint.
Magnus has got to be one of
If
them.
they're a hint, I see MVL there.
Yeah, that's MVL on the right, and I think it's actually Vincent on the left.
You think it could be
Yeah.
3 out of 4 is a great start.
I wonder if they're trying.
Classical, yeah,
but
for sure.
this could be a double bluff, though. But I'm going to go with the shapes. Yeah, I'm going to go Vincent and MVL. Possibly.
That's not random. That's not random. But let's find
Possibly
out
this
the
is
answer.
Nepo actually on the right.
I'm going to go with Magnus because how can I be wrong?
We were so off.
Topalov.
Peter, it's Topalov and
Nepalov.
Nepo.
Yeah, I kind of realized it was Nepo on the right actually.
Yeah,
the bearded one.
Yeah.
And Topalov had 3.5 out of 4 in the 2015 I was in Norway for that.
You should have remembered, Yasser.
Yes, and he won the event, and that was the event that Magnus did not show up to the players' meeting. Magnus was late for the round 1 game. Magnus lost on time in a winning position because he didn't know the time control.
Yeah.
Topalov, with that victory, went on to win the tournament.
So that you remember.
Definitely. Topalov, 3.5. Good. We were tricked.
Oh, completely.
We were
yes.
duped.
And the stats for Jan's result there were a little bit confusing because it said 3.5 out of 4 and then won only 2 of the next 7 games, implying it was a 12-person round robin. Also, Croatia. When was Croatia classical?
I thought it was always
I have many
a
questions. I have many questions.
We have doubting Thomases on our panel. Alireza did play the move King E2, by the way.
But Vincent's 3 out of 4 is pretty good. It must be in top 3.
Well, after that, how could I was wrong with I threw Magnus. He's played in so many Grand Chess.
Magnus was a safe guess, but.
Thank you. I thought it was courageous as well.
Apparently, Croatia had classical chess in
and
2019.
it was a 12.
No rapid and blitz.
And it was 12 players.
I can still add 4 and 7. At least this much I can be trusted to do.
12 players.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was that many. King, to answer your own question, how do you rate Alireza's chances versus Sindarov's chances to win?
It's more likely to be a draw.
More likely to be a draw.
Yeah.
I'm taking like 70-30 black win.
Really? I thought it 50-50.
I think this is a
55
very
draw.
difficult defense and also a very cheerless defense as
Could
well.
have said 51.
51. H5, by the way, the best move. Sindarov, is he back on track? And we've been looking at King D2 as well as B4. But if we were going to play B4, we would have done it earlier. So I think we can expect Alireza to play the move King D2, Knight E4 check, and King back. And Peter,
King H6 here.
King H6
King
here.
H6 here. You pretty much have to play 95 because otherwise your previous play doesn't make sense.
Absolutely.
And we get that position after Rook C5, Rook F5. which I think you just lose in practical play because the threats against your king side are just so unpleasant.
Well, I think it's really, oops, sorry, that was not, I think it's really about h4. Maybe I'm sacrificing a piece, but maybe I'm just promoting a pawn. Funnily enough, the
King g2 played in the meantime, but that was really the only way to justify King e2.
Not that I'm asking you to explain what has happened to Alireza, but do your best, Peter. I mean, Alireza, fantastic player, Grand Chess Tour champion twice, chosen by Magnus to be a heir apparent, struggling.
Yeah, I think it worked for him in the past, so it's difficult to criticize, but I don't quite understand his calendar management.
Calendar?
I think he takes such long breaks that I think it's very difficult. In particular, it's very difficult to come back to classical chess if you haven't played for like half a year. And he consistently does this pretty much every season.
He's not playing enough. He's just not playing
No,
enough.
he plays a bunch in a row and then would just disappear for like half a year and come back and try to start afresh. And sometimes it pays off and sometimes it clearly doesn't. I think that's
So
the
you
only
think
explanation.
that this could be simply rusty?
Rust and, yeah.
Especially compared to all the other players who have completely
everybody else
schedules.
is very much part of the traveling circus. They play everything. And
Well, I'm not critical at all. I just admire that Bobby plays so much. It's extraordinary to me that he can keep his energy and his enthusiasm for the game, because at a certain moment you just get tired living out of a suitcase going from one event to another to another.
Or you get used to it and then you don't know any other way.
Right,
you know?
but he's got a packed schedule, for example, Fabi, and you're saying Alireza just has his long stretches of inactivity.
it's obviously a double-edged sword, because if we discuss another player who had a very good period and then a very poor period following it, if we look at 2025 and Prague's results.
Exactly.
Prague does not have that problem.
No,
Prague plays absolutely everything that moves, right? He
Right.
plays absolutely everywhere. And I think both in 2024 and to a much bigger degree in 2025, his second half of the year was a kind of a pale shadow of what he did in the first half.
Right.
So you could also play too much. But I think Alireza does the extreme in the other direction. I think he takes such long breaks, in particular breaks from the classical, that it could occasionally be difficult to come back.
So you can have the two extremes. You can have the over active player, for example,
not
Prague,
active
not
enough.
having, and then you have the inactivity and
We
the rest.
might be nearing the completion in the game between Prague and Wesley, because Prague, I think,
They are repeating, yes.
he's repeated at least once, and there's really no way in. He spent some time looking, but I think it's just so difficult to even nominate a plan. Bishop c5 never works, and what else can you even try?
So we left it at king h2 because I was intimating that d5, d4 might have been a threat for Wesley, and after bishop g5, this is where Prague could play queen f3 in a repetition. Now, why isn't Prague, for example, playing the move h3, h4, progress? We're talking progress.
Well, before was hanging, strictly speaking.
You're not afraid of
h5 rook g7, we're not that worried. No, we have everything
don't have
covered.
rook f6.
E5 is
the
hanging.
bishop
e5 is hanging with check.
Wait a minute, the bishop is.
Well, let's check.
Well,
Let's
no,
try
I'm
it.
not. I'm not giving up a pawn.
And he hasn't. He's very
Shocking.
much a man after your own heart. No?
Right. I'm not going to allow bishop takes b4. Are you kidding me? That's.
Yeah,
That's true.
it's a very strange position where it looks like you've achieved the maximum, but black is very, very solid.
Okay, so how do we cover? Well, no. I mean, queen c3. That
Rook
doesn't.
g5.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. No, queen c3, rook g5.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah,
happy?
I think just take the draw at this point.
Yeah.
We're not making any progress.
And there was really only one point in the game, I think, when he was potentially just straight up winning. But that plan of switching to the queen side altogether was, I think, very difficult to find. Even this is a draw, right? Because there's a perpetual.
Exactly. Sacrificing a rook. So the current position, excuse me, I'm just going to refresh my board. And is anybody claiming a repetition?
Not yet.
Nobody.
No, it's only the.
They only did it once. 15 minutes for Prague.
Yeah.
So he already spent half of his new time control in the last 3 moves.
That's usually a sign.
That's a sign he's going to take the draw, right?
Yeah.
The position itself is also a good sign.
Still one of the great. Did you ever see the magazine? Not the British Chess magazine. It was a parody of the BCM.
No.
Oh, it was brilliant. Oh, just absolutely brilliant. But
Is
there
that
was
a precursor to Kingpin, or?
Yeah, I think so. And they just like the Informator has the game of the year, the best game of the Informator. Not the British Chess magazine had the blunder of the year, and of course it went to Australia. I mean, where else? And so the idea of the blunder of the year award was that the gentleman offers a draw, and the Australian says, "Show me your move first." So the guy thinks, comes up with this absolutely brilliant rook sacrifice that forces checkmate in like 4 moves. So he resigns, forgetting about the draw offer.
Is that an actual thing that happened?
Yeah, that was an actual thing. The Blunder of the Year award. It was just,
That is.
that was very, very good.
Yeah, respect. As someone who's done some properly
amazing things,
properly stupid things in my life, this probably,
trumps
most of mine. Yeah.
Nice. Bishop G5, the Blunder of the Year award. Show me
Resigning
your
while
move.
there's a draw for on
Yes,
board.
show me your move.
First of all, just
It
take
was
the
very,
draw.
very good. Crusher.
Yeah.
We just
My main coach once told me a story. There was a player in the when he was still active, it's probably the 70s we're talking about, who had this very annoying habit of, when there's nobody around, asking, would you like a draw in a completely winning position? And when your opponent perks up and says yes, to continue with I wouldn't, and continuing to play. And then, as Andrei Mikhailovich told me the story, he said there was a team tournament, and he was standing exactly behind the back of the player with the habit. So he was unaware that there's somebody behind him, and he says, would you like a draw? And the opponent doesn't reply, because this has already happened a couple of times in this game, and he knows it's not an actual draw for him.
Right.
And the position is completely lost, and then the guy gets up and leaves. And this is so shocking that Andrei, even though it's not really, like, you're not supposed to talk to people during the game, he kind of says, but like, why are you thinking? This is like, you're doing really poorly, just take the draw.
Accept the offer.
And the guy says, this is not a draw for, unfortunately, I've been here before. This is. And Andrei says, but I was witness, if you call the arbiter, I will confirm to them that the draw was offered.
Right.
And they dragged the guy back, and the guy accepted the draw offer, and he was very upset because his joke.
Yeah, was witnessed.
His joke didn't work out the way it normally works out. But don't do these things, kids. Yeah, this is a cautionary tale against being a bit of a unpleasant person.
There should be a punishment for that.
Yeah, you really shouldn't.
Yeah.
But there are all
It's
kinds
awful.
of characters in all walks of life, including our beautiful game, of course.
Yeah. Peter, you were asking me about, always playing for a win and always thinking I'm better and things like that. And we've had various coaches over the years, but did you have a coach who was of the you are white and you must win variety? Like white wins from move one.
No, I don't think I ever worked or even played next to somebody who was absolutely convinced every single white game needs to be converted to a full point. Although, of course, I myself, I think, at various points in my career, was very much a white pieces player and had much better results with white than with black, but not to the extent you're describing.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Anatoly Karpov had Foreman, and Foreman was like one of those E2, E4 whites winning. You know, it's just, I'll show you how it's winning. What black can play differently, but he loses differently. You know? I mean, E4 wins. And Karpov very much, when he was in his world championship years, seemed to be an I play E4 and win player, always. Yeah. No moves.
A bit further down, bit further down into the game. I think we mentioned this. I think it was yesterday, right, when we were talking about the Najdorf and Grishuk's approach to the Najdorf. Yeah. He did have a period where he thought, okay, if e4, c5, knight f3, d6, knight takes d4, a6, 1-0, we can sign the score sheets now. Why are we playing this out?
Right.
But not on move one, though.
Yeah, but not
there are better moves on move one where he didn't think he was winning just yet. But by move 5, he did think he was winning. Yeah.
Against the Najdorf in particular.
Specifically that, yeah.
Yeah. The Berlin must have been very upsetting whenever he had to face.
It wasn't a thing yet. We're talking late 90s. Berlin. Okay. People were playing, like Zoltan Almashi was already a Berlin player, like Alexei Alexandrov, a name probably unheard of on this stream, but the person you I'm sure know, yeah. Those were the two players above 2600 who were playing Berlin consistently and with good results.
Yes.
But until the match, until Kramnik did it in London, it wasn't really such a bane of all of our existences. King h6 has not been played by Sindarov, and now, seemingly, if we switch to that game, b3, b4 saves the game for Alireza.
Just a second.
So the two of you were much righter about the percentages here.
Don't say that yet.
Seems like.
What's the move for Alireza here?
So just before b5, b6 as usual, yeah.
Before b5, b6 as usual.
Yeah, the point of rook c1, I suppose, is that, whoa, this is very cute. Knight d5 loses to knight c3, check. Yeah.
We are on the Alireza versus Sindarov game, and what?
Knight d5, knight c3, king d2.
Yeah.
Rook d1, d5, rook c7, king f6, and this is lost.
This is lost.
This is probably lost. And honestly, you can believe that because f5 falls and g2 is very vulnerable. I will just run towards the g2 pawn, like king takes f5, g4, g3, h5.
This is sad because I might have felt I was in there with a shout here, actually.
But looks like it's bad. Yeah, I mean it's.
But it looks bad.
Yeah, but if you begin by playing b3, b4, the problem for black is that we've now sort of misplaced our pieces a little bit, and it's very difficult to make any kind of an improvement. If you play h5, h4 here.
Yeah.
Now I can go king d3 and then b5.
Because I've covered the c5
we take away the c5 square.
So h4, king d3.
Yeah, king d3, knight g3, before b5. And we want b6, and if king f6, we even make a draw with rook takes c7. Actually, not even, this is how we make a draw. And then the fork, and the pawn on b5 is advanced far enough to be a massive, massive distraction for black. And g4, h3 doesn't. I mean, you can actually queen the pawns at the same time, but it's a draw. Because white queens first, and black does not start giving checks. You have queen f8 check here, and of course he will never lose this. And I think b4 is findable, because if you realize how dangerous this rook ending is after knight d5, knight c3, you don't have very many other sensible moves. You really don't want to play king f3, because after king f3, knight f6, you're back to not having any active plans. And you just cannot play king d3, which would be desirable, but loses to knight c5 check, as we've established.
Right.
And before b5, b6
Let's go back to Pragg, because the game is ending. Pragg chose to repeat.
Right. By the way, we did see b4 after that nice explanation there. And we are expecting that a draw has been claimed, in fact.
It has been claimed and agreed. Actually, a draw. I mean, nice save for Wesley. Pragg had some advantage today. It wasn't easy to convert, but definitely he was in the driver's seat.
Wow, I thought that situation when I saw Wesley playing bishop to d8 and seizing the defensive, I really thought that was a huge advantage for Pragg. The way he should win it with queen c2, however, is incredibly hidden.
Let's listen to players' conversation.
Okay, but maybe it's not too bad. I mean, just match this. Yeah. Or rook is here. Wait. Rook is here. Because if it is here, we can do. Yeah, I don't think. Maybe bishop g5. Yeah.
Oh, that's actually very nice for them because they're not disturbing the other game. The other game is in a room somewhere.
Yeah, they're the only ones on stage.
Let's wait here.
I have so many weaknesses.
Yeah, their bishop g5.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. In these positions.
Even this. So the pass one.
Yeah. And then.
Yeah. Also, it's a bit risky to bring the king. If there's no win, yeah, it's shocking.
Wait. Did the king's number?
Huh? Yeah, we did. Yeah, okay, but opening was very bad. What a bishop there.
I just couldn't understand.
They both had the sense that white had something, and they're trying to look for that
Where was
something
the
before,
mistake, yeah.
yeah, running to their rooms and putting on their chess engines. And chess players love to find the truth, the objective truth of the game they just played.
Yeah. Even here, yeah, like I thought you have queen e5, but
Yeah,
then
I saw, but just queen g7.
I even win.
Queen e5, queen g7? What?
Yeah, also that, but I
It's crazy. Is there a pawn on
How
this?
did he set up the queen and the rook on g5?
Not 100% sure.
You even lose.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can make it.
I mean, not that. Probably just if I keep the queens, it can do.
Yeah, blundered, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looked at something. Like, if I get f4, it should be really good.
Huh?
I don't know. See, everything is sort of forced. Yeah? Maybe not bishop d4. Maybe first queen f3.
But my position was already difficult. So I mean, if I didn't play f6,
I'll probably play like f5.
F5?
Sit with
Unfortunately, I can't translate exactly what they're saying because they're bouncing around
about
from
lines,
different
yeah.
positions.
yeah.
They're just throwing out some different lines now.
You mean wait for f4 or f5 here?
I'm talking
I
about
heard
the
me. Wait for f4 is all.
Yeah.
One thing I figured out.
I was gonna play f4.
You're gonna play f4.
They went way back in the early middle game.
Exactly. This is,
But at least maybe
They're the last players on stage because the only game left is between Alireza and Sindarov, and that's happening in a hotel room.
and with that draw, where do we stand?
Let's have a look. Currently, Vincent Keymer is a sole leader. Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and Prague are half point behind him. MVL and Wesley at 50%. And Fabi and Alireza unclear where they're standing because they still have to catch up on that fifth game.
Right.
Vincent still retains the lead because Fabi can't catch him up in that one game that he has
It's
in
kind of
hand.
strange to look at the standings where you're looking at Alireza at the bottom, who's got 2 games less than the people who are still finished their games. Alireza is playing against Sindarov. He's fighting for his life, trying to draw, and he'll be playing a makeup game tomorrow with Fabi versus Fabi, sorry. And let's just jump to that game.
Yeah, we have 4 draws on the only game remaining.
Rook c1 is the last move. And did we see b3, b4?
Not
by the
yet,
way?
no.
Oh, this is our analysis. Let me see. No, that is still our analysis. Let me refresh my board. So b3, b4 is equal. Knight d5 is a losing move.
We think it's a losing endgame. It's not immediately obvious it's that bad, but the engine dislikes it quite severely. Yeah.
Exactly. But b3, b4 does make the most sense.
Yeah.
And Peter,
It's a passer anyway. Even if you are to enter some kind of an endgame where you win the c7 pawn and give up on f5, you like the pawn on b4.
Right.
Because that's going to be your one source of counterplay.
And you were talking about a knight ending?
It wasn't here. I think if you go king f6 here, yeah, even here you take on c7, yeah.
Right.
King d3 could be considered, but rook c7 maybe is the simplest. And this knight endgame is seemingly quite safe for white. As often are. I mean, 3 against 2, you actually, I think, save more than you lose.
It's weird because I'm thinking this is okay, let's just put some moves
Yeah,
on the
before
board.
was just played by Alireza, and looks like he has very good chances now to draw this game.
I'm thinking I can use a decoy, and I got this guy.
Knight b5. No, knight b5 loses to take, and knight d4, knight c6. I can't go knight b5. Okay.
Exactly.
We've gone really far. How did we end up here?
We started actually. It was a pretty straightforward start. So we go b4 for Alireza.
Yes, sir. Let's go over to Romania to hear from Cristian.
All right.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Anastasiya to analyze some of these games, and as well as the game that's still pending right now, the one between Alireza and Sindarov, and give a break to our commentators as well for a few minutes. Now, which one would you like to start with, Anastasiya?
Let's check this ending between Alireza and Javokhir. I think it's quite interesting what happened right now, because it seems like Alireza still has chances to hold. I mean, what we can see clearly that White is basically pawn down, but at the same time, he keeps some hopes because this rook is quite active at the moment. Black cannot push c5. And it seems like because of the pin, and it seems like Black first have to get rid of this pin. Actually, I was just analyzing a little bit this position, and before seemed to be the best move in this position.
He played it.
Yeah, he played this move before, and now actually how Black should make the progress. It's
actually,
a good question. Yes.
That's asked and answered. King to f6.
King to f6.
But this is where this comes into play, right? Is this possible? Is rook to c7 possible? And it does seem that it is possible. We're going into this endgame.
And yes, knight c7. And normally what I know is that pass pawn, which is a little bit further from the center, usually is stronger.
Yes.
But
One
I'm
of
not
the
sure
things
what's going on here.
I've heard about knight and pawn endgames is that they're very similar to pawn endgames. So
Exactly.
if knight n3 generally versus knight n2, sometimes you win. Knight 4 versus knight 3, you win. But in this case, it's a much more complex battle because you have this passed pawn. The b4 pawn. This is the one that makes the difference. This is the one that allows White to, in fact, probably make a draw, because you're going to use this pawn, and this knight will have to stay behind to try to stop that pawn from promotion. In the meantime, you should have enough resources with the king close to the pawn and the knight coming back into the defense to make a draw.
Yeah, and you can always give your knight for the pawn, right? In the situation when only one pawn will remain, you can actually just sacrifice your knight and make a draw like this.
So
perhaps if Black will start running also with their pawns, and try if you play...
Let's say something like this. I go b5, you have to go knight to c5 to
stop the pawn.
I go b6, you go here.
King f1 to protect the pawn on g2.
I have to. This knight is completely stuck right now.
So knight has to be there, look after this pawn, b pawn, and we have time actually to come back with our knight. We are blocking d pawn.
In fact, you be careful, because I have ideas such as knight to e6 as well.
Let's show that if you move the king anywhere, then you just take the knight, and b7 pawn goes, runs, and becomes the queen.
And if you take the knight, of course, you just simply don't
You're
catch
not
that
in
pawn.
time, to get this pawn.
So you do have to be careful as well with the black pieces.
I like this small trick you found. Yes, so actually it's interesting position, yes. So maybe White has big chances to survive, but still you have to be very careful. So
it is a big decision right now, because rook c7 doesn't seem to be the only move. The engine, in fact, says king to d3 in this position. King to d3, knight to g3, so now force the knight a little bit even further away.
Yeah, but knight f5 is the threat. So
Actually,
now again you take.
Yes, yes, and the idea being that the knight is perhaps even more off.
So you have more chances even now to perhaps to survive.
That is correct. Yes.
But I mean, from a human point of view, now of course we have the evaluation bar in front of us. But from the human point of view, if Alireza is counting all these lines, like can he be scared of something, of some different variations?
100% he's scared. The problem for Sindarov is that Alireza is very happy right now, because he knows that he was in a much worse situation
for sure.
5-10 moves ago, especially before the first time control. So right now Alireza is happy. He, as you can see, he has enough time on his clock to solve this puzzle and understand that rook to c7 is most likely going to lead to a draw. The big question is king to d3 first, Or do you go rook takes
or
c7?
rook c7. By the way, like move like knight d5 check. Of course, you don't look at this one because you don't want to keep these rooks alive, right? So like knight d5, king f2,
The thing
or
is
even
now I will go
king e5.
Yes, and the thing is, if you take with
Yes.
the rook right now, I have a feeling I can just move my rook somewhere. For
and
example,
then-
rook to b1, you have to move the knight, and then I pick up
Then
the
you
pawn
pick
on
up the
b4.
pawn, and it's completely different situations because with rooks on
Very
the board, black of course has more chances.
Very different. Yes, that's when I will make use of my extra pawn. Your king is weak, so what Alireza wants is the rooks off the board.
Yes.
In fact, off the board,
get
so
the
that you
knight.
can make use of your b pawn, of your passed pawn. So this one, I have to commend Alireza's defense in this one. Very, very good. Let's check some of the other ones as well. Well, we don't have any games.
that many. We have Prague.
We've had four draws so
yes,
far, so we could
but-
have a round with 5 draws in this
Yes,
one.
so we have already the one game, the last game from the playing hall here was over. Prague made the draw with Wesley.
In fact, Prague played an incredible game, and he was completely winning.
You remember I told you that I was afraid of this king, which can
Yes.
also expose if you play too actively with your opponents. At one point, it seemed like Wesley is in a big trouble with
This was the
king,
position
yes.
that you were mentioning.
Yes.
You were saying, okay, what is Black's king doing, right?
Yes,
Because
yes. Where we go, and I noticed that later Wesley brought the king all the way to g7, and I was a little bit concerned about
Let's take a look
the
at
position. Yes.
how that transpired, d4, and as you can see, I mean, Prague right
Yes.
now, the king went on g7. Black abandoned any sort of hope to attack on the king side and said, okay, maybe I'll put my king there. But the two plans just simply don't connect with each other. If you go a little bit behind, so when he played the move rook to g8 here, obviously you want to attack
It's a
on the
big
king side.
commitment, yes, to play move like rook g8. It shows that, yes, this king will need to find the place.
Yes.
And normally when we estimate any position, of course, we start with material balance, with pawn structure, but of course the second thought, it's like, what about my king? If
That is a very
after
good
f4,
question.
by the way, move f4, I really like. Prague is trying to open the position in order to check what Black's king is going to do. Like just simply from looking at this position, you can understand that king on g7 has troubles, while king on h1 is
That's
just
perfectly safe,
perfectly
right?
safe. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And again, this should have made a difference in this game, but it was only Wesley's resilience that saved him in this one.
Yeah. So actually, how did he manage to survive?
So it seems like right now queen to d3 would have been better. Taking, I understand why the engine doesn't like it, because you're just giving me an extra opportunity in the position, and that is obviously to start invading via rook to a8, maybe rook to a2, maybe take advantage of the fact that I can perhaps have an avenue to attack your king as well.
Did Prague have like a clear
It's still
move which would have finished the game? I was
Queen
thinking
to
some rook
d3 seems to have
f6,
been a
but-
much better
Yes,
move.
queen to d3. What is the idea?
I have a feeling this is the
Some
idea.
rook f6.
to f6.
Yes, you really want to play, and then queen g6. Yeah, you really want to open up the position a little bit to make sure this king is again in trouble.
And in
But
fact,
do you have enough resources?
I
That's a
might
good
leave
question.
this pawn on a5 like this, and then you will have another weakness on a6. He didn't play this. He played take on b5, and now after rook to g8, rook to g6, you weakened your own king a little bit too much, and Wesley took advantage of that. Just an incredible defense by Wesley and a huge save by him. Still one game pending. I think we're ready to throw it back to our studio, to our commentators. Back to you guys.
And we're back. Thank you everyone for watching. We still have one game going on, but should we take a look at current standings?
Let's do it, as we've had some great fights, but
4 draws so far. Peaceful day.
a peaceful day.
Which means that Vincent Keymer remains in the lead, but half point behind him are 3 players, and possibly 4, because Fabi will be playing a makeup game against Alireza tomorrow.
It was that game between Vincent and Anish that really stood out as the two tournament leaders went head-to-head, and Anish got his preparation that misplayed it, and maybe Vincent was the one with the better chances at the end of the game. As the remaining game is between Alireza and Sindarov, and this is a very intriguing point at exactly this moment. King came to d3. Alireza is attacking this knight, trying to drive the knight backwards so that he will be able to play rook takes c7 check, pardon me, rook takes c7 and knight d5 check. But I've been looking at this position. King e5, the knight comes, check,
goes to
king
F4.
comes to f4, rook takes c7. Peter, you were about to...
I was very worried about this for a second, but it appears to hold.
Because after d5...
d5, knight e3 back, we have the same tactic again. Yeah.
Nice.
And
so we
this
end
is
up having to play
because
rook d1.
originally I thought this must be white could have taken on c7 already, and playing king d3 and allowing this king march looked like it introduces a further kind of a point of failure for white. But actually after rook c7, rook d1 check, we can play king c2, rook g1 b5, rook takes g2, king b3, and the b pawn is now actually quite dangerous for black, although currently the engine is suggesting this might be very good for black. This is still a very, very confusing position. And if you play, as I mentioned, if you play d6, d5 here, knight e3 just makes an immediate draw because you have the same fork on the king on f4 and the rook on c7.
Nice.
So yeah, for Javokhir, I still think it's probably the way to go, because the knight ending, if in the current position, if you play knight g3, and if you allow rook c7, I think these endgames tend to be very, very level. I clicked around in some of them, and I suspect you don't lose very many. Even though black often gets a passer on the h file, white just has enough. Once the white pawns reaches like b6, b7, it's such a source of irritation for them that they can't really make much progress. So in practical terms, I think I probably pick king e5. There are still ways to make it into much more of a mess for Javokhir if he chooses king e5. But we're going to find out soon enough, because they are getting kind of low on the clock. Javokhir has 7 minutes left, Alireza has 10.
But let's go back to Romania. Final thoughts from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Nazi. You guys have not finished the round, but we here on site at the Romanian National Bank, we did finish because all the games have finished here. Anastasiya, you will actually be going towards the hotel, perhaps catch a social media interview.
This is my plan for now, Cristian. Today we had a peaceful day, but tomorrow it's going to be a free day, so everybody will get ready for the battles in the last 4 rounds. And yes, I will try, of course, to get to the room at the hotel. I will not tell you the number, and I will try to get some comments from Alireza and Javokhir after the game is over. We still don't know the result, and according to the result, we'll interview players.
A historical battle, I might add, is going on right now. We'll let you guys cover the rest of the game. For the moment, good night from Bucharest, Romania. Watch out for a social media interview with Anastasiya and the 2 players that are still playing their game.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasiya. I'm looking forward to see the interview after the game.
And
how was the whole experience of playing from the hotel room?
Exactly. And just as you guys correctly, yes, king e5 was in fact Sindarov's choice. It feels like this is the most ambitious from the position now that he is allowed.
Knight c4 quickly played, the only move.
Yeah, and by the way, another very interesting moment here is if you play king d5, I was also wondering about that. If you go king d5 here, knight e3 check, king c6, the reason this isn't very strong is, among other things, rook b8 is not bad, but you can take on e4 and play f6. And that pawn is actually very, very strong. The only thing that doesn't lose for black is rook e1, rook a8. But once it reaches f7, white is not risking anything at all.
Are you sure it doesn't lose for black?
Yeah, I am, because my computer tells me it doesn't, but you would be worried.
Exactly.
You absolutely would be worried. So I think you have to go forward.
That's
king takes f5, rook takes e7 doesn't really make much sense, I think, because I think you want actually your king covered by the f5 pawn there. You want it on f4.
Exactly.
So the way to continue probably does involve going king f4, rook c7, and rook d1 check. because you probably pick up the pawn on g2 with Chekhov. King e2 loses to rook d4, by the way, because the king actually gets very boxed in, and you start, I think, after king e2, rook d4, the king is so unsafe that the position becomes untenable. Shockingly, it's just very, very poor for white. So you have to play king c2. And after rook g1, we get this really strange race where the machine kind of oscillates between thinking this is better for black and a draw. Currently, it's -2, but it really does fluctuate between -2 and -0.2. So I would have to wait until it settles on an opinion. But I think this is the way to play anyway. In a practical game, you have no access to a machine. So I think you should judge which will create the biggest amount of problems for Alireza. And I think you pick king f4 because it's much more of a mess.
You want king d5. They might
well, he can still repeat, yeah.
Yeah, he can repeat once or twice before going to f4.
Yeah. Sorry, just to catch up with yourselves. After king f6, knight c4 check, the king went to d5, not immediately to king.
Knight e3 is strictly the only move.
Right.
Will be played quite quickly, I assume. And yeah, king 6 does appear to not really do anything good, so you probably go put it back on e5 and then choose.
King f6.
Alireza does have 2-1 time advantage at the moment. But in this position, he has to play 93, which he just did. We might see a repetition, but knowing Sindarov, he's going to go for king f4.
Yeah, this late in the game, has Sindarov ever been behind on the clock this late in the game? Yesterday, didn't he have an extra hour?
He almost got to 1:30.
Back to 1:30.
Back to 1:30, yes.
At the very end, I meant, in this game. So I don't recall this late in the game him ever being behind on the clock. This is a very unusual sighting.
It's the critical moment. Does he go for king f4? Or makes a draw with king d5?
Yeah. King takes f5 does exist, but king f5 rook c7 really doesn't feel right, because leaving that king in check to 93 potential checks is just doesn't look like that should be your option.
Exactly. No, I think it's king f4, and like you were saying, Peter, again,
yeah, that's the choice.
Everybody says, you know, sometimes you just have to ride the tiger and hope for the best. But your initial thought has to be somehow this is winning for black.
And in particular, because the king on f4 is so covered, let's say if we continue simply h4, b6 h2, b6 h3.
h3. I do have rook h7. Do you have...
Yeah. b7, h2, and if rook h7, I have knight c5, knight takes b7. And if both of them queen, then the king on f4 is just so much safer than the one on b3.
He did play king f4, no draw, and they're going for this line.
Yeah, I think...
king on f4 is so well
yeah, it's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah. First test for Alireza is to realize how bad king e2, rook d4 is. Very important not to fall into that trap.
You gave rook d1 check here.
Rook takes c7 on the board, rook d1 check immediately. Yep. And sorry, Peter, you were saying the first thing to recognize is king e2 is terrible.
Yeah,
because
you need to understand that you just cannot play king e2 here, even though that preserves the g2 pawn for a while. Rook g1, knight e3 would be completely fine for white probably, but rook d4 is just very, very strong because suddenly nothing moves. d6, d5 is a massive threat, and this is just a very, very bad position for white.
d2, again, with the very boss.
It's a very dominant king, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess king c2 is more natural in this position than king e2.
Yeah, except
you don't want
losing the g2 pawn with check.
You have to accept that, yes.
And
say
then
goodbye to that pawn.
I guess the time has come to try and figure out what's going on in that endgame where the race begins after b5, rook g2, king b3, h4.
Can you show us on your board then?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for something to change on my screen, but it looks winning, frankly. The best line on my screen currently is b6, h3, rook h7, h2, and some kind of a quiet move with the king, for instance, king a3. sidestepping the knight c5 check to create the threat of b6, b7. But it appears not to be fast enough. Currently, even a very kind of a striking idea of g5, g4, and if b7, rook g3 check.
Followed by rook
and we create
h3.
an idea of rook g3, h3.
Wow.
Even this appears to be winning for black. So my current assessment, and once again, it's not a very strong engine. I don't know how much I can trust it, but looks like black is actually winning this race.
We trust you, Peter, not your engine.
We trust Peter, but not his engine, right?
Yeah, right.
King c2 chosen correctly by Alireza. There's really nothing here but rook g2, rook g1. And actually, currently, b5, rook takes g2, king c1 is the suggested way to make a draw. This will be very, very difficult for Alireza.
King c1.
Everything in your experience screams, do not cut your king off like this. But I guess the difference is knight c5 is no longer a check. So h4, b6, h3, rook h7, and if you play h2 after b7, there is no knight c5 check. And the b pawn actually does do something, which it wasn't doing in the previous line. But yeah, king c2, c1 is a very, very difficult move because you just...
It just feels wrong.
You're conditioned never to make moves like this.
Exactly. Who makes moves
and
like
it's not
that?
like king b3 or king d3 lose immediately to knight c5, so of course you're going to go up.
Exactly, exactly. But I'm just worried that after I play like h4 and you play b6, oh, you do have an f-pawn, excuse me, if I come back.
Yeah, I have many of them, yeah, I have many runners.
Where did that runner come from?
It's been there for so long, hanging, and no one's touching it that I forgot it existed.
Exactly, exactly. But king, okay, we do have rook g1 on the board.
b5?
b5 played,
b5.
rook takes g2 will be played instantly, and then the moment of truth.
Exactly, and here it is.
I thought he played h1.
No, I've got, yeah. So rook g2 on the board.
Only move now for Alireza, king
I
c1.
mean, everybody's playing king b3 and blitz and rapids and...
Yeah.
But
He has 8 minutes. If he realizes it's critical to think here, he might actually come to the correct conclusion.
Yeah, if someone tells him right now, it's a critical moment, of course he finds king c1. It's just that he's not aware.
Because, yeah, I think you can translate it into human words, like why king c1 is better than king b3. You can actually explain it without resorting to, I saw it on my screen, and that's why.
You're not walking into a check.
You need knight c5 not to be a check.
But on the other hand, once h-pawn starts pushing, they're promoting with the checkmate. So
that's exactly right.
It goes against all your instincts.
Exactly, but we do have rook behind, and we'd still have an f-pawn as well.
Taking his time, that's a sign that...
That's already
he's
good.
Considering his options.
That is already good.
Well, Nasi, I have to tip my hat, and I asked you what would be the result, and I said it was 50-50 in favor of a victory for Sindarov. You said, no, you thought that Alireza was going to draw. If he finds king c1, wow, just wow. Because again, as Peter's saying, you're fighting all your instincts, all your training is not to get your king cut off. That's tough.
It's engraved too deeply in our brains.
Exactly. We're hardwired to seek shelter and safety, not to be cut off. But the big difference is that when we put our king on b3, and it's a race between the h-pawn and the b-pawn, black has knight c5 with a check. And that makes all the difference in the world.
He's down to 6.5 minutes, still considering his options. I believe he can play king c1. What about you?
I do too. The fact that it's a very, very good sign that he's actually spent more than a minute already. And probably he's just calculating the whole rook h7 sequence. So I think he's going to find king c1 because, frankly, it's the only move to save the game.
Yep. Now they're equal on the clock.
But that's the thing, Peter. I mean, if you're sitting at the board and you're saying, if somebody comes to you and says, you have one move to save the game, then you think and you calculate. But nobody's there to tell you. Otherwise, your hand is playing king b3 and you have to fight your
There's
instinct.
actually a bunch of people in that room, probably. The arbiter,
Let's
the
hope none of them.
The photographer, arbiter.
Let's hope none of them is telling him this is the critical position with an only move. Yeah.
Doctor,
He
room
played
service.
it. He found king c1. Incredible.
Oh, that is
is really
really
impressive.
good by Alireza.
Yeah, and very impressive. I wanted to say doctor, room service, we were all there.
Exactly.
Who could have given him an insight?
So now is it a simple draw?
Fairly simple, because the b pawn is extremely difficult to stop. The way to maybe try and stop it is to play rook a2, b6, rook a4, getting the pawn all the way to b4. But now, once again, we can use the f pawn to great effect by throwing it away to take the pawn on d6.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our show. Our apologies. We are suffering a bit of a lightning, thunderstorm, tornado warning here in St. Louis, and we got temporarily cut off.
Yes, I think we lost power for a minute there.
We've been watching the game between Alireza and Sindarov, and we have been seeing a repetition,
They're
Peter.
about to repeat, I think,
And I
for
think
the
it's
third
even
time.
3 times.
Yeah.
After king a3, it looks like they will call the arbiter
Exactly.
and claim the draw.
But for Alireza, this was a remarkable draw. I mean, he
Great
really,
save.
wow. Great save. King c1.
You have to say not the best game he's ever played.
No.
But a fantastic, fantastic defense from a very difficult position.
Exactly, exactly. And wow, talk about using every resource, and that b pawn became the resource that saved the game. Have they agreed to a draw
Not yet.
after there's repetition?
This is only a second time, yeah. Rook g3, king b2 would be a claim.
Rook g3, king b2.
Yeah, but so far nobody can claim just yet. No.
Yeah.
Rook g3
Yeah,
played,
but
so I
now
believe.
there will be a claim.
Yes, after king b2 we'll have a draw. And it's a repeat of round 1. 5 just we're not expecting this today, though.
No.
We had,
Not
Today-
from the positions.
no, not at all.
Today Anish was better, Bogdan was definitely better.
Prague
Prague was maybe winning at a
Winning,
certain
yeah.
point in the game.
Sindarov also,
And so
at
was
some point.
Sindarov, yeah. We could have had
Quite
Maxime
a number
was
of
better.
decisive
Yeah.
games. And Maxime also.
pretty much every single game had moments where one player was very much in ascendancy.
I do see rook g2 on the board.
Yeah, nobody wants to
Yes.
claim. Maybe the
I have the result, but because we can't see the players, don't know if they already shook hands.
but there it is. Yeah.
There we
it
go.
is.
It's
There it
officially a
is.
draw again. Great save and defense by Alireza.
Our broadcasters in Romania have already called it the day because the final game was actually played in the hotel room, the special room, so that Alireza, who's nursing an ankle injury, could continue the game. So we have nobody to sign off from Romania, so it's up to us.
It is, but Anastasiya is trying to get to interview the players after the game, and you can definitely watch them on our social media.
That is a good point.
St. Louis Chess Club, Grand Chess Store, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you use.
And we have our standings, and there we
After
have it.
round 5, we have Vincent Keymer in sole lead with 3.5 points. 3 players are chasing him: Anish, Giri, Jorden van Foreest, and Praggnanandhaa. Possibly also Fabiano Caruana, because he and Alireza will play match to make up for the game they missed yesterday.
They'll be playing on the free day tomorrow. I really wanted to thank you, Nasi, for coming in tomorrow to cover that game. Peter and I, we're going to go to the park, and so thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Very, very gracious of you. We'll be enjoying our rest day, but yes, we will be at least broadcasting the game.
You can watch it
without
on chess.com or Lichess, yes.
Exactly. I think maybe some social media will also be doing it as well.
Well, thank you everyone for watching. Enjoy the rest day tomorrow, and we'll be back for round 6 in 2 days.
And meanwhile, good night from a very stormy St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.